in a place filled with passion and intensity. The story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill rồi cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai các bạn. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Đẳng cấp hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, không đến cái IceQ anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng lay hoay. IceQ bị phong cấm bảo. IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây, và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là giảm giá nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Vì là bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Và vẫn còn có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islanders đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi, và Mai cũng không sành cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor đầu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây, khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũng và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây, kịp hay không? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Mù rồi, cover TCM anh ta bắn côn kìa, trời ơi, người cover không sai. Thì là đồ đà không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đội đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người cờ B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn, cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Grau chào Lát ra. Và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, cũng được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A vì sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ định không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và Đô la thì lại là một cầu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha, và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh thì TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp VA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB thì đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Rambo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Garao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi, KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Garao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Stocks just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. In fact, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Stock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Awesome, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy, Spots, he's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lionclaw all taking significant damage here. HZ for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna fight both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to sneak and find one. MKZ finds another. Thompson and Snare, they're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. BEYONTHESTORY, they're just kind of left. Try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down. Horus and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wallbang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. There, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spotted MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstop, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
his way forward, try and open the door up, provide that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's trying to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. Let's get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and now he chooses to pounce. And perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Beck gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one. Now Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, Colt up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tagged down Slayer even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayers going to try and take an advanced angle. Snake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've played a push out the warehouse. Unlights have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Unlights are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Unlights to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now, they're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top fight.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for L, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
Stuck with Spotsy. Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. Nine Claw and Raffin and Stark, they're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. Doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. Dezane was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well, a 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot, though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that. And you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Ladder he has to worry about, though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. Snare will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Dezane is flanking. There's Lion Claw as well.
Really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Dezane lines up 3. What? They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shell, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team play.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个是大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。 在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
第二的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮你给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？啊？
可以选择这个。我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
Barbecue there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and it's in alive. That's a problem. Don't go.
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路。然后干的工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I'm Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I'm a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Mapa. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga.
Yun, si GYK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ng CrossFire sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun.
nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos yung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit.
Xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón toàn thể quý vị đại biểu, quý vị khách quý, quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay ngày hôm nay, cũng như các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến trên các kênh phát sóng của CrossFire. Chúng ta đang cùng đến với ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của vòng chung kết giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và tôi là MC Huyền Trang, rất vinh hạnh được đồng hành cùng quý vị và các bạn tại nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ, thành phố Hà Nội, nơi mà diễn ra những trận đấu vô cùng mãn nhãn và đầy kịch tính. Thưa quý vị, ngày hôm qua thì chúng ta đã cùng trải qua một màn so tài của 4 đội tuyển trong màn thi đấu đầu tiên của vòng chung kết. Thế trận thì diễn ra một chiều khi mà IMPERIAL Esports đánh bại CHENGDU với tỷ số là 3-0 và CHENGDU Gamers cũng giành chiến thắng trước Group Empire với tỷ số 3-0. Vậy ngày hôm nay thì sẽ như thế nào? Hãy cùng theo dõi hành trình chinh phục đỉnh vinh quang của 4 đội tuyển. Ai sẽ là đội tuyển sẽ giành chiến thắng và đi vào vòng chung kết? Ai sẽ là đội tuyển phải nói lời tạm biệt tại đây? Tất cả sẽ có trong những trận đấu ngay sau đây của chúng tôi. Và trước khi bắt đầu với trận đấu ngày hôm nay, chúng tôi cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành nhất tới công ty cổ phần VTC Online và Smilegate Entertainment vì đã đồng tổ chức ra giải đấu tuyệt vời ngày hôm nay. Và không biết là các bạn khán giả thân mến, các bạn đang mong chờ đội nào sẽ giành chiến thắng ngày hôm nay ạ? Hãy để lại bình luận phía bên dưới nhé. Và ngay bây giờ, chúng ta sẽ đến với trận thi đấu đầu tiên ngày hôm nay cùng với các bình luận viên của chúng tôi. Xin mời.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. No matter where you are in the world, thank you very much for joining us here at, of course, the CFS 24 Summer Championship. We are getting our way through the playoffs now. We're on, of course, day 2 of 3. We've already had a couple of games yesterday, a couple of best of 5s, both nice and quick 3-0s. But now, as we're heading towards day number 2, things might change a little bit. We've got this upper bracket matchup, of course, between none other than Imperial and the Chengdu All Gamers, and that lower bracket game as well. Wolf Empire taking on 3BL, and sadly, mate, we're gonna have to say goodbye to one of them too.
Yeah, yesterday's games didn't really bode too well for the teams that didn't get any map on the board, unfortunately. Imperial, of course. Just like how I said it before our discussion, I think the Animals is really good at soul reading because they just read them all the way through. And now they are in the upper bracket final. For all gamers, it was a bit of a harder game by the tail end of it. I feel like Wolf Empire was kind of catching up a bit, but then it was already a bit too late, and Du had a masterclass of a game.
Yeah, they did. First 2 maps were very one-sided, especially that second on Ankara, but that third map did have a bit of a conversation behind it. We nearly saw the world in which an overtime was needed. A big tack pause was required to kind of get back into it, but in the end, it was the All Gamers, of course, who saw that one off 3-0. They are on an emphatic run of form. Still in this tournament, yet to drop a map, and that's a story that might end today, in all fairness. And I think if anyone's going to do it, it will be Imperial in this upper bracket matchup. But the way I'm looking at things, I'm also looking towards that lower bracket game too, because unfortunately, yeah, like we said, we have to say goodbye to somebody, which is going to be a bit of a shame. But unfortunately for 3BL, things have been rough. They are 0-7 in their last 7 maps, which is not what you want to be seeing at all. Of course, these are our broadcast channels. If you're joining the English channel and you're thinking, I don't know, I don't really want to speak English or listen to English, then you've got plenty of choices of where you want to head over there. This is the bracket of how things panned out yesterday. Of course, 3-0s in both of those games, meaning we've got our matches ready for today.
Yeah, as you can see, we already have the upper bracket finals, Imperial versus AG. I think everyone does expect including some of us in the broadcast, that this was going to be more of a one-sided game.
Yeah.
In towards the side of AG, I tend to disagree a bit, considering Imperial, I don't know, man, this team is just really good at just preparing. Their prep is really good when it comes into coming into the series. Of course, Wolf Empire versus 3BL later. Both teams looking for some redemption in Tejo's Gymnasium. So hopefully we do see something from both of these teams, because I feel like didn't really see much yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's just true. Unfortunately, they both weren't really able to get going. I mean, there was maybe a little bit of conversation with 3BL at times, and of course, Wolf Empire, that map number 3, did have a little bit of substance behind it, but unfortunately, we just didn't really get to see. I mean, I guess we got to see just the level of AG and Imperial and how they are actually just a step ahead of 3BL and of Wolf Empire, respectively. So this should be an interesting one when we get towards that lower bracket game. Of course, like we said, it is elimination on the line. No more second chances. This is double elim, and that's their second chance in that lower bracket. So lose that, and we have to say, unfortunately, goodbye. It's as simple as that in this case. And, you know, for me as well, I really do worry a little bit about 3BL. Times have been a little bit tough for them. They're 0-7 in their last 7 maps played. They have not been on a good run of form. Losses to Evolution Power 0-2, All Gamers 0-2, fair enough. And then, of course, 0-3. And, you know, where you're starting to see this dip in form for me, I don't know if they're going to be able to claw it back. I feel like they've maybe, you know, they started super strong. I think maybe the ruse is up. People have kind of figured them out a bit.
Yeah, considering the circumstances on how 3BL got into the playoffs, you know, losing to EP and losing to AG, and then because of good old Vasco Esports beating ranking, you know, they got through the playoffs. Actually, I have a little bit of a tidbit here.
Go on.
I was, you know, visiting the rooms of Pacific Magda, and they're on the same floor as Vasco. Of course, I gotta comfort my boys after such a brutal loss. But of course, I kind of passed by Vasco's practice room, and it was like a party in there, man. That's for sure. I was hearing all the Brazilian music that they love to do, and then they were partying. That's for sure. So yeah, I feel like they're celebrating that they did get the win, but 3BL getting through. So I think they're kind of cheering for 3BL as well to go deeper in the tournament, because I mean, they put through all that effort just so they can you know, put them into the playoffs.
Yeah, of course. And for 3BL, I guess for me, I'm more than happy to sit here and say I'm a little bit biased in that one. I would love to see 3BL pick up a win and, you know, at least going to guarantee themselves top 3. That'd be pretty sick for a team from the West League. Even if a team from the West League in the playoffs is pretty sick. And never mind them potentially being top 3. A bronze medal wouldn't be too shabby at all. But they've got a tough competition, of course. Wolf Empire are no joke. But I guess we can kind of focus in a little bit more on our upper bracket matchup. That is going to be our first game of the day. And we've got the All Gamers taking on Imperial for this one. We got the best of China, I think, currently. Obviously, Baisha not looking all too great. And the best of Brazil currently, because Vasco not looking all too great. And I think the really interesting thing about this game for me is that if you'd ask a lot of people for the tournament, if you said who's the best team in China, there'd be a real big debate. A lot of people saying Baisha in that conversation. If you asked a lot of people, myself included, say who's the best team in Brazil, I would have said Vasco. And a lot of people would have said Vasco as well. I mean, Vasco won the Brazilian League the last 3 times. So it's actually I guess technically the team that are seen as second place in their regions in some ways, you could put it, I guess you'd say. But either way, we've got a little intro for you as we get towards this game. So check this video out. Starting with Imperial. Like we said, yeah, for me, I would have called them the second best team in Brazil, but they're the only Brazilian team who find themselves in the playoffs.
Yeah, there's something about the Animals, man. He just makes it to a top 4 in an international tournament every time. Last year it also happened as well. Maybe it is just a testament of how good of a leader the Animals is.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just like how I said it, he has a game plan for every single team in the group stage and including in the playoff as well. And they're really good at shutting down certain players. And it happened to Justin, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It happened to Ice Cube in the series that they had, and the series that they lost. But, you know, it's actually the other players kind of stepping up to the plate for the side of Wolf Empire, so that they got through with that group stage win. But then, you know, when it comes to playoffs, they looked a lot more different. GDSC popping off in that best-of-5 series against that 3BL squad, and he was absolutely leading the charge.
Yeah, GDSC looked really, really good all the way throughout, right? And I think having a player like him, I think especially considering a lot of people wouldn't always drop his name in as the main man to find firepower. A lot of us look towards E4S, for example, primary sniper, 7 as well, who's the secondary sniper, primary rifler. So those sort of roles is where you'd maybe look to them as being mechanically kind of slightly better. But look how close it is towards that top end, right? I mean, you got basically 0.01 difference between each, the first, second, and third spot. And here's how they did, of course, throughout the groups. The only loss was to Wolf Empire, and then they picked up wins over Baisha, LCK, Pacific Macta, and of course 3BL yesterday. The only thing for me that I see as a bad note there, in a sense, is just dropping that map to LCK. I mean, they actually look quite weak this tournament, so you can maybe take that as a little bit of a hiccup, but they still got the win, and that's, I think, ultimately all that matters.
Yeah, I think they actually benefited from losing against the LCK squad, because it kind of helped with their series with Pacific Macta specifically, especially when it comes to that Eagle Eye, right?
Yeah.
LCK is really good on Eagle Eye. They know how to set up things in that particular map, and if you like Imperial, they're like, hold up, we can do that too.
Yeah.
I mean, we can set up just like that, and we just gotta get the reps in, and it seems like they did get the reps in that map. And especially when you have such good players, so many options for their side. Like, you have 7-7 who can snipe and AK at the same time. Such a dangerous player. GDSC can do the exact same thing as well. But of course, we are going to have the video intro of AG.
Well, the only team to remain not only undefeated, but they are still yet to drop a map this entire competition, and they have been looking absolutely incredible. And there's a lot of different people that you can highlight. I think Jue yesterday looked phenomenal all the way throughout. Such a solid rifle, a lot of experience, and he makes that known in the game. Zai, calling-wise, I think did a fantastic job. He looked really comfortable all the way throughout, and also had some pretty decent numbers too, but without a doubt, it has to be that man on your screen, Du, is who we look towards. He is unbelievable.
Yeah, especially when Du is on, he is on. That is for sure. I mean, you can't realistically peak him in 50-50 situations, because that 50-50 turns into 100 here for Du. And I don't know, man, this kid is just on another level when it comes to the sniper play, I mean, which is understandable, right? Because the standard of snipers in China specifically is absolutely high. And just judging from the top 5 of CFPL, all the snipers there are pretty good. I mean, granted, First did not have the best tournament, but when it comes to competition back home, he is one of the best on those weapons. And that 100% win rate is absolutely menacing from their side. But in my opinion, I think ZY has kind of taken... he was kind of taking a step back, especially now he's kind of fully taken over in that leadership role to give more space for 1222 and Jabao to kind of grow on the team. And I feel like Jabao and 1222, they've done a really good job of just kind of acclimating with the system of AG here. Yeah,
exactly. I don't think they have like the nicest of roles, so even for them to get a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more active in some of those key gun rounds, I think is really good to see. But of course, here is the result so far, and as you can see, there is just no competition at all. They are sweeping every single team. However, I will say within that, there has been a couple of maps that have been close, right? We had a couple of 13-8, like yesterday, for example, against Wolf Empire. Evolution Power also got a 13-8 as well, but ultimately, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. It has been a very simple run of things for the All Gamers, and I think this is where, once again, they'll come in towards this sort of game and want to sort of flex their power. If they can sort of settle any nerves that they've got, which I don't think they probably do anymore, but if they can just come in towards this sort of a game and say, all right, we are the best team here. We're not going to pick up any losses. We're going to go all the way through. If they can beat Imperial cleanly in this matchup, that's all the confirmation they're going to need, right? Because realistically, if we're going to think, if we're being honest here, we probably expect this to be the final match anyway, right? You know, let's say Imperial lose here or All Gamers lose here. They're going to come through the lower bracket and then they'll go into the final regardless. But if All Gamers are coming towards this game and win like 3-0, 3-1, something like that, they can do a huge job in terms of giving them confidence for those grand finals. Here are the maps that we're going to be looking at in towards this kind of game coming through. Mexico, a map in which All Gamers don't play at all. Imperial, their least played, for the most part, at least domestically, has been Eagle Eye. So that's a map in which they might want to kind of stray away from. And then we've got a couple of different choices. Ankara, for me, I think All Gamers are the best team in the world in it. So that's a map in which they're going to want to go to all the time. Black Widow is something as well in which, at least for domestically, has been a little bit played by the Imperial side, so it might be more something they want to float, but I probably assume the map they'll go towards is either a port or a sub-base. There are two maps which I think they've liked. Sub-base in particular does actually feel like maybe there's a bit of a weakness there for Wargamers.
That is true. I think there is going to be a change of priorities here for the maps, especially knowing Imperial, their game plan is always so good. So I feel like they might throw a curveball in this one. I might even see Imperial not banning Mexico in its entirety if AG is not willing to actually pull that one out for one of their bans. So I think they're really trying to find weaknesses in the map pool on towards the side of AG. If I was AG here, I am gonna avoid picking Compound early. I'm gonna pick any map. I don't want to pick any maps that Do is gonna have a hard time on.
True.
And I think AG, they might want to start possibly with a sub base if it's not banned out just yet. So they want to get Do hot early, so they want to put him in maps where he can really perform.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That is absolutely true as well coming forward. And again, on the other side, for the likes of Imperial, they do not mind a sub-base too. They've played that a lot. Domestic is actually their third best map on paper, 68.8% win rate, and it actually is their most played map as well. But of course, here is our predictions. And this happened yesterday, right? I'm just going to throw out there, I have not picked Imperial. I've picked AG.
I feel like we swapped predictions here because I'm the one who actually picked Imperial.
You picked Imperial. So swap me and Sneaky, and that is where the predictions are. Like I've picked AG. Sneaky's picked Imperial. This happened yesterday. It said I didn't pick AG or something. And
Ian knows the power of my prediction.
Yes,
and how cursed it is. That's for sure.
So there we go. We swapped the predictions around, but we are split here on the desk, which was kind of for the first time.
Yeah. And I feel like I really do trust the planning, once again, planning on the side on towards Imperial. I feel like they probably studied them all night. And even then, before the playoffs even happen, I feel like the main target of Imperial is going to be against AG and any of the Chinese teams that they actually face. And I feel like their game against 3BL, granted, it was not the cleanest game. And I feel like the reason why 3BL wasn't really the main focus of this entire playoffs. Their focus is actually beating AG and making it to that grand final.
Yes, no, exactly that. I think they would have come in against 3BL and just sort of expected we're going to win this because, no offense to 3BL, but it has been a bit of a rough run of form, right? So like you said, I think a lot of their brain power and their effort has been revolved around trying to get themselves ready for the AG side, the inevitable matchup against AG, whether that was here in the upper bracket or in the grand finals. But we have, I guess, a bit of preparation, a bit of warm-up before we get things underway, and a couple of conversations from the coaches as well. We're looking towards, of course, this man on your screen, the coach over towards AG. He's been very vocal all the way throughout, and every time so far he's called a pause, they have won the next 2 rounds off the back of it, and most of the time it's actually ended up leading them to a map in their favor, like yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like Dono knows as well that All Gamers is not really playing to the exact same level that they won with that CFPL. I feel like CFPL Season 24 specifically, that is where All Gamers actually peaked as a team. And this is only the first year for some of the players here, just like 1222 and Jabao. And they've already, kind of set the standard on what a performance from AG is going to look like. And unfortunately, I really feel like AG has not reached that level just yet. But of course, it's always AG. Granted, actually, the script kind of flipped this time. I said this to the other casters as well, that Baisha is usually the team that takes the group stage seriously. They bombed out, and now AG is the one going 8-0. And they weren't really kidding around in group stage this time because they know what's on the line, being the biggest region, being the biggest fan base in this game. So I feel like they're now taking everything seriously. But, yeah, I mean, AG still a team, especially when they are on, especially when it comes to playoffs, and I feel like they kind of kick it into a different gear.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like for AG, when things get serious, that's when they really step up and showcase just how good they can be. So that's probably going to be our expectations coming in towards this game, that we have seen slight weaknesses from AG coming through, but at least for me, I'm probably leaning in favor and saying that I think this game might be 3-1 AG. I think that's where I'm feeling. What are you? I know you're Imperial, but what sort of scoreline are we looking at here?
If the series is very short, I would go AG. If it goes like 2-1, or maybe 2-0, then I feel like AG just has the handle of things. But if it's like a 1-1, 2-2, I feel like Imperial has a bigger shot, because I feel like the longer the game goes, the better it is for them.
Fair enough. I think we're going to get in towards the map pick and bans. We should see pretty simple. Mexico banned out by AG, and then Eagle Eye banned out by Imperial, that feels like. Okay, that is a change-up. The Black Widow ban comes through, and I'm actually a fan of that. That, of course, will lead that Eagle Eye to be played if needed. But, of course, Mexico banned by AG, I think that's a bit of a classic. Now we get into all the picks. I feel like Subbase has got to be the punish pick here. I know it's a map in which AG is still unbeaten on, but this is a map in which they've looked a little shaky on. I think for so far, the only map in which they've actually felt like they've had a couple of weakness on has been that Subbase. Ankara, like I said, they're the best team in the world in Ankara right now. I don't think there's any debate in that one. And then I think this is where it kind of starts to fade out. We've got Port coming through, sure. And yeah, and then of course we'll have that Compound probably 4th?
Nah, I think it's Compound map 5. AG usually doesn't go Compound in their veto, so I think just going Eagle Eye is just kind of greeting it. They're like, all right, let's pick the map early.
Yeah.
If we ever do lose map 4 and the score is 2-1, then we can go into Compound. But I'm kind of worried for the side of AG here that Black Widow is already out of the picture because that is one of Du's best maps.
Yeah.
So Imperial, I think they have something cooking in Subbase specifically to try and shut down Du, because I feel like he's kind of the main he's kind of the main firepower guy on the side of AG. I mean, it's already happened a couple times, right? Just like how I mentioned earlier.
True.
I mean, Justin was playing an amazing game before they bumped into Imperial, and then Imperial just absolutely destroyed him. And that happened to, almost happened to Ice Cube as well in their match against, or in their group stage match against Wolf Empire. I feel like this Wolf Empire was a bit more clutch in that series, and that was actually very close, like 13-12 in the last 2 maps. So yeah, I feel like the objective here for the side of Imperial is to look to shut down this sniper so Eagles can have more of a comfortable time here.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This should be a pretty good one. Subbase in particular, that opener, most played map for Imperial in the domestic league, and it's their 3rd highest win rate. So a map in which they've had a lot of success on, and they're obviously a big fan of. And then, of course, when we look towards Ankara on the other side, I don't know if Imperial are going to be able to find a way to shut them down. Jue, so solid both on kind of the BL and the GR side when it comes towards the A site. He looks up towards Vents, that's where he does a lot of his best work. I don't really know if they're going to be able to compete with him there, so I think I would probably assume that's basically a given. Then Port comes through, that'll change things up. Port again is actually the best map on paper for Imperial, their biggest win rate and one of their most played as well. They've got a 77.8% win rate over there. And then of course the follower Eagle Eye should allow for dudes to get pretty proactive, but that's always a map for me, Eagle Eye, that I think if you have the double snipers out, is where you do a lot of the best work. And that's when maybe we can see for Imperial the likes of obviously E4S, but then Double 7 get pretty proactive, right? Double snipers on that map are very solid.
For sure. I think I'm kind of at fault as well of why Eagles has gotten a lot more aggressive in towards the top A of Port, because I kind of said on the broadcast that he's not the bravest top A player compared to, you know, the likes of Gokin, compared to the likes of Du, you know, and then they came into the Mafta series and Eagles was actually fighting them head on that time. So I feel like, you know, maybe me pissing off has gotten him into more of the stride of things. In this game, of course, we're going to start things off with Subbase Blacklist side for the side of AG. Imperial on that defense.
Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. I'm looking forward to this. This is arguably what the final's going to end up being. So we'll see in the first head-to-head, the first clash, how things deliver. AG, of course, starting on that Blacklist side. Want to see what they can get early. Eagle's going to be tested here. We need to see this sniper get super proactive for us. He is crucial for Imperial's game plan. If he can't get active, might be in a little bit of trouble.
Such a different A defense from the side of Imperial, right? No one is playing missile whatsoever, so they're really relying on 7-7 and Eagles to actually hit their shots. So, they're playing the full retake strat. They pulled this against Baisha, actually.
Yeah, they did. And it did work there as well. Baisha didn't really know how to react. We're going for a full contact play here for the likes of AG. Flash over, what do we do a lot? Nice opener from Eagles, looks for a second. That's a good little opening 1-2. Danimals adding to the tally. Is Zai going to be flashed off that corner? He's trying to fall away. Oh, he gets a nice shot, and he gets a tag as well, but he will get caught out. And in doing so, 3 versus 2. This is now not a bad spot to put yourself in.
Yeah, good thing Jabba wasn't on site. He would have died to that HE. But now this is the full retake that Imperial has done against Baisha Gaming. But will this work against AG? Imperial flashes are at the ready. They're going to flash the left side. So Du and Jabba are actually going to be fully blind, and they're going to try to see if they can counter-nade him just to delay Imperial by a bit. But GDSE going to get taken down. Oh, what a no-scope by Du, but can he get the third? Ryu's out trying to shoot him in the head, but they are being very, very patient about this. They don't really have to kill. All they have to do is watch that C4 explode, and they get the first round on the board. I mean, you can have the strats, but you gotta hit your shots against Du especially.
Yeah, it has to be said. Du does bail them out a little bit. That little double in that 2 versus 3 retake, really, really solid work coming through from him. And exactly what AG needed. Start things off on a strong note and get your primary sniper active early in towards this game. If Du starts to find that form, they're going to struggle to put him in his place.
Yeah, and a really good spot as well from ZY going into second mid. I feel like that's kind of the base of what the retake is going to come from. If you do get Woods control, and if you do get that, if you do get control room, you can kind of make a two-prong attack happen. But ZY did a great job of just absolutely kind of messing with the Imperial squad while they're still setting up their defense there. So, going to be interesting to see if they can pull off the exact same thing. But, I mean, I feel like AG has kind of found, or at least are trying to find a counter to this type of defense. But immediate switch up from the side of Imperial. Instead, they're going to put GDSC in towards Wood Stairs. And, yeah, everyone else is just going to play default this time.
Yeah. Slow take here by AG. Not a huge amount offering up for them, in all honesty. C4's sort of in the direction of Machine Room. We're going to start creeping our way forward. They will get control of this. Nobody's going to fight them for that. Lockers is always a tough area to try and hold from. And the Eagles, he's just jiggle peeking. He's not going to commit to the fight, but if they push Lockers, that's where he can do his best work, of course. It's going to fall off the angle back towards Jail. 1 minute, though, AG. We've got to start making a decision here.
Yeah, look at Zhui's position, though. Since I don't think he's going to be in the entry role this time, but I feel like Zhui's role in the side of AG is either he's going to entry or he's going to 1v4 or 1v3 one side of the map. And especially after yesterday, he's definitely capable of doing that and just trying to see if he can gain some kills in the middle of the rotation. Even if he dies, information is still on the side of AG. But ZY already getting a bit of a poke on Ryu's out, just a bit of a pinch.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, though. Time's ticking. We've got 30 seconds, guys. We've got to make a move here. Looks like in they come. Oh, Du, he missed a sitter. An absolute sitter. But one apiece. Du will get caught, but Imperial are being decimated. And that was a quick execute. They just chipped away at that clock, played with the tempo and the time, and the second they call for that move, Zai. Big push from him and a nice find in the end. Zhui, really good big round from him.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to have second mid control, especially when the B-side execute is already happening. Yeah. Because, you know, once Zhui is just denying the second mid, no one from the side of Imperial could help this B defense. And there's too many people going into the site. There's too many people going through passage. There's too many people going through locker room. So at the end of the day, what can you do? It's a 2v5 in the B site. True. And everyone is just running in. And Eagles, you have a sniper, but I'm just saying, a sniper just like once every 2 seconds, maybe the Colt can do some damage, but unfortunately he didn't hit his shots this time.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. The Eagles for a jump up. Oh, he's going to catch him. That's a lovely shot on the information player's eye. Eagles' quick reactions and a great find. That's the right way that Imperial want to start out in towards round number 3 after going 2-0 down. Now Zaya's got a call from the grave.
Oh, GDSC. Oh, I mean, Du. Nice effort, honestly. One uncrouch from GDSC. That would have been him staring at a blue screen. Oh, but they're going to re-hit it. GDSC is taking such a long time to get off this angle, but he's waiting for a flash here from the Animals. That's a good flash. He can get all 3 members here, but Jabba, how is he not blind?
A little bit of fortune, I think, helps out Jabal there. They're going to come down. Another flash to slow them up in this 4-on-3. Big nade that comes over too. Decent chunk of damage here. Back missiles. Nice find from Danimals. He looks for more. Might start to work in his favor a little bit, but other ideas. Jabal, 1-2-2. The new boys on the block and need to deliver in a big way in this 2 versus 2. Flash over. Doesn't do anything. Over towards Imperial. And time's not completely of the essence. They've got a bit of time to work with here, AG. Hence why we're not committed to a fight here. 1-2. Oh my god, he dips away. He allows them out, so you won't expect Ryuzao up close here. He was holding that, and that 1-2 got it all to do in this 1 versus 2. Gets the first. That's not bad. Reload on towards the Colt. from Eagles, and he's looking and hoping for a shot. I mean, time is starting to be of the essence here. 1-2. He's struggling. He's struggling to hit the shot, right? I don't blame him. 20 seconds left to work with. He's low on ammo as well. This C4 going to be punched in, and now here's where the clock goes above the likes of Imperial. Eagles got it all to do. Oh, he had the opportunity, just doesn't hit mouse one. Second of asking, takes a tag as well. Now a lot for the AK-47s. He looks for this 1 versus 1, and he'll get it as well. Eagles, a little labored, but he gets there in the end.
Yeah, I do see the idea, though, from 1-2-2-2. I feel like when it comes to face-to-face fights with Eagles on the AWM, he's not going to take that fight because he's going to hit the shot most of the time. But then when he comes to the AK, 1-2-2-2 immediately swings, thinking that he is the superior rifler in that situation, but Eagles just a bit more clutch than him. It's unfortunate because I feel like 1-2-2-2 had the control of that entire situation, especially when the C4 was down, but I think he got a bit too greedy there.
Yeah, I agree. I think he probably should have just tried to stay posted up into those back missiles and invite the pressure on towards him. Kind of force the Eagles to make the move. He went for a swing. He was already tagged and unfortunately had no chance in that scenario. All right, so first round for Imperial is good. Maybe something to work with, of course, going forward. I just want to see maybe whether we can get a little bit of consistency out from Imperial. If they can start to chain like 2-3 rounds together in a row, they can start putting a lot of pressure on AG.
They just need to keep second mid control, man.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I feel like that's one of the biggest things that you have to look out for, especially when it comes to sub base, because once you lose that position, rotations are cut off. You know, players on the A side are gonna be forced to fight this Woods position, and they're gonna come into an angle where they have no idea or no info whatsoever. So I feel like they're doing a really good job of just keeping control of that exact spot on the map. So that's why, looking at Imperial right now, they're pouring so many resources to try and deny any vision from that side of the map. And the problem is, can they keep attention on that certain position once they execute the start? I mean, if they can't, then that's going to be a bad thing. But they already know that there is one player playing, since J-Way just actually threw a nade all the way into A side. So they're aware that there's a person trying to get the second mid.
Yeah, that's true. Smoke going to come down. He's out. No information for him to work with. Eagles going to find that first, though. Do going to get caught. So lose out the head-to-head against the sniper. Ryuzao gets close, but no cigar. Oh, what a take coming through. Jue, Jabal, Zai all getting in towards the action, but an answer back from Danimals. There's the IGL trying to lead by example here. Trying to lead from the front. Zai's low as well, so you can even maybe see this as a bit of a 1 versus 2, but another smoke going to come down towards Jail to keep them at bay. And Jabal going to sit behind. Still holding Zai with this sniper. Oh, they miss. I mean, Jabal was back turned, but he gets bailed out by 1-2-2. And that is big. Another big round for AG.
Man, the rookie was in trouble, but he's bailed out by his fellow rookie.
Yeah.
In that one, really great cover from the side of 1-2-2-2. And there's that small corner that you can play at where you can kind of tuck your body in. But even if he dies there, I feel like 1-2-2-2 has the handle of the situation. And this is what I was waiting for from the side of Imperial. A bit of aggression. You gotta greet them at the door, man. You can't really let them set up in and around the map. And they got Jabao down. Still can do some damage in towards the second mid side, but that's a good first step from the side of Imperial, making a 4v5 happen at the start of the round.
Yeah, it's a big find. I try and re-aggress it towards Machine Room. This could be a little scrappy, and it does actually cost the life of Ryuzao. So we go back to a 4 versus 4, and that kill from 1-2-2-2 does go completely untraded as well. He's holding. He's actually lost his head-to-head against the Eagles a couple of rounds in a row now, so we still need to see him get proactive. It's not exactly been the best of starts. Not exactly the start that you expect out of Do, of all people.
Yeah. And maybe this is part of the game plan from the side of Imperial, right? They're going to try to look for Do in and around the map to try and shut them down specifically. And it is up to the other players to kind of step up to the plate, but they've done a really nice job of doing so. The Animal's right behind. Mental Box, really nice flash all the way from control room, but he cannot hit any shots. Does get Do eventually, but 1-2-2-2 only tagged to half HP because of that cold, no reload time available yet, but the Animals go for the reswing instead. The second flash. C4 is down in front of the IGL of Imperial, and CY he's gonna try to take it back, but 7-7 has got his boy covered. Jue gonna come from the B site, and I don't think this is possible, man.
No.
This is already locked down.
He's got way too much to do, and he's barely alive. He's got 9 points of HP. So it kind of looks like you're doing a bit of a conversation here. It's maybe a bit of attack pause without calling attack pause type of vibe because, yeah, tough spot that they put themselves in. There will be a second on the board for Imperial, which is pretty sick from them. We're going to look around. I mean, I don't know this 1 versus 3 is going to have any legs behind it. If Imperial play this properly, they're going to have no issues shutting this down.
Yeah, everyone's playing it extra safe. They really do respect Shui's capabilities. So I kind of understand it. Especially, he can hit some pretty insane shots. Flash is going to go through. I think Shui just knows that it's not going to be possible, and the Animals just swings it for his team. And here we go. Bit of a catch-up from the side of Imperial. I like what I'm seeing. Bit of counterplay ongoing inside of the map, but that was all the Animals and the player in control room tossing the flash just in time.
Yeah, exactly that. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, 3-2. Let's take a pop shot of his own. He's been holding to this box push spot. Speaking of, 7 was in trouble. Nice shot though, on to back from Eagles. 3 versus 3. Shui's barely alive too.
Yeah, and what a shot, man. That was right before the smoke actually plumed. So Ryuza was actually going to get jab out. That's the C4 down. Du and Shui. Shui is barely breathing. He's on life support. Du, it's your chance to get some revenge because they've been bullying you the entire time that we have spent here in sub base. But Shui is oh so sneaky, but I think he got spotted from the dark room position. I wonder if GDSE is going to move to get this kill, fully knowing that Shui is already barely breathing because of his HP. And it might be all up to Du, in all honesty. I feel like Shui just wants to make it easier for their star sniper to do his work, but I feel like Shui, he really is scared that they know exactly where he is positioned here. And GDSE, actually, he's going to go for the re-clear on control room. Really good information communication from the side of Imperial, probably from Eagles, and Shui is going to get cleared. That is a nice job from the side of Imperials, man.
Yeah, and I'll do 1 versus 3. I mean, he now knows he has a little bit of space to work with. That is the A anchor who is going to regress back into control room, so he should get a C4 down here, which, okay, it's maybe a chance in the 1 versus 3. You never really can't do out. He has been quiet so far this game, though. It doesn't really feel like this is the moment where he's going to do what Du does best. He's been a little quiet, only 2 and 5. It's not exactly been the showing out of him that we expect, but if everything's going to come alive, it could be now. There's the first, surely not from Du! Oh! What is that from Du? A 1 versus 3, and he says, sit down. That's my site. A quiet start, but he comes alive when it matters most, and that is electric.
Man, I kind of understand why people call him an android, man. I swear to God, he just hits every single shot, even the headshot on the Colt. Du is a demon. How has he done that?
Oh, that is ridiculous.
That is a masterpiece of sniper play here in CrossFire, and that's why he's one of the best from the strongest region. No matter what sniper he's on, whether it is the CHETAC, the Kar 98, or even the AWM CFS, he is good.
Yeah, he had no right winning that round. Well played. And Imperial, I don't even think they played it badly. He just did such a good job at isolating them. That's just how good Du is. The second you allow him to take a second shot, that is it. That's where he'll hit that second, he'll pull out the Colt and he'll win it there. So, yeah, tough work, but
it's not even the best position he could play.
Yeah.
But I feel like he doesn't know that no one's already in control room because Imperial kind of smoked it on purpose to have a bit of mystery in that retake. But then all 3 went down in towards wide stairs, and unfortunately, Du is just Du.
Ridiculous. Oh, nade. Does miss there. You hate to see it. Flashbang won't, though. Pop coming out, and GDSE going to be forced to that corner. So 1-2-2-2 is now down here in the cubby, and they're actually not going to make a move off the back of this. So GDSE, even if he has a look over, they won't spot anything unless they clear out the corner, which I don't think for now they are. Opener going to come through as Danimal's going to get caught. That's a nice move as well on timing coming forward from the youngster. Great work. The rookie trying to put another on the board, but he wasn't able to do so as Eagles will answer back, but Zai keeps the numbers in favor and it puts it all down to Eagles. Sniper in a 1 versus 2. Duge in a 1 versus 3, and he says, I can give it my own go.
Yeah. And I like this from the side of AG, right? I feel like they're kind of overloading the map a bit because the Animals is more of a slow read kind of guy. You know, he kind of guesses where information is on the side of the map. AG is like, all right, let's kind of overload his brain. Let's just throw everything in the B side. And then someone fight in A, and AG just outgunning them. It's kind of like a message in towards the side of Imperial that we can shoot better.
It's true. There's shots on both snipers. There's a bit of room for Eagles to work with. The second time of asking, Duke is not missing that. Brilliant. And another shutdown coming through from AG, and another round on the board for this superstar side who are still yet to find a weakness in this tournament. And I don't know if now is going to be the moment.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got some progress on the side of AG. Don't know, this looks confused rather than angry this time.
Yeah.
GDSE is going to get Jabao. So Machine Room Control is going to go in the way of Imperial, but this is how they're going to answer. They are going to take this A side fully knowing that two of the players are still so far from the A side.
Eagles posted up on towards the missile. Flash will come over, won't do anything to him, and he unscopes at the worst possible time. Support from up on high. It isn't actually, oh it is, he's doing a lot of work. A lot of work indeed, but still, Du is alive. Another 1v3 maybe. I don't know if he's got this one in the locker. Eagles gonna swing. I'm gonna see him off with a Colt, and that time shut down. So there was a moment there maybe where as they were executing out, they could have traded, but they didn't. They got isolated, and Imperial win an important one.
It's so scary how the defense looks like from the side of Imperial if they do have that second mid control. And they can just rotate easily from the A and the B side when they do have that spot. And they just smoke it, man. And that's a safe passage between those two sides, man. There's already 3 people waiting on the A side for this execute to happen. And they just absolutely cleared them. But it's another task to keep control of it in the entire game. 1-2-2-2. Looking for 2, but looking for 3 already. And they just wipe Imperial off the map. And it's only Eagles wondering where his teammates went.
Yeah, and even him, he might not even be given the luxury of getting towards the site itself. Colt taking pop shots.
It's not happening.
It's not looking too good, is it? He'll pull off a reload. He will get a shot, which isn't bad, but he's seen off. And a trade from 1-2-2-2 means that at the half, 6-3. Not bad for AG at all. A 6-3 half is pretty solid. That is going to give them a hell of a lot to work with heading on towards that GR side.
For sure. So much momentum on their side, and they have all the awards on our screen. And most kills here for 1-2-2-2 has been a stellar entry on towards the side of AG. ZY being ZY's actually playing way better than he did compared to his group stage games. Granted, he is 6-5, but I feel like he's hitting a lot more accurate shots this time.
That's true. Well, see, well, I can't Imperial out just yet, but Jabao going to find the first. Secondary sniping himself, and, well, makes it work.
Makes it so easy for Du, right? I
Yeah.
mean, you just let Jabao go in the position where the sniper has to work the hardest and just let Du anchor the B site instead. Be in a position where you can quickly rotate in between the sites. And I don't like that Imperial is no longer taking control of the second mid position, because I feel like, yeah, Eagles, he's going to attempt time and time again, but once that second mid is not being taken by the side of Imperial, just like how I said it, the rotations can come through, and yeah, it's going to be a very difficult task to just get into the site knowing who's on the other side.
Yeah, it's true. Smoke going to come down. GDSE wants to make a little move, and he has actually crossed. So 1-2-2-2 doesn't spot him out there. 7-7. Delivers a tag, stays alive. His information gained. GDSE going to move back. So at least there's, I mean, a bit of space for Imperial to maneuver around, but it does feel like they're still sort of debating where they actually want to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic Imperial pace, right? When they're kind of down in the scoreboard, they're going to try to scope things out as much as possible, get the guaranteed chance to get into the site. But 1-2-2-2 on the left side. He's not going to allow GDSE to enter. Even Ryuzo, you're not allowed to enter locker room. 7-7 maybe, but even his card gets denied.
Oh, beautiful. What a shutdown.
My God.
What a hold coming through. And the youngster makes it look so damn easy. So damn easy indeed. What a showing.
Vietnam is stunned.
Yeah, now, I mean, this is where this all-game Messiah can once again start to flex their muscles. 7-3. They got a 4-round buffer zone. And surely we're starting to discuss about potentially the beginning of the end here. I mean, for Imperial, they've got to pull off something quite miraculous to get back in towards this game.
Yeah, 1-2-2-2 is having a field day with these entries, man. Usually you look at Jue to be the guy to lead the charge for the squad, but it seems like 1-2-2-2 has kind of taken that exact same role, and he's doing amazingly with it. Maybe it is the adjustments coming in from the side of AG, fully knowing that Jue kind of operates better as that lurk, aggressive lurk for the squad of AG. And it is working wonders for the side of all gamers. 7-3, man. Such a tough scoreline to look at, especially when you are on the BL side of this map.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Imperial, I think, yeah, they're just going to take it slow once again. But look at the positions they've taken, man. 1-2-2-2. He's on the light bulb, and that's a pretty strong wire, if I say so myself, man. He's hanging on to it.
Yeah, and it's true. And because he played on the close right-hand side in that previous round, that's going to be the first angle they look. And if they don't look up immediately, then they're going to be met with a similar fate.
Face full of lead.
Yeah, a minute left to work with here. Oh no, a load of time, so we do need to be a bit careful, Imperial, that we don't run out of that timer on the clock. As we head inside the minute mark, I assume they want to finish towards A here, but it's not exactly going to be the easiest place to try and get control of.
Yeah, you have to get control room control. No pun intended, but you have to get in there somehow just to deny that higher ground position. ZY with a great coverage way. He's looking up, but he's not going to come from vents. He's already right in front of you, my friend. And Ryuzao gonna get another one from second wind. So Jue and ZY already out of the question, but look who is on that A side stairs, man.
Yeah, I want to assume they're going to expect him here. It looks like they are looking for it.
Oh, the C4.
Oh! He could have had two there. They could have been lined up.
What a hero.
Yeah.
Jumped in front of a bullet for his teammate landing. Now that's a real captain.
Yeah, protect the president there. Big work, but still, 2 versus 2 on that retake. Now, 1-2-2-2 left of it all to do. Got to be a clutch from the youngsters in a couple of moments now. Might be another chance for it, but it's not to be. Ryuzao going to see it off. And that's going to be Imperial staying afloat. A little harder fought, and I think the big thing is for AG, they had a 5 versus 3 and they let it slip there. That was the one that probably hurt them.
That is probably true. Very well played from the side of Ryuzao, creating opportunity for the side of Imperial. Swinging at the right time. Well, I think it's a bit of a mistiming from the side of AG. And it was almost a disaster of a round for the side of Imperial. What a nice shot there from Du. But just like how I said it, if they didn't get that control, how have he hit that Du? I'm midpoint, but he's just going to be like, all right, that last round was good, Imperial, but have this.
Yeah, it's true. They answer right back at them. However, they were in a 5 versus 3 last round. They let it go back to a 3-on-3, so they can't let that slip away from them. They've got to play together, play and isolate fights or stick together. I mean, that's what they're doing here with Du. Oh, he does get tagged up a little bit. He'll be under some level of pressure. Need round that corner. Will actually tag up. 7. Jabao misses the shot. Not a bad shot. And now, again, this is where Imperial can potentially level the playing field.
Yep, I think some of them, or actually just one of them, Ryuzao is going to redirect himself in towards that second mid. Great smoke to deny any jail information, but you still have to go through 1-2-2-2. And Jue on the side, the combined forces of the two most aggressive players on the side of AG. And face-to-face with the battle, you can see Ryuzao and 7-7. They do not want anything to do with the A side.
I don't blame them. I don't want to be testing Jue on any given day. And they're going to go back over towards second mid here. They're going to wrap. I mean, if they go control room, they're going to make it with Zai. If they go jail, they should have a bit of pressure as well from Du at range. He misses the first shot. Second, though, you cannot give him second chances. He'll punish you every time. Ryuzao, he's tagged, and he's dropped by Du. A double at the end for AG to get yet another round. And it is going to be a tactical pause called here by Imperial. And a bit of a chance for them to have a conversation, because time's running out here on the roadmap pick.
Yeah, hands on the animal's face. He's really trying to figure out AG here. I feel like the macro has already been good enough.
Yeah.
From the side of Imperial, they've gotten themselves in really good positions, got the right parts of the map under their control, but then when it comes to the face-to-face fights, I mean, 1-2-2-2 is absolutely destroying them in straight-up gunfights. Du, you know, going toe-to-toe with Eagles at the moment.
Yeah.
And there's still Jue, and there is still Jabao that you have to worry about. And this is a problem for the side of Imperial, man. You can have the best strategies, but if you cannot shoot your best, then it's going to be big trouble for you, because Chinese players, man, they do not have mercy, that's for sure.
It is very true indeed. 45 seconds left to discuss here about how we're going to get back in towards this game, but what we do know is AG are getting ever closer to, I mean, again, just showcasing their dominance, and still yet to drop a map, right? I mean, this is a side who are unstoppable at the moment. So yeah, where we're at, Imperial running out of chances. They've not got many left before things dip away from what is the potential of what we thought maybe would be a bit of a punish pick in a sense, right? This has been a map sub-base that has had a couple of weaknesses over towards AG, but Imperial can't seem to find it right now.
Yeah. Kind of feel bad for Imperial here, but this is kind of just what going up against a Chinese team is like for at least the rest of the world. I think CFBL was pretty close in the CFS 2023 last year, but I feel like this year, especially now that AG, they've realized that without Baisha, now is the time for them to get their possibly their 4th Summer Championship to kind of keep that legacy going from them. I think they're now going to seize the opportunity, and it seems like Du wants to make history. And I feel like the conversation now shifts, especially this year. There was still a rough conversation between Du and Xiao being the best snipers. I feel like Du, if you can kind of destroy them, especially you play good the past 3 games, I mean, there's a conversation that Du might have taken over that #1 spot.
I think for me, I'm seeing Du as #1 right now. The way he's playing, he has just been incredible. I think he's like, averaging like a 1.41. I mean, that is just ridiculous. Even in this game as well, at one point he was 2 and 5, and he was struggling to get active. Since then, 12 and 7. Once again, just flexing his muscles individually. He might get a chance at an opener here. If anybody's going to hit this, it will be Du. It looks like he might be having that moment come in just a second. Smoke, though, going to plume in front of him, and he will reposition because of exactly that. Flash comes forward, looking for a bit of a push as well. Oh, he gets a tag. He's very lucky, Rizzo, not to fall there.
Yeah, bit of a tag through the wall. But I don't think there is going to be a push just yet. Maybe they're just going to place a player here for now. And I feel like, just like how we said it right in the conversation between Xiao and Du, I feel like Du is more consistent when it comes to his play. He's had a lot more good games compared to Xiao. I just said that Xiao has had a higher ceiling when it comes to that conversation. But 1-2-2-2 face-to-face with lockers, and no one usually plays lockers like this. They do not retake at all. They just stay on site and try and see if they can kill him from their positions. But no, AZ wants to go proactive in sub-base.
7, trying to make a move as well. He should get held here. Zhui, he's got a passive enough angle, which is sort of keeping coverage over towards that drop down from Vent. The question is about the timing. That is the big thing. Now Zhui's not keeping an eye on this at all, so 7 might be able to get a moment. Zhui going to find one more, dropping down. He will answer back. Maybe a bit of a chance here. Jibao going to get out of there. He's low, and he's caught. 2 versus 2, made that 2 versus 1. Big move from Zai. Muzal's low, very, very low indeed. Barely alive, surely should be dead as well, and this should be another round for AG, and it is. That is 9. And 1-2-2-2, nice little push, and a defuse at the end. AG, again, just brilliant work. Zai's played that perfectly.
Yeah, and this is what AG looks like when their confidence is at an all-time high.
Yeah.
I mean, ZY just chased down Ryu's, or just chased down 7-7 there, who was trying to go down on the steps. And then Imperial really thought that they had that 2v2 on lock, but then there was someone hunting for that one player before it goes down, and that left Ryu's out on an island on site. And AG now on match point already, surprisingly fast on the map pick of Imperial, but Imperial, I mean, as much as you guys have the reads, as much as you guys see their strats, it's really hard to execute against such good players. Jabao doesn't hit the shot that time. Flash is going to go through. Anyone going to be blinded this time? Really good poke from the side of Shui, and the damage is just pouring on the side of Imperial, and they have not gotten any progress in this side. Actually, they got Jabao, but there is now 4 players on the side tossing absolutely everything and the kitchen table for these loose stair players. But ZY, once again, masterclass on the AK. They got 2, but they got 2 in return so far. And then some. Look at the HP bars, man.
Yeah, they got stuck. They couldn't get out. That's the worst thing that can possibly happen to you in that spot is you get stuck and you can't push forward because then it's a shooting gallery. They have range. They're going to have the advantage there for the AG side. So, well worked from them to give them, of course, having a bit of a better chance in this 3 versus 3. They've got a lot more HP to work with. GDSC, 777, Eagles all tagged up, especially 777 and GDSC. Both of them are barely alive.
Yeah, I think it's up to 7-7 to win this round, man. I feel like he's in the best position. If he can peek out ZY here, he's going to be a done deal because he's not going to be looking from vents at all. But ZY, such a brave man. He sees the sniper, and I feel like he knows that there's one more person right next to that sniper, man.
Time ticking, 45 seconds. Gotta make a move here. 777, he's still waiting, but he is being held for as well. And ZY, I mean, is in a really strong position here to be able to isolate fights. It's all about timing, though, on the peaks. And actually, a big double flank going to be coming through here. Look at the timing of this. They're going to get him behind. Surely, the C4 actually could be caught in transition. If ZY can just keep them, attention drawn on him, they could do a lot of work here, and they do. C4 dropped, time ticking, they know where this last guy is. This round, this game, this map is done. And AG, 10-4, map number 1. They take it with ease.
Yeah, 7-7 getting a taste of his own medicine there. The flank coming in from the side of AG. Usually that's the move that we look at that guy with. But then AG putting out the exact same thing. Sub-base was not even close.
Oh, that was tough. That was really tough. It has to be said. Of course, now heading in towards their map pick of Ankara 2, as where they do a lot of their best work, right? We know how good they can be on Ankara, and a big question mark has to come forward for Imperial. They just never felt like they came online, really, in that game. They never felt like they played to the level that we know they can. They never got active. They never really started to showcase just how good their firepower is. So absolute credit has to be given over towards the Chengdu All Gamers. They did not pull any punches, and they showcase why they are seen as the best side at this tournament so far. And, you know, to start on your opponent's map pick and to make it a 10-4, I mean, man alive. It doesn't spell good signs for Imperial at all.
Yeah, and especially now. The default usually, just like I was said the point right earlier, Imperial, most of their strats does rely on getting that second mid control.
Yeah.
They got it from time to time, but unfortunately, you guys are going up against 2 snipers. Either Jabao is actually watching it or Do, so it's kind of hard to get second mid, so they were kind of forced to go for the usual strats that you see in the B split, or just purely from lockers, or just purely from stairs, and it's really difficult if the opponent knows exactly what you guys are going to do, because they can set up properly the flash on A site, in B, the positions, just like the lighting right above in lockers, rafters on the B site. AG just has everything under control, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And AG, once again, you know, just showcasing just how good they are, still yet to drop a map, which is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't think that's going to change heading in towards Ankara, right? This has been one of their best maps all the way throughout this tournament. It's definitely been one of their absolute strength points. Domestically, it's also very, very good for them, and it hasn't changed internationally at all. The reigning champs want to keep that title, and I think right now I cannot see a world in which they lose it. If Imperial are seen as the best attempt at a team to be able to challenge the Kings, and they only get 10-4 on their own map pick, it's not exactly the sort of the signs you want to see. There's a genuine world now we could talk about AG. If this is the level they're playing at in playoffs, they could go flawless the entire tournament.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I can't see that happening, actually, especially now that they got the first map. I think it was a really good attempt in the first 3 rounds from the side of Imperial to kind of try and shut down Du and make him super uncomfortable in this map. But unfortunately, you can only try so much to make you know, make this guy nervous, and this guy does not get nervous at all. Just like how he said it, he went from 2-5 to 12-7 in just a blink of an eye, and it seems like it's really hard to stop the best sniper from China, especially when he's hitting shots like we saw in this map.
Yeah, this next round, this round here exactly, this 1 versus 3 came through from Du, and the second you give him a chance to isolate fights, or in particular just a chance to have a highlight, that's when Du is going to come alive. They kind of awoke the beast, unfortunately, and that's probably the worst thing you can do. But I think across the board, there's a couple of different players that had really, really good games. I think 1-2-2-2, you know, as you see with that clip right there, but I think generally across the board looks very, very solid. I think Zai not only called well, but played really well as well. You know, his aim looked crisp as, and, you know, having so many different facets of where you can find firepower. I say it all the time of AG, but that's what makes them scary. A lot of teams, they have people that they rely on, right? But the thing with AG is there's so many different areas where they can fall back on. And yeah, Ryuzo, not a bad showing from him, but unfortunately nobody else really stepped up. I mean, even GDSC, who's been the highest rated player for Imperial so far this tournament, 0.23.
Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy, man. Just looking at the statistics, right? I mean, Zhuai and Xiaobao, that's fine. Zhuai, his role kind of requires him for him to die a lot. And for Xiaobao as well to just kind of be the supporting cast for the stars on the team. But 1-2-2-2, man.
Yeah.
What is going on? They kind of switched roles with Zhuai. He's like, Zhuai, all right. Zhuai just said, all right, you're going to entry this time. I'm just going to lurk. And he's like, all right, I have the M4. I'm just going to run on through in towards second mid into the B side without a care in the world. And it popped out to a 2.43 KD, 0.41 on headshots per kill, which is pretty good for an M4 player.
Yeah.
And I feel like ZY kind of coming back into the fray this time in this group. He's slowly becoming the old ZY once again. You know, that ZY will just tap your head across the map, no problem, and with 14 AP. And once again, if you guys don't know how to calculate AP, it's kills minus deaths plus headshots, and he's gotten a lot of those.
Yes, exactly that. His AP looked very, very good. And unfortunately, the side, it was only Ryuzao's was even remotely okay in that sense. So, I mean, credit has to be given to this AG side who just looked incredible. Of course, Do, 1.75 rating for him. He had a lot of highlight moments and a lot of moments where we just see just what he's been doing all tournament. A guy who does feel absolutely unstoppable. So I want to see maybe whether things will change coming forward for the Imperial side, but I really don't know if that's going to happen, if I'm being completely honest. They have been absolutely flying all the way throughout AG. And now we go towards Ankara. Ankara is the pick in which AG have looked great all the way throughout this tournament. They've never really looked weak at sort of any given moment. And the worrying thing for me now is Imperial have got to try and find a way to dig deep on a map in which isn't even one of their more favored.
I'm just thinking, man, like, where do they find these players from China? Swear to God. I mean, all gamers, I think the history here for 1-2-2-2, of course, he was kind of bouncing back and forth from the All Gamer squad and back to the Academy squad and back to All Gamers, back to the Academy. I feel like all that mixed experience coming into the plate, I feel like now is the time for him to show that he deserves to stay in the roster, because we already know that when it comes to CFPL, if you play pretty bad for, I don't know, like 3 or 4 months, there's already 5 other players kind of lined up to replace you. So I feel like the pressure is now kind of shaping a diamond that is 1-2-2-2, who hasn't really shown too much in the group stage, in the start of playoffs, but now maybe it's his time to shine. So it's pretty unfortunate for Imperial that they're the ones on the receiving end of this, but man, someone has to be the losing end of this one, man.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess for Imperial, we can say on the other side that nobody's been able to really scratch the surface against the side. Nobody's been able to take a map. Nobody's been able to look comfortable really at any given point for at least some consistent points. So they just try to join everybody else, right? Nothing's changed. The AG are still playing as well as they always have. And I think we are just getting things prepared and ready. I'm seeing all the players come out on towards the stage. And do you know what? We've got Imperial sat down behind us here. AG, of course, you can see on the other side over there. But yeah, it has to be said, the Imperial guy is pretty quiet. They obviously normally are very, very loud, but they had nothing to really celebrate throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be celebrating as well, fully knowing how I got destroyed in my own map pick, and now we have to play going into map number 2 on a map pick that we've already known that AG is strong on, which is that Ankara map. So, yeah, it's going to be quite the tough, kind of the tough maze to go through, especially you're going up against AG, a team that really hasn't played similarly to any team that Imperial has came up against. So, yeah, hopefully they are prepared for this one. Granted, they have one of the slower Ankaras in this map, but with the way that subbase went, it's kind of hard to trust what I'm seeing right now. That is for sure.
It is for sure. I don't know, man. This is going to really require something quite special coming through. But, you know, It feels like easiest job in the server right now is Dono's, right? I mean, he's had such an easy thing. I mean, obviously he's getting pretty vocal, speaking to Do, speaking to the fellas, but I mean, I don't really think he's requiring all too much. I mean, he's been playing, he's been watching the side play very, very good at a super high level, and I don't know, there really isn't a lot that he can change. All he's basically saying to them is just keep this level up. Don't take the pressure off. Don't allow Imperial back in towards the side. We know Imperial, if you do give them a little bit of leeway, they are going to become a bit of a tough side to play against. So I guess in that sense, you do have to get maybe a little bit concerned. For Dono, he just doesn't want to relax at any point. This is the worst thing you could possibly do for AG in this sort of a situation, is relax now and let things become awkward. If that is to happen, that is kind of the worst thing you possibly can do, because that's where Imperial will find a bit of form. But AG, I just feel like there's such a disciplined side. I don't really see that happening for them at all.
For sure. Imperial has to have everyone prepared, especially Eagles, man. I mean, once Duke kind of starts activating on Ankara as well, the map kind of becomes impossible to play. So Eagles has to be on his toes. If it's not Eagles, it's 7-7, the man who was going to hold Hotel the entire time. So it's going to have to be Imperial just forgetting map number 1 happened. They got to remember what made them win in that Ankara map. Their slow kind of play, slowly taking over the map. But the problem is AG has gotten really good on these on-the-fly adjustments, especially in this game, which I think could be one of the weaknesses of the Animals here. Sure, you can prepare for the games going into this, but then AG, you have a genius in ZY who's still kind of developing his system of being the IGL, but I feel like he's done this for so many years already that he's kind of picked up from the other IGLs as well, just like N9, 70, KG, MZin, Mino. I mean, this could be the amalgamation of just everything from China, man. Yeah, it's very, very true. I think that was the thing I felt like quite costly over towards Imperial, was they just, I don't know, maybe when it came towards mid-round and late-round adjustments, that's where, unfortunately, they felt a little bit flat. But we've just heard the cheer of Imperial as they fire themselves up. We're heading in towards Ankara here to kickstart our map number 2. And let's see, man. Oh, it's not a bad start. Ryuzao spams down Jabao, gonna get caught. Yeah, I think Imperial knows that the AG squad is kind of... they're gonna get a bit confident in swinging some of these angles, but knowing Imperial, they know this map inside and out. They know all the wall banks. They know what timings they need to hit in and around the map, and Ryuzao, of course, is not gonna let that slide. So one less player on towards the Hotel side to deal with. And a great start from the side of Imperial, but can they get the finish? He can take down Jabao, but they still have to deal with 4 other AG players here. That's true. Well, let's see. What can you offer up? He is holding just a sliver of an angle there, but he's got the spot of the rifle! Oh my God. Zai, he bails out. I mean, Do still falls, sure, but he needed to get 2 there, and the fact that he does is massive. Zhuai rotates over. Finds an important kill, and this will once again give them a little bit of leeway to work with. C4 down, and that's got to be mission number 1, recovery for Imperial, and then they've got to try and decide where we want to go. Yeah, and that's just how good Zai is when it comes to that AK. Does go down, but he did shoot last in that 1v1, and he has a singular amount of HP. But Shui and 1-2-2-2, if I was AG here, I like my chances. Yeah, these guys both have had their moments. Especially 1-2-2-2. He was fantastic in that map number 1. If we see that level of form once again, they're going to really struggle to play against him. Does go a little quiet, though. Not a huge amount on offer. Oh, Eagles, back turn. It was a timing play, right, for him. He danced between those 2 angles, and it was just, he actually needed a bit of luck on his side, and it goes against him. It's as simple as that, and it won't change over towards Ryuzao. So a big round coming forward for the AG side, and, you know, did get a little bit close at one point, but ultimately they played basically that entire round out from a 5 versus 4 and still won it. Yeah, I think they kind of knew that Eagles was just going to hold in that situation. Of course, Ryuzao always flanking, always looking for a better opportunity to make that fight happen. But that kind of came to bite Imperial back in their back, man, because it seems like AG knows exactly what they're going to do in that 2v2, and they just straight up push Eagles. Granted, if someone does die, it's a 1v1 still for the side of AG, and the C4 is still in that exact same position. So either way, I mean, really well played from the side of AG. This is what I was talking about again, the on-the-fly reads from the side of Zai. Very true.
Very true indeed. Well, still not a huge amount on offer. Imperial, they want to try and get an opener to work with, but nothing really being given their way just yet. It's slow in the uptake. And the issue is that Imperial, they need to get 5 rounds bare minimum, in my opinion, on this first half. Because the second AG going towards that BL side, if they're in any sort of a lead, it's game over already. And this is what every single team have had so far. Do, he's going to be tested here. And for the first. Do needs to come alive. He's needing the support as well. Ryu's out. We'll actually get that first. And now Do posted in towards backside. He needs to come alive, and it's not going to work out for him. Do gets caught, and that's much better from Imperial.
Yeah, Jabao just missing an entire clip on a player there, Do trying to get away. I mean, honestly, good job from the side of Jabao, kind of putting attention to himself instead of Do, so Do could have gotten away in time on site, but Do got a bit greedy. Could have backed off a bit more and made it a 4v5 retake, but I think he was looking for the bigger play. Here comes Shui, just as aggressive as per usual. DY is going to go down 1-2-2-2 with the kill as well. 1 versus 3 for the youngster, and Eagles is not going to make that clutch happen. And all right, this is more like it from the side of AG, but at the same time, it's not really about what they did right. It's just that there was a miss.
Yes.
That entire clip missed.
Yeah, exactly that. So a decent response coming through from Imperial there. Eagles, Animals, Yuzao in particular has actually looked pretty good. Just these early fights. Like he's trying to test Jabao on that cross.
Oh, that one's going to hurt.
Yeah, he's definitely been putting a bit of pressure on Jabao, and so far it's working. Trying to make sure that he doesn't get that hotel control for free. Unfortunately, he has here. But like I said, for Imperial, they're looking for a lead. If they can go 5-4 or more on this first half, it's okay. Any less, though, and I think they're in trouble. The BL is where AG have just looked unstoppable.
Yeah, I do see your point, right? I mean, Imperial, especially with the pace, they're probably the slowest team in the entirety of CFBL, and it does work.
So, yeah.
So their GR side is probably where their strength, most of their strength actually lies.
Yeah.
So yeah, just like how we said it, man, Imperial, if they can catch maybe 4, at least 3 rounds in this first half and get the first round on the second half, then they're going to be in a fine position. But AG going to have to beat them at least 5 more times here, which is easier said than done, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, looks like we're setting up for an A-take here. It's going to be Shui. He's all that's left towards the side. We're going to go for the smoke here. We're pushing through, and this is going to be a big fight. Shui could be in a bit of trouble here. If Shui can get just 1 before he falls, that might be job done, and he gets 1, and he still isn't even traded as well. So might be a little bit of room to work with. Support going to come forward. Shui still sitting up towards that cage, and still going alive. Shui, what is this round from him? He's found 3 to his name. He might want more, and he'll get it. Shui, you are unstoppable, my friend.
How is he alive?
Yeah.
No way he's alive in that one. I even see why he's confused. He's like, oh, you lived that one? All right, I guess that's a round for us. I mean, that's a really nice shot on towards the entry player on right side stairs. But then where is the rest of Imperial finding onto the side? I think Joey has done a great job as a solo, delaying as much as possible. There was already 3 people by the time Imperial got up on top A.
It's true.
That delay is insane from Shui, and he came back into it too, and he still got kills, man.
So good over towards his A side, right? Normally, you see him play around then, and he's super, super active there, and he really does a lot of great work. But that time for him, just about locking things down towards A, and my God, does it work well. Imperial, once again, slow down the tempo. The only issue is, and this is the thing I kind of spoke about a little bit with Vasco as well, especially when they played AG, is that it's all well and good if you want to slow down the tempo, it's fine, but you've got to have a couple of quick rounds in there to keep them on their toes, because all AG will do is just say, they're only playing slow here, so in the first kind of minute, don't burn too much of a util here, because we know they're going to do a lot of their work in the late round.
That's true, it's about that delay. It's about those smokes, especially now. And for the... I think I've mentioned for the 15th time on this broadcast, the smoke changes. No more red names, only muzzle fires can be seen through the smoke. So I feel like smokes are now of utmost importance in these defenses especially. And speaking of smoke, speaking of nades, Wei once again in the blind in the middle of the open, still hits the shot on GDSC. How has he done that? Now it's a 4v4. There's already someone on towards entrance A. Eagle is going to be spotting out the long side, but there is going to be an additional flank. Eagles might be going down, and he has to go back, but Jabao catches him before he gets back onto towards the site. 1-2-2-2. Looking to be a bit more patient. I mean, the bomb timer is still pretty large here.
It's true. They've got time to work with. On a rush. But at least having that A site is pretty huge to work with, and you can still see the holding for that rotate over from GR spawn. Grenade over. Flash was good. Jabal gonna get a bit of room to work on. He's hunting. He's chasing. And the chase might work. Gets one. Gets two. The transfer is disgusting. And the Colt pulled out. Jabal. Big round from him. A 3K to his name. And AG are gonna find that third.
Yeah, and I feel like Imperial are asking themselves, we have done everything right in this one, but then when it comes to the 1v1s, when it comes to someone just getting the better position from the side of AG, every single time the clutch happens, it just takes one timing, man. It's actually crazy.
Pretty insane. Pretty insane. Jabal. Once again, see what he can do in the early round. Going to get active here around front of hotel. So he may be playing up towards doors if he can do a little bit of work in this early round. Shui's holding vent side, and it does have support this time. You know, one of the things that we've seen with the A side is that they've kind of been leaving Shui alone here because he's so reliable, in all fairness. But the issue is, if Imperial are going to continue testing this, there's going to be times where he falls and it's a 5-on-4 kind of retake.
Question is, when is he gonna fall?
Yeah,
that's the thing, right? I mean, Shui is such an absolute monster on that rifle that it's gonna take 2 or 3 rounds to get him out of the way, and that is a really good peek from the side of Eagles. Du is gonna go down, but I like that Jabao doesn't decide to fight. Just keep hotel control. That retake is gonna be super close onto the side. Good kill from 1-2-2-2. ZY's coming in from behind, and look at Imperial. They're still looking behind. They're still looking for Jabao, but he's nowhere to be found.
And now he starts making a move. He's spotted the last. He's spamming the corner. I don't get it. That is actually masterful teamwork coming through because 1-2-2-2, Jabal, they all have their own moments there where they're just drawing attention. Zai had a couple of shots at range with that AK that is so crisp, rips a couple of heads, and that is perfectly played. There's nothing you can say on a wrong note there for AG, and they're once again just showcasing just how good they are on this map.
Yeah. I mean, Jabal missed the entire clip the last time he was there, but then that time, he's like, I don't have to peek. I can just keep the pressure in towards hotel side. And just like how I said it, right? Imperial kept looking back. He was like, when is he going to peek? When is he going to peek? And by the time that they were still checking, ZY and 1-2-2-2 were already on the site.
It's true.
I mean, AG is in their heads, man.
Yeah, rent-free. That's for damn sure. Well, the smoke going to come down. So they will start to take this sort of connector control in towards mid and have a little move through. He's holding for a push forward. He wants to basically invite them up and then walk straight in towards his crosshair. What Dude as well is his position, his placement is so expert. He's periodically just having a little look in. If he sticks around though, he should actually get the chance at a shot here. Does feel like Danimals is tempted to test, but no, he'll go join up with a pack as they head back towards A. There's 3 players here to meet them too.
Yeah, it's all about the confidence at this point.
This is a big call from Zai, I've got to say, by the way, because they're playing this time a bit of a stack A, so he's read them.
I like that he pre-aims the climb up first before even goes for any peek. Jeez, man. They're just gonna back off. They knew that they know that they can't take this site. Oh, they just faked the sound. I like this.
It's going to work, though. That is the question. Yuzao trying to make something work. Zai's going to find the first. Shui gets tagged up low. So they easily got that to work with. 1-2 going to try and play up close. And an 8 will come over. Shui going to get caught. He is finished off. He was already pretty low. Down he goes. The C4's wrapping, though. And right idea. Doesn't hit the shot, though. So Ryuzao will get in towards sight. And now he's got Jabal to clear, and he doesn't do a good job of it. C4 dropped, time ticking, and they have got to start to make a move. Where is Jabal? Where is he? Repositioned to. They've now spotted him, but then 7's getting flanked out. He's under a bit of pressure. Eagles gets one of his own. The C4's got to go down, though, mate. We've got to get a plant out here. C4 collected. He's under pressure. Colt pulled out. Nothing we can do. And another round, which is taken, honestly, with pretty relative ease. For AG, they're getting close to making this a 2-0 without really breaking too much of a sweat.
Yeah, and this is going to be the anime reference for the 2 people that watch anime in the audience.
Go on.
It's kind of like in Mob Psycho 100, where Mob is slowly gaining his percentage.
Oh, yeah.
And it's AG at 90% at the moment. And I feel like they're about to hit 100 because I feel like Imperial, they're a good team, man.
They are.
But AG is now peaking at the right time. This is the Shui that I know. This is the dude that I know. Granted, he's 1-4.
True.
But last game, it was pretty much a done deal by him. And Jabao doing a great job of just kind of matching the level of the other players on the side of AG. And you can see at the bottom of the scoreboard, ZY on a game as well, but ZY gonna get the kill anyways. Look at the spray. He's still out towards the bar, serving on drinks of lead. And oh my word, 7-7 and Eagles, the only 2 left. And after the bar fight, only AG stands.
Oh, and 1-2-2 is just gonna go right back into that position in Hotel. So they surely don't even expect that. They've just killed 2 players there. They're not going to expect a third. Surely not. They're going to have a look in. Oh, double 7. Nice reactionary shot, but Joel answer back, and that'll drop the C4 and leaves Eagles with it all to do. 1 versus 2. Joel and Du are just going to play up together. It's the right way to go about this. Du's holding the Colt because he knows he's going to be a little bit more favorable in the fight as they want to stay on the move here.
They can just hold it too. I mean, it's so hard to get into Hotel, especially in this position.
Just play C4. You don't need to do anything different. I mean, Du's probably going to be first contact, I'd assume. I feel like you might have read this right as well. Shoulder spotted. Eagles tunnel visioned in now as well, but the rotate not coming over just yet, so he's not going to be spotted, but Du going to hit the shot. And that is him once again flexing his muscles. That's a lovely one.
Du is just faster on the trigger.
Yeah.
I mean, Eagles had to jump, but then Du was just a little bit faster. Jue, I bet the coach was stressing on Jue, man. He's like, why are you roaming the map? The C4 is there. But I feel like Jue is just thinking, nah, Du's got it. Big Bro's got it, that's for sure. So 6-1 AG. They have got the handle of things in Ankara, similar to what we saw in Subbase, but a lot more dominant this time. This is definitely a AG map pick, and we can see why. I mean, GDSC, the man who we touted, who played the best game he's ever played in yesterday's games.
Yeah.
But then, now he's 0-6. He's getting denied opportunities to pop off, and he's ice cold, man.
Yeah, exactly. Shui, 10 kills. CY, 9 kills. The experience and the old guard really flaunting their stuff right now, rolling back the ears a little bit. They're looking crisp as. Flash over, and they come. Shui going to drop a smoke. A flashbang going to come on that corner as well as he falls back towards fence. It will be out of a smoke. He's actually going to respect them. He's going to give up the space there, so they want to play retake, which is a decision I can sort of get behind here, in all fairness. Chabal's already on a relatively quick flank, and Eagles is so low. Now he's holding, though. I don't know if Chabal wants to fight this. This is starting to be a little bit awkward. The tunnel move starting to come through. Nice shot by Eagles for a second. And he's going to hit that as well. That is beautiful. What a shot from him. There might still be a little bit of something behind this. Eagles is going nuclear, and Du with it all to do. Flash over, and oh, Eagles, that is a round. 4 kills to his name. That is miraculous.
Killed Du before the nade landed, so just survives just in time.
Yeah.
And that's what they need. They need a hero.
Yeah.
On the side of Imperial. It was Goukin the last year, and now it's up to Eagles to do exactly that.
True.
They need to get rounds on the board, maybe just this last one, man, and Imperial can focus on that defense. But for now, they're still going to play catch-up, and they sorely need GDSC to do anything, man, because I feel like just a few more inches for the side of Imperial, and they can get this 3rd point.
Yeah, getting a 6-3, I don't think is the worst thing in the world, but I already still think AG have done enough for me in this first half. They shouldn't have any issues in that second closing this out, but not going to completely count it out just yet. They're going to come over towards Vent, but we're not playing inside of it. Off the back of that nade, though, he might be tempted to move forward a little bit, and that wouldn't even be the worst thing in the world. There's nobody holding for him, so he would actually get a bit of information, a bit of space, all the rest. As they're going to try and take Hotel control. Nice find. Jabal going to get caught on bridge. So that's at least where they get a bit of early onus and the numbers to work with, but Zai answers back so well. And he always manages to do it untraded.
Damn, 7-7. Getting a bit desperate here to gain that bigger lead for the side of Imperial. They do take out Jabal. But there's still way more bigger fish on towards the side of AG. 1-2-2-2, getting his head spotted. Jway with a good spray, but doesn't get the headshot. Up to 1-2-2-2. This man has been on fire for the past few times. The M4 is gonna start to sing, but Ryu Zhao, quick trade coming in from him, but ZY has already gotten into the side. Very quick rotation from the side of AG, and very good delay from the last two players on site. And here comes ZY flying on in. And 7-2, another brutal round for the side of Imperial.
Yeah, and a brutal half as well, as AG are just pushing down upon this Imperial side, and they're laying down the gauntlet too. It's a tough run of things. I mean, GDSC.
It's been barely an hour.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? GDSC, what? For him, at least he's got 1, all right? But 1 and 7 is a rough run of things. 4 and 8 for Ryu Zhao as well. Only one who's still stepping up seems to be Eagles, 12 and 7.
He's trying. He's trying his darndest, but he needs the 4 other members to step up. This is very similar to what happened to Baisha.
Yeah.
When CZY came back into the fray and the rest of them disappeared.
Yeah.
It's just tragic to see up against Imperial, man. I was really expecting this particular team, the Animals team, to be at least equal with the side of AG. But it seems like AG, they have turned on playoff mode, and they have not even looked back. It's not even Do having the best of games. He's 2 and 5.
Yeah, it's true. He really hasn't even offered up a huge amount. He's not dying that often, but he's not getting too many kills either. But, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Do might be required on the entry here. 7-7 on the secondary sniper. Couple of crosses. Nice shot. Nice find. Shabao falls. And 7-7 will just dip away. We don't need to stick around, but it's a big find. I mean, C4 drop, that's information gained.
This is tough. Forward side of AG. Bad start already. Shabao out of the picture. Did spot someone in towards that hotel side. Do with the pre-aim, but I think he pre-aimed on tower first. Really good quick scope from Eagles. So far outplaying the sniper of AG. But ZY, Jway, the 2 leading fraggers for the side of AG, and can they clear him just by themselves? ZY already getting GDSC, who's still killless in this game. ZY looking to peek around the corner. Does he have the pre-aim? Yes, he does.
Oh, no.
Yes, he does. And can the legend of AG do it once again? The deadliest AK in China!
Surely not.
Surely not.
This is 2 versus 5. We're surely not talking about a 2 versus 5 about to be converted. And Ryuza left with all to do. The old guard, the veterans over towards AG are rolling it back in this round, and Zai has gone absolutely nuclear. Will things work in their favor? 1 versus 1. Zai got it all to do.
Oh, look at the wrap.
Don't know where he is, and yeah, Zai is playing this perfectly. He should be able to get the shot, but Ryuza turns around, and Zai, I think, a little bit baffled, thinking, wow, why did he 180 there?
I think he might have heard the footstep at the last second. I think Zai was so confident that he wasn't going to turn around just in time because he was so laser focused in towards Tunnel B and A. But then Ryuza would turn around just in time. And there it is. I mean, this goes down to the 1v1s, and hopefully Ryuza can get a lot more of those, but we need more convincing wins from the side of Imperial if they want to get back into this game.
It's true. Got a long road to recovery. But even still, that was a 2 versus 5 nearly converted. That's probably the most damning thing about that. Yeah, Imperial win it, but the fact that it was even remotely close in itself is still inherently a little bit worrying. AG, he comes over. Ryuza will take a tag there, but not the most damning spot in the world. Still need to see a little bit more out of GDSC. 1 and 8 for him. Rough run of things at the moment.
Not the best game by Do. To be fair, he doesn't really do good on Ankara for some reason.
Yeah.
More of a sub-base Black Widow kind of guy, but doesn't mean the sniper does not work in this map. We can already see Eagles enjoying the GR side despite the score, getting a lot of these kills, and it's up to him to defend it. Oh, a bit too wide on that shot. 1-2-2-2 just stops himself in time. Eagles gets the nade kill anyways. And Jway coming in from behind, but it doesn't take his right side. What a mistake there from Jway. But still, plenty of space now gained from the side of AG. No more long-range threats from the side of Imperial, so it's all up to the rifles this time.
Yeah, flash over. Smoke dropped down on towards the site as well. Do going to try and play a little bit proactive here. This is risky. Missed the shot. He's a dead man walking, and it gives Imperial a bit of legs behind this retake. Flash, athlete time, hits his shot, and Dude dips away. Doubles back. He can't get a second, though. Easy buys a little bit more time off that clock. C4 already halfway ticked now as it starts to look it's well into place. I mean, GDSC, he had a rough run of things. It's not been a great game for him. I don't think if things are going to change here. A couple of taps. He's desperately trying to find it, and he will get a second, but the third surely not there. Jabal will trade, and that will be that. AG, yet another round coming forward for them as they're pulling further and further away, closer and closer to Ankara, going in their favor.
And Imperial, man, they're trying everything. They're pulling out the whole strat book, even dusting off last year's strategies, and none of them are working at all. And AG has the handle of things. Du finally gets another one on the board, but doesn't even matter. You have ZY. You have Zhui. 1-2-2-2, and Jabao can be the sacrificial lambs for the entry on site to make the star shine. And they're just going to go back to basics.
Yeah.
Full on execute on the A site.
I like that. I like that indeed. Nice and simple. They're going to come over. First fight. We'll use our full blind, and it's looking good for GDSC. He's tapping up towards the stairs. He will get his, but a trade going to come through. Danimal's going to answer back. Jumping up towards the site will cost him your life. But Zai still here. He tries to clip the head. Tries to get him, and he will. So Zai doubles down on a 2 versus 2, may I say. Zai's low. Du falls off down in towards this lower side. He's going to go back for a stairs play. C4 still needs to be collected. Smoke and a flash to be set up as well. They need to commit to a plant here. Zai gonna fall, and Du now thrust into a clutch. The question is, though, they haven't spotted Du, so are they maybe tempted or thinking, has he gone for a rotate? C4 gonna go down regardless. Now they know. Setting up Yuto for the retake as well. Du won't really be caught by it, so it doesn't really bother him at all. First fight, great. Second fight might even just be there as well. Du looking for that 1 versus 2, now into the 1 versus 1. Double 7, tags him up. Oh my god. Second time I'm asking, missed shot as well. And Du can't convert this clutch. Double 7, double kill, and a round to see it off. A defuse to come forward. Imperial stay alive.
Yeah. And I saw that situation before. That could have easily went in the way of Du. And especially that AK only does 9 damage when it wall bangs through walls. And that could have been him just tanking a bit more shots, but I feel like Du doesn't look too good right now. I mean, someone give him some water or something, man. I feel like...
just a pep talk, really, isn't it? Dodo needs to have a little conversation. I guess the good thing is the riflers are so active over towards AG that they might not even need him in this game, right? They can kind of sort of survive here, and then in towards map number 3, maybe gets a little proactive.
Hope he's fine, though, man. He looks kind of sick at the moment.
Yeah.
But, yeah, good thing the rest of the squad is stepping up to the plate. 1-2-2-2, despite being 7-9, you can feel his impact in this game, actually.
It's true.
Are they gonna, they're gonna...
Been there.
I mean, that kind of works, honestly. They're like, oh, they're gonna come in now. But no, they're just gonna throw the nades first, wait a bit, and then wait for the timing. And then Ryu's out that he's gonna rotate, coming back on toward that sponsor. But no, they actually just want to fight face to face. They're tired of waiting, man.
And they come, wrapping the way forward. 1-2-2-2. The youngster going to be starting things. He swings out on towards the stairs, but opener going to come forward from Shui. Zai, 1-2-2-2, all having their moment to shine in the spotlight. And just like that, it's double 7. It's Eagles left with it all to do, and surely impossible. 2 versus 5. I know they're tagged over towards AG, and I know a few of them are kind of 1 foot in the grave, but this one feels impossible. But that's not a bad shot. Not a bad shot at all.
Yeah, and if 7-7 can activate his tank mode that he's seen for the past few days, maybe they can get back on towards the side. Eagles finally the first one in, but 7-7 kind of left behind in towards spawn. And eventually the second flank comes around.
Yeah.
1-2-2-2, he's like, Zai's dead. Yama attempt the exact same thing, and he's not going to expect this at all. 9 for the side of AG. This looks tragic.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the 5 minutes right after this, and look at the score. Look at the score. It could be the exact same thing as game 1.
Yeah, it's true. It's 10-4 towards that match catch one, and this could be another 10-4 here. Jabal gets tagged, but Danimals can't confirm that kill. It'll come round, but again, they've now tucked themselves in towards mid here, and they've got this control to work with for AG. And this is something that they're so good at doing, getting map control and then utilizing that for their ultimate decision about where they want to execute. And not a bad spot that they're in at the moment.
I like that the Vietnamese crowd, I know that why they're not cheering, they're probably analyzing.
Yeah.
They're like, how do I apply this in my ranked games?
Yeah.
Because they're really freaking good, that's for sure. How can I be the Jouet of my 5-stack random? But there we go. Eagles missing the shot. The Animals coming in from behind. GDSC gonna get one with that AK-47. The Animals out in the open, but do they know that 1-2-2-2 is there? Great cover from 7-7 coming in from the hotel side. And Imperial, a nice response coming in from them.
And a flawless round as well. That's the first time we've actually seen them so far this game get a flawless round. You know, it's come late in towards map number 2, but better late than never, and that might be at least something to work with going forward. Bit of confidence, bits of where we can showcase their prowess, but still a long road to recovery. 9-5, 4 rounds. Being that deficit is no easy feat. Something quite special has got to happen for Imperial. If you want any chance of getting back into this, that's for sure.
AG though. Now they're gonna go default this time. I think they might just want to seal off this last round as quickly as possible. They don't want AG, or they don't want Imperial rather, to catch fire in this game, and knowing how good Imperial can carry that momentum, they just want to make sure. But at the moment, it's just hold for now. I think they're kind of playing into the desperation of Imperial in this game to get back into this. So they're playing more passive than usual. 1-2-2-2. Is he gonna spot 7-7 in the hotel side? Denies him the position that time. Look at 1-2-2-2. Look at the pacing. He doesn't hit the headshot that time, and Jabal booked himself a one-night stay in the hotel side. B could be wide open, but they are going to wait for now. Wait for Du and Jouet to kind of reveal themselves in towards this mid side. But look at who is flanking. Look at who's flanking. Ryuzao looking for the bigger fish, but the Animals is getting absolutely pelted by the M4. And second mid could be occupied very, very soon. GDSC holding on for dear life in high mid. But I think AG's just going to get sight. Jabal can just run in and type the magical numbers, man.
Yeah, and Ryuzao might be get caught here. No. He will actually get one for free, so that's an angle they've got to keep an eye out for. C4 down, Ryuzao making a bit of a move. Smoke going to be dropped by him as he starts to try and isolate part of the map, but there's a bit of a flash. That'll slow them down. GDSC going to try and cross. Time ticking on that C4. Missed shots from Dewey. Still having a bit of a slow game. That hasn't changed, but this game is on thin ice, on a bit of a knife's edge. Jabal one, and on to back. GDSC gets caught as well. Last man Ryuzao, 1 versus 2, and all to do, and so little to work with. Time ticking, spamming, and the Conjouet sees it off as map number 2 goes the way of the All Gamers.
And man, so far, it's only been an hour and 21 minutes. This series is going by fast, and we finally see Dono smiling, man.
Yeah.
Finally see him smiling. He's probably thinking, what's for dinner later? They're gonna have a feast, that's for sure. My God, and this is the AG that we expect to see, especially against the strongest team outside of China in this tournament. And they are looking as dominant as we expect. This is the CFPL AG that I was expecting to see in this tournament.
This is a side who right now are pulling no punches at all. They're looking incredible in everything that is thrown against them. And they are just one map away from booking themselves in towards the grand finals, and also guaranteeing that they finish bare minimum top 2. And for a side of their caliber and how good they are, I mean, that's sort of what we'd expect of them, sure, but we expected Imperial to be able to compete, and even that is too far an ask.
Yeah, opportunity to make history as well, being one of the few teams to go through an international tournament without a map loss.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Ridiculous.
went 8-0 in their group stage, 3-0 against 3BL, possibly 3-0 against this Imperial squad. Do the math. 11, 15. There we go, 15-0. I mean, that could be in the history books, my friend.
Yeah, that'd be pretty ridiculous. And not many sides have been able to do that. And it just shows as well dominance on an international scale, easily certifying yourself as the best team in the world. I mean, there's so many debates as well. And I think coming into the tournament, a lot of people talking about how Baisha are the best, or Vasco can maybe make a conversation. But if the All Gamers are able to pull off something like that, there won't be those debates. And we'll go towards the grand finals talking about how there is no debate about who's the favorite. We'll be saying, everybody will be saying, All Gamers are the #1 team in the world currently. They are the favorites. We're not talking about Baisha, we're not talking about Vasco, we're not talking about Imperial. And right now, All Gamers are making sure that there is no conversation to be had in this series. Another really simple map there where there really wasn't too many opportunities. I mean, we were seeing it as well, just across the faces of Imperial. They're looking pretty checked out. I think for them, they understand how mammoth a task is up against them, and they just cannot find a way to break down the All Gamers. It's the same way nobody's really been able to find a way to break them down.
Yeah, and it seems like placing outside of top 5 in Season 23 was fully worth it because they were still acclimating these new players. And I feel like, in my mind, this is like one huge trade coming in from them. Get 6th, get 5th and 6th in Season 23, get 1st in Season 24, and possibly dominate this tournament, man. These young players, especially 1222, has been super impressive and super stable for the squad, especially on that entry. And Xiaobao, I mean, granted, it wasn't too much of an explosive game for him, but he just like I said, he kind of reminds me of Even being that stable force in the background, making sure that the boys are confident when it comes to entering the site, and even if they die, there's still a pretty solid guy in the background to to be that second sniper, to be that support rifle. And it's pretty impressive how the system's working now. Yeah, exactly that. So if the All Gamers, light work is kind of the main onus that we've been saying here. And I don't know if things are going to change, if I'm being completely honest. This has been such a good showing and such a, a display which it makes you feel like it's towards map number 3. Things probably won't change. Yeah, most likely. It hurts to say, man. I really want this to be a closer series, but unfortunately, All Gamers in a bit of a hurry in this one, trying to get back to the hotel room to prepare for this grand final.
Yeah, Port coming up next, I guess maybe might be a chance, maybe.
Is it? I mean, it could be. I feel like Imperial is really good on Port.
Yeah, it's the best map domestically.
Yeah, they can deny, once again, Do from playing super well in this game, but that B-side's going to be brutal to come into, man, imagine.
Yeah, and do you know what the thing is for me as well? Is sure, you know, Port as a map might be a way in which they can stop Do playing well, but he hasn't played well. I mean, he was quiet all game long here, right? He really did absolutely nothing, and that's the issue. They've actually got to now, it's not about trying to shut down Do, it's actually they've got to try and find ways to shut down the riflers. And because there's so many different riflers who can step up in a big way over towards AG, that it does change this narrative quite a lot for us. I think maybe all focus and attention has gone over towards Do, and all their resources have been on shutting this guy down. And sure, it's working, but it's not affecting the result at all because it just makes the riflers just take a little bit more control.
Yeah, and especially now that ZY is kind of back in the fray for the picture. And just like how I said, man, it hasn't been the best tournament from ZY up to this point.
Yes.
And he finally showed the real ZY. I've been waiting for this the entire tournament, and he finally shows what he's made of. The AK, the deadliest AK in the entirety of China, finally showing what he's made of. And now we get the set summary, 1.64. Look at that headshot per kill, man. 67% of his kills coming in from those headshots.
Yeah, he's crisp as. There's no two ways about it. Jouet, really good map going out from this guy as well. And Jabal, not too shabby. Do, like we said, a little bit slow from him. -6 AP is not what you want to be seeing at all. But over on the other side, you know, it was Eagles. He looked all right. 7 at his moment, especially towards the tail end, but I mean, for the most part, a pretty slow performance. GDSC, Ryuzao both struggled to get active, struggled to showcase what they can bring to the table, and AG found really easy ways of shutting them down. And this is the big thing, right? Sure, the sniper of Eagles getting a lot of space because Do's not playing well, but the rifling core of Imperial is struggling because the rifling core of AG is so damn strong. If you see Jouet, Zai, Jabal all play super strong, I don't think there's a lot that the likes of the rifling core on the other side of similar roles of Danimals, Ryuzao and GDSC can do a lot, and this is the issue for them. They're finding, you know, they're really finding it a struggle to shut down these guys, and I don't think anybody really is being able to find a way to shut them down.
Yeah, that is for sure. I just don't know, Imperial. I just don't know what you can do in this sport map. Granted, you can shut down Do, right? And he's going to be playing either top 8 or mid. So I don't know how they will. I mean, you can throw as much nades as possible. There's still the retake that you have to do. I feel like mid and this lower B side is going to be a pretty tough one to crack.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a break now. So sit tight. We will see you all in towards map number 3 in just a moment. See you in a moment.
for 10-5. Man, like how can you get better than that? And that's for sure. Only 4 rounds, and those 4 rounds were like down to the 1v1s. It wasn't really convincing from the side of Imperial. There were a few rounds where they did get, you know, the numbers over the side of AG. Problem is, after that one, there's not really any convincing rounds other than those like 2 or 3 rounds. So once again, they need to figure out the brain of ZY here and Dono at the same time. I don't think Dono has pulled the timeout the entire series.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't called a timeout yet. And this is, do you know what, though? Interesting enough, Imperial didn't call a timeout. Well, they did, but they call it late, right? And this is the thing for me. I think Imperial let things get too late before they call these timeouts. And that's something that I think is maybe want to see something out of them. But yeah, Dono, I mean, like I said, he's got the easiest job in the world right now, dude. He doesn't have to do anything. He has to watch and just make sure that they're still alive. But I think for AG, the position that they're currently in, they could go in towards this series, in towards this map number 3, and with Dono having not too much of a conversation really needed to say towards the team, right? Just saying, right, keep it up at the level you're playing. We know we expected this map to come through for definite, right? We know what our prep's like on this. We know how to come alive. I think the only job for him is to get Do a little bit more active, right? He's had a slow series, which is uncharacteristic, but thankfully it hasn't really affected them.
Yeah, and yeah, not much has affected him. And this was the problem as well, because I feel like it's not up to Felipe to pull the timeout. I feel like it's more up to the Animal, since he's more of the brain of the team. I feel like Felipe will just probably, you know, get some comments in there, get his perspective in. But the word of the Animals is final on the side of Imperial. So it's up to him to kind of pull the timeout. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of clouded his decision that they're getting destroyed in these first 2 maps. So he couldn't really know where to place a timeout. And this was actually the problem as well for the side of Pacific Makta, where they don't know when to pull the timeout. They don't know when to place a stop in whatever momentum that is happening in the game.
Yeah,
so,
I think you're right, man. I think actually for Imperial, that's been a bit of an issue for them. If they could call them a little bit earlier, the only issue is I think for some teams, they're so nervy about calling a pause early because it's their only pause, right, for the map. So that's the thing that I think worries them a little bit. But see a little bit of a talking to coming forward from Dono, and obviously the big thing is he wants to try and do a little bit more in this game because, I mean, so far, unfortunately for him, he's just been quiet, and especially quiet by his standards. So if we can see Do play to the level he can, there's going to be no debate about who's taking this map number 3. But if Do isn't online, there is then at least one inherent gap in the armor of AG, and that's something that might be something that Imperial can expose.
Yeah, especially A is going to be open if he is going to be not the same player that we saw from that first map. And I feel like if it does happen, there might be an adjustment coming in from the side of AG, considering there's 2 people on this team that can also snipe. You have Jabao and you have ZY as well, being the old second sniper for the squad of AG. So they can kind of occupy his position, but they're not going to be as effective as Do at his peak. So Do, up to him to step up to make this an easier time for the side of AG. And fortunately for AG, they are going to start that GR side, man.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how things play out in this one. I'm interested to see if Imperial have got anything left in the locker. First fight, ZY going to be tested here, but the opener goes through Imperial. They're flying around that corner. Danimal's taking no prisoners at all. Oh, Jue, though. That's a crisp headshot. But it's still not a bad spot for Imperial to work with. They've got the numbers in their favor. 7-7 dropping down, going to get a kill. They can't get it a second.
Oh, okay, Eagles. Doesn't get Jabao falling down in towards the bottom side of B. But he does know where Eagles is. Eagles is kind of stuck. He's now peeking around the corner, missing another shot. But where is the other player of Imperial? Ryu's out looking for the bigger picture. He's going to go curve, but I think Jabao has the idea. Jabao has an idea of where he's already going. So as soon as he climbs up into towards top A, he does see the fences in between. Ryuza doesn't spot him. Jabao fails to see, but I think he was so laser focused in towards the side of bridge that he didn't notice that Ryuza has already gotten himself in a site.
Yeah, it feels like maybe some information was given to him, so he's just super focused on towards mid, but it doesn't end up working out. Imperial will get that first. That's at least the only way we could ask for them to start things off well. You know, a bit of positivity, look good in that sense, then maybe a little bit of something to work with going forward. But still, more needed. 1-for-1 trades there as well as 7-7. Does at least cash 1-2-2-2, so that's something to work with.
Yeah, I was expecting AG to be more aggressive in towards that mid side, but it seems like they're just gonna follow the trend of the rest of the teams to just kind of let go of mid and wait for them to get into that. They're more worried about curve more than anything going into the B site. So could be an adjustment going in towards the later stages of the round. 7-7, missing the parkour, man. You can't miss that, that's for sure. Like if you miss and then you kind of get stuck on the pillar, Shui has like 2 seconds to try and shoot your head from that position. So you're going to have to be careful, man.
Definitely can't let that happen. We're going to move up the ladder here. Looks like an A finish. Oh, Jabao, he's holding this. Doesn't spot anybody because they're going for the silent drops. So safety, I guess, in this sense. Jabao might get tunnel vision in here. This is something that could be a bit of a problem. Now he's going to get the angle, spots one, try another as well. Colt pulled out, but it can't do the job. He probably should have got a second there. Now that he did, it might change things. Shui's still sitting here backside. GDSC got a bit of util as well to work with. Flash over to try and give him some coverage. He's trying to get on the ladder, but Shui there to meet him, and he'll take that. That flash is good. Yeah, and he had no idea. No clue in hell, Ryuzal, where he was coming from, but it is still a 1 versus 2. Eagles don't completely count him out, but you've got to pick up that T4. Nice shot. Nice shot indeed, but thankfully, Zai is there, and he's ever prevalent.
Yeah, and Zai is going to take that every single time, of course, knowing how confident he is. I feel like the Animals, Ryuzal is already asking, maybe can we get a timeout going? But it is only the first 2 rounds, so maybe now is not the time to go for it. And I like this from the side of AG. Finally, they start, you know, navigating more in towards mid. Shui is going to try and see if he can spot someone from the bridge side. Nades are going to start to fly through, and look at the damage here on the Animals. But I feel like in between the smokes, they have the advantage here with Jabao with a good wallbang.
Yeah, 7-7, nice kill. But like you said, the answer back from Jabao is pretty important. 1-2-2-2 gets caught early. It's not what you want to see. And a bit of a move, creeping our way forward, but not a huge amount on offer just yet. Actually, might get proactive here. Jabao and Shui, off the back of their smokes, they might want to continue moving forward. There might be a bit of room for them to try and manipulate as they've got this main control.
It's going to be tough, though. Look at this positioning, up and down. Shui swinging first, and he wants the kills. I like that. I love that from the side of AG. Occupy that second floor, occupy house, double swing from that side. Who do you aim at?
It's true. There's too many people to look at, like a deer in headlights. You just don't know where to look. And unfortunately now, Eagles, 1v4. He's got a minute to work with, so at least they can have maybe a bit of a conversation, but we'll get tagged out by the sniper, not close, seen off by Shui. Great round, great response out of AG. And that's the sort of round that you can really work upon. That's the one that you can start putting in a bit of consistent basis. So important stuff, it has to be said. And for AG, if they can get, once again, that lead in this first half, if they can take a bare minimum 5-4, that might be enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking they might even get 7, especially knowing how GR-sided this map actually is. And if they're playing this well, this is going to be a very tough one for the side of Imperial.
True.
Especially now that they're having a tough time getting mid control. Oh, but look at the spams. They're really trying to pick off ZY from that corner, but he's not going to move.
Yeah, he stands up tall. 7-7. Close here, but he'll clear out main, sure, and then it's about where we're going to go from here. Bit of a slower hold from Imperial. Not too much of a move off the back. You know, an early fight, taken over towards B, just a bit of presence shown, and then they don't commit to it.
Oh, the A split.
Yeah, smoke for the cross here. This is going to help them. And they're just leaving just one. There's the Eagles out towards long, so he'll be first contact there.
Yeah. I think
it's Jabao dudes with double snipers on A.
I think Ryuzal and GDSE is going to try to go for spawn control here. Ryuzal is probably going to parkour around, going in towards bridge, and the rest of them are just going to go long.
This will be big. When it comes to Util. Flash over. GDSE going to be slightly caught by it, but in comes that parkour. Nice shot for Jabao for 2. Eagles might fall in the same vein as well. You don't really want to test, but I say that. Ryu's not going to get 2. He moves in the perfect time, and it starts to give them a little bit of space to work with, potentially. But Zhui, again, ever reliable, finds his and puts Eagles into a really tough 1 versus 2. He doesn't actually know where this second guy is. He's scared of the flank, which is the right instinct, but he doesn't know for sure.
Yeah, Zhui. I think he's going to try to punish Zhui here. What a quick scope. Eagles is going to get it, and I think he has a rough idea of where ZY is, but he's still looking in towards that spawn side. He has 30 seconds, but ZY, I mean, that's not really the best try from the man himself. And once again, it was down to the 1v1s, and Imperial gets another round. I mean, if I saw that strat coming from a mile away, ZY probably saw that from the beginning of the round, but it seems like it's the 1v1s once again, kind of cursing AG here.
Yeah, part of me thinks that for ZY in that instinct that he thinks he's wrapped to the other side. He's got the kill on the rotating player.
That's true.
So I think he's probably just thinking, oh, he's surely run all the way. But no, Eagles play for the kill, and I like it. It worked. ZY gets caught. If ZY had said tucked, it might have actually been an uber smart play, but unfortunately not to be. I think the best thing that probably ZY could have done there is played retake, no matter what site it was, and then hope to give himself a chance, but in the end, not to be. Animals going to start to move his way forward a little bit. He's tempted by the fight at the very least, but not committed to it. We're 2-all. Like I said, AG, all I'm really looking for from them is if they can go kind of 5-4. I think that's all that I'd really ask.
That's true. So far, taking stock of the scores here. Du is 1-3. They haven't really interacted with Du this entire time, but now is the time. They're going to give Du a litmus test here. How good are you defending this top A side? He is going to retreat for now. There's too many players on towards that long side, and they're just kind of testing. All right, that is how Du is going to react if we peek this long side. Maybe we can attack that later in the next round, but for now, they're going to go into the B side instead. But look at the rotations already coming. Xiaobao is already here. 1-2-2-2 is in close proximity, and ZY is just waiting for them to come in.
Yeah, I like that. They just stress test Du to see how he reacts. They don't commit to it by any means because they know they've got plenty of time, but that time it starts to dwindle. ZY up close, not flashing this angle. He has to get one there. And the fact that he doesn't, it is a little damning. Xiaobao trying to support. He's going to be blinded up as well. He might be a dead man walking now to a degree. 1-2 trying to support. He could get caught. He will get caught. And this is a massacre over towards his B side. It's not looking good. Eagles, nice shot as he catches one and leaves Du all alone. ZY needed at least one kill as they pushed out, and the fact that he didn't get it left his teammates so vulnerable.
Yep, and Du up to the hero once again. Didn't look too good in that last game. 2-3 at the moment. He gets his second in this round. 3 people still left alive. GDSC don't want to peek this man, that's for sure, as they toss some nades in towards his side. 7-7 going to be the first contact, but he's aware where GDSC is, but 7-7 is going to finish things off in that round. Very well played from the side of Imperial. That was almost a disaster because ZY was standing in front of the smoke, and usually there is a flash coming in from court. Court, by the way, is the place before LB in towards the spawn of BL. And there's a good flash that you can throw there, which Imperial actually threw last time.
Yeah.
And you can blind the entirety of the entrance of side where ZY was standing. And they didn't throw that, and it still worked.
It's true. It's very true indeed. All right, well, definitely some question marks to be had here. Obviously, Dono got very vocal, but then Zai now as well, really trying to lay it into the side. I mean, last few times that all gamers have been forced to call a pause, they've been able to win a good couple of rounds off the back of said pause. They're very good at finding success off these pauses. So let's see if this is going to be another statistic to add to that, or whether Imperial are going to be able to find a bit of form themselves. Who knows? What we do know, though, is this is the first time that Imperial have looked kind of actually competitive in the way that we would want and sort of maybe even expect out of them. This feels a little bit better. It feels like there's something at least to work with. But yeah, you see Zai, Dono getting both very, very vocal. They realize the predicament that they are in. They don't want to allow Imperial a good first half here.
For sure. And like that timeout here coming in from Dono, I feel like they're slowly starting to lose control of this game. So they're going to take their sweet time with this timeout. Dono not liking it. He's already thinking of dinner. Do not delay said dinner. He wants that duck when he gets back to the hotel. And speaking of the hotel, just discovered something yesterday.
Go on.
There's a Japanese restaurant inside the hotel, actually, where the pool is. And I
Oh, is
checked
it?
it out, and I was like, oh, it's actually that fancy Japanese types of stuff. Maybe they're actually thinking about that.
I
So,
don't even know.
yeah, Imperial trying to deny them that sweet tonkatsu, that's for sure. But AG, oh, do they want to go aggressive? Nah, it's just a bit of a boost going in towards Catwalk A. They want to deny this.
Shabao gets up.
Oh, I don't like that dude is just avoiding this fight on A, man. I want him to fight. I
Yeah.
want him to prove himself here.
It's true. It does feel like Du's lost a lot of confidence. I mean, for him, he definitely feels a little bit off his game. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, obviously, we've seen throughout this series so far where Du has not looked sort of as impactful as he has throughout basically this entire tournament. He's been the best player of this tournament so far, but yeah, he definitely looks very unconfident here against Imperial. And obviously, he had a couple of maps which were a little bit slow and maybe not the kind of level that he would want, but it's tough to watch, that's for sure.
A lot less emphasis now on towards that mid side coming in from all gamers. Oh, see why. Eagles always so good at like pre-aiming positions where they usually peek. Problem is, I think they kind of got a clue of what he's doing right now. The animal spotting him around the corner. ZY is not crouching at all. He wants to take the fight, but I don't think that's smart. Jue wants to take the fight to GDSC, but he dies as well. Jabao, 2K all of a sudden in towards that mid side. How has he gotten that? 1-2-2-2. Can only get one. So it's a 2v2, not too bad. I mean, if Imperial wants to get around, this is now the chance to do so.
Shabao doubling back over towards B. Looks like the C4 going to wrap and go for an A pop here. So this might be a tough retake. And Shabao and Du, two youngsters. One a new boy on the block for this side. Of course, another one who's been around for a little bit of time. But the C4 doubles back. This is expertly read. Du making a move. GDSC, nice find. Oh, that's big. If he can get out of here, they know they can get a plan over towards A. And Jabal can't deny them running away. And now they're just going to run all the way, get this C4 down towards the A side. It's a tough retake for Jabal. 1 versus 2. I don't think he's got this.
It's going to take one quick frag. Oh, look at the read. Who is this? 7-7. Just like yesterday, man. He's so brave in taking these fights. And Jabal was not expecting that at all. 7-7, face-to-face with danger constantly. And all right, this is more of the Imperial that we know.
Yeah.
And the BL side is working. AG, I mean, just like how I said it, man, they don't really play this map a lot. So I feel like it's a bit of inexperience on their side that they can't really do much. And ironically, the team that got them, that forced them 5th in Season 23 is one of the best port teams in the entire game. Shout out to Q9, shout out to Koi, the sniper. And I feel like they might have missed a detail or two in that game, man.
Yeah, man, it's true, because right now, this has not been good. AG are looking lackluster, to say the least. 4-2. This could be the first time they drop a map, because right now that's the level they're sort of playing at. They do not look comfortable. I mean, at this sort of rate, if AG can get 4 rounds at the half, I think that's all right. Any less, though, could be problematic. Will be Shui with the first with his HE. Not a bad way to do it. Nate gets the first, so they don't really get too much information off the back of him.
I mean, Eagles is already out, so not much to worry about on towards the side of Du, but mid control is still under in the name of Imperial, but Jue is going to fight for it. Oh my god! Poor Jue, he got pelted through the door, so he's going to try to see if he can answer back. It's an A-take.
Yeah, it's tough. Animals. What's the call here for Imperial? The numbers don't favor them. Du. Everyone wants to see this guy get a little proactive. Like we said, at times it's felt like he's a little bit fearful of the fight. This one I can understand, though. There's a lot of pressure coming in his direction. He needs to support as well. He's one of these riflers near him, and he will get 1-2-2-2 up close to try and support in this engagement. Not looking good, though. 1-2 going to fall. Dre going to fall as well, but it's Ryuzar left all alone in a 1 versus 3. And sure, mate, you've got the sight, but where do you go from here? Best of luck. The Colt pulled out, and it's not going to be the case. AG, a much-needed round.
And yeah, once again, it is the rifler duo. ZY and Jue stepping up to the plate in this defense. 4 and 3. There's still plenty of time for AG to get back into the swing of things as long as they can keep getting that first pick and keep the control underway. I mean, as long as they take out Eagles, who's been the biggest threat from the side of Imperial, yeah, they're pretty much fine in the rest of the round.
All right. Pop shot in the smoke there for Eagles. Hoping to get a bit of fortune. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Slower round by Imperial in this one. For them, they don't have a lot of information to work with, and I think AG want to play quite active and quite aggressive in these early fights. I can understand sort of why, to a degree, too, right? For them, they want to make sure they don't give the main control early.
Imperial's sitting there, man.
Oh.
This is exactly how they punished Justin yesterday, actually. That's why that kid went 0-11. It was painful to see, but this is how they did it.
They come, use up, spamming. It's close, but at least the crosshair was in the right area, but on the move, not exactly lined up.
I was worried for Jue there because he was like, oh, he's right there, man. His head almost got taken off through the wall, and especially it only takes 3 bullets through the wall for that M4 to kill. He's going to be fine for now.
All right, well, Jue eats a bit of a nade, but also has a nade of his own to work with. Under a minute now, though. We haven't got a lot of time. We've got to start to make a decision here. Spam is pretty good. A lot of damage being dealt. He runs out of ammo, though. He's going to force back. I mean, everybody towards Imperial taking so much damage, but 7-7 for the kill. Oh, 180 coming through from Zion. He looks for the third, but it's not good enough. So at the very least now, still surely, this round is AG's to lose in this situation. But Danimals and Ryu's out for a double. That is big. And finally, for the first time this entire series, we're actually seeing Imperial get fired up.
What a great bait and switch from the last 2 players from the side of Imperial. All the attention was on the side of the Animals. And Ryu's out striking at the right time in that little lip that you can jump on towards the top side of Z entrance. And man, Imperial is using this map to its fullest extent, man. They're trying everything, the parkour, that little ledge that you can go on in that entrance, just like how I said it. They're trying everything to get these rounds, and it's netted them 5 so far in this first half.
True, very true. That should have been the round 1 by AG, so losing that's where things can change. Zai gonna get caught by that flash. He could be in a bit of trouble here as well. They might not clear him. They don't. He gets one. Looks for a second. Oh, and he's gonna get it as well. And he's still alive. And he's still healthy, but not for much longer. They answer back. And a 2 versus 2. Make that 2 versus 1. This is carnage here. And it's looking favorable over towards Imperial for a 6-3 potentially. And Shui left alone. They need this 1 versus 2 from him.
Yeah. And Imperial, man, I mean, in this first half, they're now forcing AG to play their game instead.
Yeah.
And Jue, the only one left alive. Granted, it is possible. He has an HE. He has a flash. So, could be the retake going into the side. Then a big, heavy side from Jway, having to see if he can have a go at it, have a crack at this B site. Eagles watching this curve angle, GDSC watching house. Eagles gonna decide to jump down instead. Doesn't get the better of Jue. And GDSC, I think Jue might have the rough idea of where he is at.
Oh,
does see him. Oh, Jue, you're so consistent. You're so good on the AK. 6 headshots, includes the last 2 players.
Yeah. Doesn't even crack a smile as well, right? Because he knows job's not done. He knows job's far from over in this one, but I mean, I honestly, I think for AG, that is such a sigh of relief getting that round, so it makes the half a little bit closer. But I mean, it still doesn't feel that comfortable. I mean, the lead in the favor of Imperial. This is the best shot they've had at taking a map so far.
Yep. The Animals playing right wing at the moment with all those assists.
Yeah.
Crossing at the right time, but ZY, oh, he got into catwalk A so fast, and there's no chance that Imperial is going to counter this position unless some nades are going to be thrown. But knowing AG, they're just going to investigate the rest of the map, looking to see if they can gain a pick-off from any of these players. But Eagles not playing top A. I like this. Eagles' weakness is, just like how I said it from the prior games, him being brave enough to be in top A. And I feel like 7-7 has helped a lot in this A defense, enabling Eagles to play a bit more free in this A site.
Oh, give it a tap there. Eagles and Zai both take a bit of damage. Nothing too problematic. GDSE, he looks tempted to fight as well, but not always a recommendation, it has to be said. So far, though, very slow in the uptake for AG. Waiting for aggression from Imperial, and they will be right. It is very aggressive right now. This AG side, they're waiting to see whether Imperial move into it. Imperial are really playing very active here on this GR side. Ryuza up close. Does he get cleared is the question. The answer's going to be no. Not at all. So there's the first. Does he get the second, though? And then no trade on towards Jue. So he's going to get a little bit of space to work with. GDSE was playing up close. And there he is. He pounces at the right time. So he'll get his. Eagle's going to get his as well. So now they're already starting to slot itself into place. But a shot coming forward. 2 versus 2. And this B-side's open.
Oh, that's the one time the Animals hesitated to peek around the corner as well. Usually he just peeks it bravely, but that time it didn't happen. Both of them are going to be playing the bottom side of B. Great for the side of Imperial if they can get this first pick. Do in a prime position to get this first pick. Oh, and there we go. Never peek window and stop. You just got to keep going, my friend Du. Eagle spotting the shoulder, but Du is not going to peek anymore. Jabao looking for the hunt. And unfortunately, the cold's not going to be enough for that 1v2. 5-5 AG. They know they got the handle of this game now.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big round to take. That's going to help them massively in this part of the game. Now we can start talking about them chaining a bit of consistency together. AG start the half well, and they had to start the half well. If they didn't, they were going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. So that's massive. That's going to put them in a strong spot, that's for sure. Why? He could be in trouble. He'll be in trouble. Jabao might also fall as well. Ryuzao gets active. We said that on this GR side, Imperial do like to take a lot of control early, and they utilize it well.
Yeah. That's great, man. That's a really great start. I mean, that's more like it from the side of Imperial, right? Play that Brazilian pace that we all know and love.
Yeah.
Jabao and ZY, 2 key pieces to this offense already out of the picture. But Du, man, despite being 4 and 7, man, he's such a scary player still.
Yeah, you don't want to give him opportunities, that's for sure. Double scopes in, doesn't spot out anything.
Look at the positioning from Imperial, though. They do not want to mess around. They're just playing their angles this time.
Yeah, uber passive now off the back of the opening too. That's a really good way to react, though, as well. So I can get behind this. Pretty decent spot that they put themselves in, for sure. Question being, though, we have got to try and find a way to level this. 3 versus 5 for AG with 1:10 on the clock. I mean, not a lot of information for them to work with. They've just got to take fights.
Du, gets away in time. Almost died after missing that shot. 7-7, fortunately for him. Does miss the mark a bit, but Jue probably heard that someone dropped in mid. Du's going to check the corner, but does he check behind him? He does, but doesn't react in time, unfortunately. Ryuzao with another good flank. Oh, but Jue gonna get checked. 1-2-2-2. It's up to you, my friend, to open up this B site. Spotting the Animals in GDSC, but fighting 2 players at the same time is pretty tough. Now he has to fight 3. 7-7 coming in from behind. The C4 is already down in-house. And Imperial get another round on the board.
Yeah, near flawless as well, just to make it even that much sweeter. Can't complain with that in any sort of vein. So very, very nicely done, Imperial. Good response off the back of what was, yeah, I mean, a round which started so quickly. Ryuzao, very active, early round, as we always say from him, and exactly what we want to see. For AG, still feels like they're playing catch-up in terms of momentum.
Yeah. Ryuzao was playing insane this series, man.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my biggest complaints about Ryuzao, I already said this before, he's not that effective when it comes to the early rounds, but now he's like effective every single round for the side of Imperial. He's gotten a few flanks. He's playing very unpredictable for the side of AG. And instead of Eagles being the biggest problem, it's actually him.
Yeah, it feels like he's really trying to plug that gap in his gameplay about doing a lot in the early rounds to give his team information. As long as he doesn't fall in doing so, that's all that matters. Definitely the closest map we've had so far for anybody probably against AG. This is the only one that's felt like winnable right now, and Imperial advantage is in their court. We're going to test A long. Eagles posted up, but they don't actually stick around to try and fight him.
Just testing him a bit, testing how brave this man is. Look at the setup though from the side of Imperial. They got a flash in the hands of the Animals, waiting for that Z control to come in. And Ryuzao can react very, very quickly. Here comes a flash, and what a flash from the side of the Animals. And GDSC gonna capitalize on it. ZY though is finally gonna take him down. 3 versus 3. There's still one player in the B site, and his name is Ryuzao, the man who saved Imperial a couple of times. But it is a spray on 1-2-2-2. Jabao with a good trade. GDSC has to save this one, has to get the frags. Jabao trying his best to stay disciplined, but it's a 1v2. Where is GDSC? Jabao down to 1 HP. No way. No way. No way. Who's going to get it first? GDSC down to 1, and he gets it. Very tense round. GDSC pulls through, though.
Yeah, again, fine margins, but they make it work, and Imperial getting closer and closer to the round in their favor. And a bit of frustration now starting to seep through towards AG. This could be the first time they lose a map, and it's looking likely now. 7-5, Imperial just 3 rounds away, with the 2 rounds ahead of AG as well to make matters just that little bit sweeter. This is tough. AG definitely looks like a weakness in their pool. This pool is not as clean as the rest of the series has been. They've been taking every other map without even really too much of a conversation. This one's anything but that.
There we go, back to default on the side of AG. Now they don't want to play too far forward. I feel like they know that Ryuzao could be crawling in every single crevice here on the side of port. The Animals being so creative with this utility. That bounce flash in the LP side absolutely annihilated the AG, but they did get the trades in time, but the numbers weren't adding up for the side of AG.
True.
That's tough, man. I mean, still plenty of time, but I like that Imperial, some of them at least are still hanging on to their utility, so they can still have some delay going.
Well, bit of a move going to be made here. Eagles.
Oh, dude.
Oh, Stu for the first. That's big. So I might make a little move here, and he might get a bit of space to work with as well.
Oh, Eagles.
Double 7 trying to catch them on the cross, yeah, but like you said, Eagles, he gets caught in that motion. So really nicely done, and that is much better from AG. Finally a round, which is actually taken conclusively by them.
Oh, dude missing the shot here on Ryuzao, but I feel like it doesn't matter at this point here. The Animals taking the bridge. Jabao on towards top A. Ryuzao in towards long. Both of them are in separate sides of the map. And the Animals is going to get discovered here. Dude missing the shot with the sniper, but not with the Colt this time. 6 and 7. That's more like an AG. And ZY just slipping through the defense. Before 7-7 could even react from bridge, he was already fighting Eagles in the top A, and that means the entire site is already free for them.
Yeah, that was much, much better from AG. That's the sort of performances we want to be seeing out on this AG side, who have really not looked as clean or comfortable throughout this game so far. So that's better. That's at the very least where we can see.
That is something that
yeah, little bits to work with.
would do, actually.
Yeah.
Like, if times are getting desperate, he's like, I'm entering.
Exactly. I am going to be the one to make the difference here. So that's the sort of that round that I can get behind. But still plenty more that needs to be done before we're comfortable about what we've seen so far. Once again, a bit of a slower one here. We have seen where you don't really want to over-fight against AG. They will punish you.
Bit of a quiet round to the side of AG. 7-7 now, replacing Eagles, playing that top A position. So they're going to play an AK in top A. And Eagle's in a way better spot, honestly. I mean, he's more of an anchory type of sniper compared to being more flashy more than anything. But ZY, he's going to go mid instead. Ryuzao is going to do a little bit of searching in towards that mid side. But no, he's just going to occupy catwalk A for now.
ZY's timing is really good there. He actually gets up, but just before the double check in towards mid is taken.
Oh, he's going to parkour it, I think. Yeah, they're going to go B. They're going to smoke the right side of spawn, and they're going to go straight into B side, I think. They have to be careful about 7-7's position because so much vision you can gain from that side of the map.
It's true. Nice shot. Eagles for the fast. Oh, the parkour goes straight into the hands of Ryuzao. He'll take that. He gets gifted one. Probably thinking, why has he even come towards me? 1-for-1 trades coming through there as well. Jabal trying to hunt on towards Eagles, and they will actually be given the A side. So the C4 could go down here. Dude, gonna try for a cross. He's also got a flash which comes over to try and slow them down. But again, still, bit of room to work with here.
Dude, he needs to hit the banger here. At least on one of the players.
Yeah, he put up the 1v3 earlier, right, in that first map. So maybe another time for a Do Master class. It may have been a quiet map. It may have been a quiet series, but he picks his moments, and he does pick them well. Damage dealt both ways towards Jabal and GDSC. Missed shot, but the Colt doesn't. Do doing what he does best, and he looks for another. Do goes huge. 1v3 for this guy on top side, and that is big, and Jabal letting them know that's a massive round to be taken for AG.
What is that from Dude? The no-scope into the cold shot. And with Jabal's help, Jabal was distracting. He's just distracting the entirety of Imperial the entire time. Knowing that the bridge player is dead, they don't have to worry about it. They have all the information on their side. And Do, once again, a masterclass on the sniper. Every time you think this kid is cold, he comes back alive. He is never cold at all. You can kill him time and time again, but when times are getting rough, when you put him in a position where he has to perform, he does that every single time.
Yeah, he'll make something known, that's for sure. So for now, all goes a little quiet. Not a huge amount on offer in this sort of position. And this game starts to get pretty open now as well. 7-all. Can swing either way. Feels like Imperial have lost just a little bit of control in this game. They need to be careful. I think they're feeling the nerves a bit.
I feel like whoever wins this round is just going to win the entire game. That's my feeling.
You might be right. You might be right. GDSC. Sitting backside B. I don't know, man. For him, he just one missed shot and he could get punished.
I wonder if they can bait out the flash, though, from the Animals. I feel like they're aware that there could be a flash bait happening.
Pick up, GDSC. Oh, he's so lucky to be alive. He's so lucky. Barely kept alive there.
They baited the flash.
Ooh, they're going to leave 1-2-2-2 up here. So if anyone decided to get proactive, for example, he might be able to catch them off guard. That is potentially something that they could work with as they're re-aggressing other parts of the map now. Zion Shui going to start making a little bit of a move. Where do we want to finish it? 30 seconds, Ryuzao. Perfect timing for his play. He might get caught back turned, and he will get caught back turned. And actually a double going to come through as well. As Shui and Jabal get one apiece, but double 7 will answer back. So that's at least still something to work with. Colt gets a tag. Do with a double tap and a double shot. And Eagles gets one of his own as well, but now they can run all the way towards A and get this C4 down. Not got a lot of time to do so, but they will get it nonetheless.
And Do is just going to spot for his teammate. Look at this 1v2, man. You're up against Shui and Do. Eagles, all the pressure for the young armor for the side of Imperial. To make it another possible round for the side of Imperial, it's going to take one good shot on Shui with this Colt. But they are now aware. He's blocked. Do better on the pistol that time. There we go. Just like how I said it, man. I feel like whoever wins this round has the control of the rest of the game. I feel like AG is going to go aggressive this next round to just try and catch this Imperial side off guard.
Yeah, they're playing it very slow at the moment, which I don't hate, but nearly became problematic for a brief moment.
Oh, okay. I feel like Zion's cooking something because he kind of stopped in between and started talking.
Okay. I don't hate that. Let's see what he can deliver in this one. It's a much slower push again at the early part of this round. Just baiting out a few smokes from the Imperial side. Obviously, that'll take away a lot of that clock. But AG just 2 rounds away from a top 2 finish, bare minimum, moving on to the grand final. Imperial, their backs are absolutely up against the wall right now. And it's definitely that conversation of now or never here in this situation. This is the upper final, so it's not the end of the world if Imperial are to lose. They do still have another chance as they drop in towards that lower. The game, of course, first game tomorrow, but could also end up being a very long day tomorrow. If you're Imperial dropping in towards that lower game, if you have a 5-mapper potentially there, and then you have to go in towards the finals, you could be fatigued.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, it's so much pressure for the team in the lower bracket final because you're going to have to keep it consistent in the lower bracket final, and you have to play the grand final too.
Yeah.
So that's like a total of possibly 10 games that you have to play. That's going to be mentally exhausting, so they're going to have to really think about those 5 minutes in between those 2 maps.
Flash over. Oh, double 7. He just tunnel vision looking the wrong way. Looking up on towards that catwalk here, and it will actually be a little bit problematic as Imperial now going to try and plug their gaps here. Rotate's going back towards B. Only one player here, Zai, just going to hold. He might be tempted by the parkour himself. Last time he tried this, though, he did get caught. Oh, Zai, nice shot. Need a double here.
Oh.
We don't get it from GDSE. That's going to be problematic. Bit of nade going to come over. Danimals has to go huge. He does deliver a bit of damage. Not enough for the kill just yet. Jabbar will catch him. And that is surely now a map and series point. Eagles thrust into a 1 versus 4. And surely no chance in hell of finding this one. And it looks like he's going to go back over towards the A site. Converse a little bit. Maybe even see if he gets isolated a couple of kills. But this one is done.
That is what I was talking about, man. Whoever gets the first round in that 7-7 is going to have full control of this game. AG has so much leeway in these late rounds. They can make 2 mistakes and they're still going to be fine. And Imperial, it's only Eagles, probably going to be saving the time instead of trying to go in, talking to his teammates, taking a look at the animals. He's conversing with the squad, even letting GDSE let him have a piece of his mind.
Yeah. AG find themselves now 1 round away. Map and series point. They are so close now to the grand finals of the CFS Summer Championship 2024. Ryuza gonna pick himself up a sniper to join up with Eagles. So it's not double 7 who's secondary sniping here. It's gonna be Ryuza. He's had a couple of decent moments, Ryuza, in all fairness to him.
That's true. It's probably the best series he's played the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that it's looking like this.
It's true. It's very true. And it could be all for nothing. We'll see. He was holding. Back 8. Still got a bit of time maybe to work with. Job not completely done just yet, but once again, AG, early part of these rounds, very slow from them, methodical in terms of their approach. They don't want to gift any kills away for nothing.
This is going to be tough. And AG has not done this strat the entire time. They might just send it in towards long. Never mind, they're going to do an A split. Yeah, they want to play it safe. They're like, all right, ZY, you need to get into catwalk A, set up the nades for us. Make him as blind as possible. Eagles, the pressure is on you, my friend, because all of the Imperial members, the closest help you have, he's going to be Ryuza, but finally there's a bit of help coming in from GDSC on that A side stairs. Yeah. But how much help can he actually offer in this one? ZY already spotting Eagles. GDSC on towards the top of A. Eagles is going to get the first kill, but ZY is going to chase him down. GDSC from behind is going to get 2. But GDSC stepping up to the plate, and Du is going to get taken down. 1 round before OT or a 3-0.
Yeah, big from GDSC. They needed a hero, and they get it in that round. And that might keep them afloat, potentially playing for overtime. Many a team, though, have been 9-8 in this situation, and AG every single time have been able to close it out. This might be another one of those same where they take it 10-8. Did it against Ranking, did it against Evolution Power, did it yesterday against Wolf Empire, 10-8, but it's always still the same thing. Nobody has been able to push them towards overtime.
Oh, and I think they're kind of playing into the desperation of Imperial here. Here comes a flash for Ryuzao. Gonna get a kill. The Animals around the corner. Headshot there by Jue. Can he get Ryuzao? They know Ryuzao stuck, but they decide to back off. They know that they have the advantage this time.
Yeah, Ryuzao is so low. They're gonna hold for him once again. Do gonna hold for the cross here. He's just gonna wait, and he might be given an opportunity, and he is. Ryuzao gets caught in that cross. And now, it's isolated fights across B and A. If they just move as a pack, move as a 3, they should have no issues setting up a site here, especially if they walk in towards the AWM, right?
Yeah, knowing Imperial, they're just going to stick together at this point.
That's the best way to play it. The absolute best way to play it is a numbers game. Even though the numbers don't favor them, they've just got to try and stick together, because that's going to be their best opportunity to trade.
Oh, Eagles.
He might get caught on timing here. He's checking between from bridge and then in towards mid. Oh my god, the smoke's gonna come up. And he's actually gonna make a move here. So in they come. Flash Train gonna come over, that'll catch Eagles and slow him down briefly. Jue gonna swing and Jue gonna find. And that could be the end here. GDSC needed. He got a 3K in the last round. Needs a 3K here, but this time it's a 1 versus 3. There's the first. We'll get it. Spotted 1-2-2 as well, but the Util coming over doesn't exactly meet him. So a bit of room to work with for him. They're looking like they want to catch him on that swing of the cross, and Do will close it. Just like that, they book their spot. All gamers in towards the CFS Summer Championship 2024 Grand Finals.
Another Grand Finals appearance here for the side of All Gamers, keeping the momentum from last year, and now they're looking for another CFS Summer Championship with this new lineup. Without Even and ZQ, this time it's Jabao and 1-2-2-2, and they're looking to see if they can be the most dominant team in the history of this tournament.
Yeah.
We've had 3 of these, man.
Yeah.
And it's every single time AG on top. So I think they're looking for the 3-peat here.
Another series in which they do not drop even a single map. I mean, what can you say in a negative note about this side? The All Gamers are just on fire. This is a team that cannot seem to have any sort of weakness showing. I mean, and another instance as well where a team take them to a 9A and they get close towards maybe the conversation right overtime, but nobody's been able to do it. And another flawless run coming through for the All Gamers. And surely we've now got to see this side as the absolute favorites in this tournament, the #1, and they might even be able to do it flawless.
Yeah, I mean, the strongest team from the strongest region, ironically. The 3rd seed coming in from CFBL. I mean, Evolution Power edged them out for that 2nd seed, but look at what happened to them and Baisha. I mean, the 1st and 2nd seed are out. Now it's up to the 3rd seed. And AG, man, they just look so good. Not a map drop this entire tournament, and they might be able to do it in the Grand Finals as well. I don't know if any team can stop them at this point, man.
Yeah, the reigning champs wanting to reclaim that crown, and you know, obviously the lion's share of $300,000 US. They're looking for that 110K that you get for 1st place, and honestly, it would be absolutely deserved as well. Because so far, no team, again, like we said, have been able to scratch the surface of AG. The All Gamers have been absolutely flying. I'll be interested to see who walks away with the MVP in that series, though, because there's probably a couple of conversations that you can have. Didn't look great. It has to be said. So I'm probably leaning somewhat in the favor of Jue or Zai here for me. They're the only ones who are really, I think, are probably in sort of any sort of conversation.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, it could be Du, but he had a pretty bad game 2 and 3. Maybe 1-2-2-2, but 1-2-2-2 had an alright game 2 and 3. He had a stellar game 1. It's pretty much up in the air. I think Jue is a fair candidate, honestly. I think he played pretty consistent all throughout those 3 games.
Yeah, I would probably throw Jue out there, at least personally. A lot of impact from him, but I think if you want to kind of bring everything into the case, I think Zai's calling was excellent. He bailed them out of a lot of dice situations, especially after they used their attack ports as well in that spot. Really did come alive when it mattered the most. So, yeah, really well played. I'm not too sure if they're setting up... No, not just yet. So we don't know who actually has got that MVP just yet. Normally we can see by who's on the stage. But I'm interested to look at that. And, you know, much better showing out from Imperial. Had a lot of moments where they looked a little bit better, but ultimately they still did fall flat when it mattered most.
Yeah, for sure. Imperial, just like how I said it, man, they're the best team in terms of prep. They got the best pre-game preparation, man. and it seems like even though the pre-game preparation was there, I don't think they expected that ZY would actually match the Animals' preparation there with his on-the-fly calls. I think ZY is just like learning as he is playing. CFPL Season 24, that's the first season where he is the IGL. Had a lot of a learning experience, especially now he has to make his own system since since Zeke already left. He has to make his own he has to make his own game for the rest of the squad. And now I feel like he's slowly starting to you know, kind of getting the swing of things. He's now more of a leader on towards his side, not just in terms of the strats, but in terms of the frags as well. The more comfortable he is with this role, the more he can frag out as well. So he could be like a similar figure to N9 going into this tournament. And if ZY is playing exactly like this, I mean, Season 25, that could be one of the best grand finals ever if we are going to see here. But we still have to... they still have to finish this one off, of course.
Yeah, having a frag in IGL of that sort of caliber is absolutely you know, critical towards this side. Things going well. So for all gamers, they've got so many different things to like coming through, and I think that's the thing that we really do like about them, right? Obviously, do as a bad game, this rifling core can step up. We're looking at, you know, all of these sort of guys to get active, like Zai, like Jue. Shabao had his moments too, and I think especially with the Orm, he's able to pick it up himself and make something of it. So a lot to like ultimately coming through, and we can take a look at some of the highlights off the back of what was a great series, but a great third map. At least that one had a bit of competition behind it, a bit of something to talk about, but unfortunately for Imperial, they came alive a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just like how I said earlier, this is probably the best series that Ryuza has played the entire tournament, right? He was consistent all throughout 3 maps. He kind of beat the allegations of being just a late game player. He doesn't show up in the early game. Now he showed up for the rest of the time. Problem is, you know, Eagles, he played pretty well as well. The Animals are finding some spots. It's just that, man, when it comes to these situations where you have to face AG, especially when it comes to their BL side in these head-to-heads, I mean, ZY just got every single player on towards their side. At least once, Wei doing a really nice job with the flanks. 1-2-2-2 might have not been too stellar, but he was sending it for the squad, so he gets traded immediately. So he really trusts his teammates to win the round for him. And with that trust, man, I mean, it's pretty easy to just get into sight and trade him.
Yeah, it's very, very true. I do want to shout out Eagles on the other side as well over towards Imperial. I do think he had a really stellar series. Ryuza on a very good map number 3 as well, so that for him was very, very good. But for me, across the board, I think Eagles was the one who kept this side competitive when it looked like for the most part that it really wasn't. So a lot of credit has to be given towards him. He's a very, very stellar sniper, and he gets a lot of kind of groundwork and a lot of mileage on both sides. But in the end, this is how things work out. GSC actually walked away with the 1.31 KD over this side of 1.27 for Ryuzao, but it was Shabao with a 1.58, Du with a 1.5, Jue with a 1.38, and that might actually give Jue the overall MVP, because I think he was first map 1, second map 2, and our third map 3, where, you know, Du dipped off a little bit. Shabao had a 0.9 on a couple of maps. So that might be Jue actually overall being the MVP of that series.
That is true. I mean, especially given his role, he gets 1 kill per round.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's pretty insane, in all honesty. I mean, for a lurk/entry, getting a 1.0 kill per round, it's especially annoying here for the side of Imperial, because you don't just have to deal with the players up front, you still have to deal with the players coming in from the behind as well. 1-2-2-2. Shout out to him, man. He was a champ. He was just sending it for the trade. He's like, I'm gonna die for you guys, and you guys are gonna do the rest of it. I mean, ZY, not too bad of a performance as well with a 1.08. And yeah, but just like how I said it, man, I feel like Jue might have the MVP of this series.
Yeah, I feel like he will. It's actually going to give it towards Zai. It was definitely close, though. Zai had a really, really good map 1 and 2. A little bit quieter in towards map number 3, but either way, Captain Fantastic was incredible all the way throughout. So, I mean, I was going to say, regardless, even if he doesn't get it in terms of the statistics, in terms of how he bailed them out in the calls, I thought Zai deserves a shout, and I'm glad he gets his kind of notoriety. I mean, this guy was incredible all the way throughout.
I mean, 0.61 headshots per kill. Yeah. Especially he was running the M4 in port. He was still hitting some insane headshots. And I feel like we kind of saw, you know, the best of the best here in Subway. ZY was just absolutely annihilating everyone with this AK-47, tapping on out. And this is looking like classic ZY for 2023 for a second there. And I missed this version of ZY, man, where he was just tapping heads every single time. His spray is perfect. And he's the master of that weapon, man. He's called the best rifler in China for a reason, and he finally showed why.
Yeah, he was crisp all the way throughout this series. Having a player like ZY, not only in terms of his mechanics, but also as a leader, is something that we really, really do like to see. So a lot of credit has to be given towards this guy. An absolute pleasure to watch when he plays well. And honestly, you know, we see him getting ready for his MVP interview, and deservedly so. You know, he's always somebody who has kind of a lot to say and a lot to offer up in terms of his mental of the game. But that's us done for our first game of the day. We've got an interview with Zai over on the stage. We're going to throw it down to the interview. See you soon.
Chào mừng các bạn, chúng ta đã cùng quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu vừa rồi. Trận đấu giữa CHENGDU Gamers và IMPERIAL Esports lại là một tỷ số 3-0. Và hiện tại thì Trang đang đứng cạnh với ZY, MVP của CHENGDU Gamers. Và hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ đến từ ZY nhé. ZY thân mến, lời đầu tiên thì bạn có thể thay mặt cho CHENGDU Gamers có thể gửi tới quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay cũng như là quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến một lời chào và giới thiệu bản thân về mình được không ạ?
你可以跟观众朋友们介绍一下你自己吗？
大家好，我是成都 AT 的 ZY。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là ZY đến từ CHENGDU Gamers.
Và ZY thân mến thì hiện tại thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà đang từng bước tiến gần hơn với chiếc cúp vô địch của CFS Summer Championship 2024?
明天进入总决赛了，你现在有什么感受可以分享一下吗？
感受的话就是比较开心吧，然后明天用尽全力去打。
Bây giờ thì mình cảm thấy rất là vui và ngày mai thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng làm hết sức mình.
Đúng rồi, cũng chỉ còn một ngày mai nữa thôi đúng không ạ? Thì ở đây thì các bạn cũng như Cha được biết thì là CHENGDU Gamers đã đến với Việt Nam là lần thứ 3 rồi. Thì không biết là ở lần thứ 3 này bạn quay trở lại với Việt Nam thì không biết là đâu là món ăn ở Việt Nam mà bạn yêu thích nhất?
你已经来越南3次了，你对越南的哪个菜肴最喜欢？
河粉吧。
Mình thích nhất là phở, mình thích nhất là ăn phở Hà Nội.
Phở Hà Nội đúng không ạ? Và hiện tại thì ở Hà Nội cũng đang là mùa đẹp nhất trong năm. Thì không biết là ZY và CHENGDU Gamers các bạn đã có được những chuyến đi đến các địa điểm đẹp ở Hà Nội chưa?
这次来河内，你有没有去过哪些地方？河内的哪些地方有没有去过？
还没去呢嘛，因为就是我们赛程比较紧，然后每天都在训练。
Bởi vì thời gian của bọn mình cũng khá là gấp rút và bọn mình tập trung vào tập luyện nên là cũng chưa có thời gian để đi địa điểm nào của Hà Nội cả. Cũng rất là mong có thể đi được một số địa điểm đặc sắc của Hà Nội.
Ở Hà Nội hiện tại thì đang là mùa đẹp nhất trong năm và Huyền Trang cũng mong là sau giải đấu này thì các bạn sẽ có được những chuyến đi thật là đẹp ở Hà Nội nhé. Và lời cuối cùng thì bạn có thể gửi tới quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến cũng như là quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó để gọi là kích động tinh thần quý vị khán giả được không ạ?
你可以跟观众朋友们说，分享一下你的感受，然后表现你的感恩。有什么想跟他们说吗？想跟他们分享吗？
就是我们会打好每场比赛，然后谢谢大家的喜欢和支持。
Bọn mình sẽ cố gắng làm hết sức mình trong tất cả các trận đấu, cũng như là mình rất là cảm ơn sự cổ vũ về mặt tinh thần của mọi người. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều.
Và đó là những chia sẻ đến từ ZY, đến từ đội tuyển CHENGDU Gamers. Và ngay bây giờ chúng ta hãy cùng đến với những trận đấu tiếp theo với các bình luận viên của chúng tôi. Xin mời.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kìa không ai check cả. Không ai check và đó là cái double kill dành cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai các bạn. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Đẳng hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, không được cái IceQ, anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng lay hoay. IceQ bị phong vào. IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết anh không đây mà có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Việt Nam bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Và còn có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islanders đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IceQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Tút Tàu. Một bạn cho IceQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IceQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IceQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Kịp hay không? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Lotus. Bị mù rồi. Cover. TCM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover. Không sai. Là đồ đạc không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát TZM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TZM. Đoán quân Crown chào Flash ra. Và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, không được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ định không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có địch, sau cũng có địch, double kill cho đô la. Và TZM thì ta vẫn đang quản khủng pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TZM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TZM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và đô la thì lại là một cầu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh A thì TZM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quay để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TZM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp về A. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB chứ đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Rambo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TZM. Đạt chip ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. những một bên tay KT15 là người KT15 có thể hạ quả súng này xuống, nhưng để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Garao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi, KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Garao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one onto MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Stocks just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Stock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Awesome, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy, Spox. He's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lion Claw all taking significant damage here. HZ for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna find both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to find one. MKZ finds another. Confident Snare. They're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
He's going to get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. BBL, they're just kind of left to try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down the Crescent Snake. It's going to be Bastard Snake able to find through, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. They get a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wallbang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find one as well. Snare, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spotted MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstab, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
his way forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. Let's get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate is already delivered, and then he chooses to pounce. The perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Bet gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one now. Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, Colt up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tacked down Slayer even lower. And Alucard takes it.
Hello, welcome back. It is the CFS Summer Championship in its playoffs at day number 2. Where we've just seen all gamers book their ticket into the grand finals. So far, lads, undefeated in the tournament. Haven't dropped a map. It looked like for a moment they were going to drop that one on Port, but at least one team's Chinese dominance will continue, and we might have been a bit disappointed by Evolution Power and by Baisha, but certainly can't say the same about all gamers.
No, definitely not, right? I mean, that's where we were saying, like, could it be the flawless run? Maybe. And I mean, Imperial definitely made it really interesting. They made those games very close. I was thinking that third map possibly could have been able to push it to another, but I mean, the one thing is that that was the upper bracket final, so that match means that Imperial is going to be waiting the outcome of this game. And for anybody not aware, we are going to have 3BL taking on the home crowd of Wolf Empire.
Yeah, that'll be for a spot in the lower bracket final up against Imperial, a matchup which I think for both teams is going to be a fairly scary prospect, particularly in the case of 3BL. We saw them yesterday go down 0-3 to Imperial. Wolf Empire, there might be some more arguments to be made potentially, given that they have actually got that series victory over Imperial. But very, very close, and in those circumstances, honestly, it kind of looked like Imperial might be able to 2-0 that matchup, so not going to count my chickens before they hatch if it ends up being Wolf Empire up against Imperial once again. In saying that, though, when we come into this matchup, Wolf Empire up against 3BL, jury's out as to whether or not 3BL, I think personally, are going to be able to make much of a contest of this one. It's interesting. We obviously haven't seen these teams play against each other in this event so far. 3BL played LCK. They actually didn't have the cleanest of runs. Sorry, 3BL did not play LCK. 3BL, LCK played Wolf Empire. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes. Wolf Empire had a bit of struggles, though, just like me at the moment. They had some struggles against LCK in that opening game of the tournament. It was the very first game of the tournament. Did go 2-1. So maybe there's something to sort of say there that, like, if LCK is able to push Wolf Empire a little bit, 3BL, at least I consider to be a stronger team than LCK, could definitely do the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? For a team like LCK, I think they were kind of a team where they're individually really, really good. They were still kind of a new team. They had Spoxy, right? I mean, there's a lot riding on them, and them winning the CFWL got them the ticket here. But I think when you talk about, for us, you know, being the biasness of that league, is that 3BL really are probably the better team, the more structured team, a lot of history with a lot of the core players, and even a lot of new additions as well. But overall, as an organization, they have been able to, you know, be at international competition. They have been able to be on top of the domestic league. So, look, I think the best, you know, outcome in this situation too is, even whoever loses this series, I mean, they're going to be 4th place. They're going to be walking away with, you know, a nice little whopping 20K. So it's not like it's empty-handed, but of course, you know, they definitely want to be able to see both these teams to see who can push themselves and get a rematch against Imperial.
I mean, when you talk about the difference, though, from 4th to 3rd,
yeah, it's a lot.
That's actually pretty much the most significant jump you're going to get, apart from 2nd to 1st, right? You get another 30,000 from 4th to 3rd. So winning this matchup is a $30,000 win, if not potentially more, if you then still go on to make it into the grand final if you place higher than 3rd. So there's a lot of money on the line, and for both of these teams, it's some pretty significant chunk of change. So that's something to consider, but I think it's less about that, honestly, for these two teams, and more about kind of going the distance. It's a passion thing, it's a pride thing, and you know, I would love to see that storyline, personally, where a West League team makes it into the playoffs for the first time in who knows how long, and then doesn't even just sort of keel over and die and go out in 4th place, actually pushes the issue and goes a step further. And make some sort of magic happen. But on the other side of the coin, I think most people, at least here in the arena, would probably like to see Wolf Empire playing tomorrow. So they would like to see that Vietnamese team get the dub. So there's an argument to be made on either side of the coin. Obviously, again, for us, we're a little bit biased towards 3BL, but I don't know. I feel for me, like when I look at the individuals on both sides, if I were to put both teams at 100% peak performance, unfortunately, 3BL doesn't win. Wolf Empire, I would say, probably wins there. I think Ice Cube probably tip of the bunch. He's definitely someone that just feels like he can take a game over. And we did see yesterday some rather worrisome signs, it has to be said, for 3BL. A couple of instances where one or two of the individuals went missing on any given map, and so that can be a real road to failure, unfortunately, in a playoffs bracket as strong as this one.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing for 3BL is, I mean, we talked about this before, but we'll talk about it again, is the fact that in the beginning of this tournament, they had a really good start. They were able to, take down the #1 Brazilian team. They were able to, come in and take down, the #2 team of ranking. So they were really making themselves in a good position. And then in those group stages, the only teams they actually lost to was the Chinese teams. I mean, these are the, #1 and #4 ranked of the CFPL. So those were kind of considerations we were, kind of allowing for a team like 3BL. But, in that series, with Imperial, it did seem they had a moment that they should have been able to get 2 maps. I don't know what the outcome could have been, but that's where we're starting to see them not really kind of still doing what they were doing in the beginning. It really does kind of feel like they've been going on a bit of a, downhill. Like something is really changing the water.
Came out the gate strong. Maybe teams underprepared for 3BL, and the win against Vasco might have said, okay, now everyone's starting to look at 3BL, trying to figure out their strats and maybe anti-strat them a little bit. That's a possibility. On the same side of the coin, though, I would look at Wolf Empire and say I don't think that they've been really as clean as they should have been either. I don't think either team in this matchup is really 100% happy with how things have gone in the event thus far. Obviously, you can take some positives away from the fact that they both managed to make it into the playoffs, but neither had a particularly clean run. Wolf Empire, debatably a little bit better than 3BL in the group stage, but if we take away that win that they got over Imperial, which was 2 Golden Point map wins, which, let's be real, that's not a sure thing by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, they could have lost that series 2-0.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden it goes back to, well, Baisha's 2-2. In that case, Wolf Empire would be 2-2 and would come down to maybe the set differential, these kinds of little nuances. I think Wolf Empire might have just still scraped their way through because they would have had a fairly favorable differential over Baisha, who were +0. But even still, you have to look at that and wonder, has Wolf Empire hit their peak? Have they actually been able to play to the level which they would think that they can? And I would actually say I don't know that they have necessarily. Like, I remember watching at the CFS Grand Finals last year when ranking was, making that top 4 run, and that's a huge tournament, a bigger tournament than this one, it has to be said, and Ice Cube was just absolutely nuts. So have we seen that Ice Cube? Maybe in a map or two, but not on a consistent basis. Could he get it done today, potentially up against a slightly weaker looking roster than what they played against yesterday? I think very much that's a possibility for him and probably for the rest of the lads to sort of run out with. So I would be looking at 3BL and saying you guys have to be at 100%, probably you have to be at 110% if you really want to compete in this series.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Look, I mean, and I even had a quick conversation with 3BL too, because I was thinking, like, look, like what actually happened? But you know what? Before I kind of go into that, let's do a little bit of a team review. Let's just kind of show you again who's going to be here. So we'll see in a few. Well, it's the best team from the West, like we said, but now they have to be able to have their 110%, if not more, to get themselves pushed into tournament life. But again, going back to my original point was I had a conversation with these guys. I was kind of asking, what happened? What was the problem? How did we get to a situation where 3 separate players on 3 different maps had a 0.17 rating, or even less than that? There was even one person that was able to 0.13. I'm not going to name names. I mean, I could, but there definitely was a lackluster performance. So, and I was wondering what the morale was, and honestly what they just said is, it wasn't our day, we didn't come prepared enough, we need to just step up, and this is it, it's a do or die.
Yeah, I mean, I 100%. I guess in this case, like 3BL have had their cake, right? They've had their cake by making it to the playoffs. Now, do they get to eat it? And if they can win this series and go a step further forward, then yeah, they do get to have their cake and eat it. But it's going to require absolutely a much better performance than what we saw from them yesterday. Now, granted, I don't personally believe that Wolf Empire is as strong of a team as Imperial, and I actually think the Imperial that we got to see yesterday was a pretty damn good Imperial.
Yeah,
GDSC was really firing. Eagles and 7-7 were hugely problematic with the double Orm setup. We know that Wolf Empire can bring out the double Orm setup as well, so that may be something that 3BL are going to have to deal with again today. It didn't really seem like they had a great answer for it yesterday, so that's a factor into this one. But look, numbers like 0.7, 0.74 from Snake and from Horus, even top 0.81, like these numbers are not quite up there, up to scratch in comparison to what we see from the likes of Imperial when you look at this scoreboard, the likes of AG. So even regardless of how good or bad their individuals are, they're just as a team not quite at that same level as maybe some of the other teams here in the playoffs. And so that's why I'm continuing to reiterate that if they want to win this series and if they want to go deeper into the playoffs, they need to find a level at this event that I don't know that they've really found so far. Yeah, they had a great win, obviously, against Vasco. They had a pretty close win against Ranking, and don't get me wrong, those were performances as far as 3BL is concerned, but, you know, that's child's play in comparison to being here in the playoffs. So you kind of have to step up. You have to go from a 7 or an 8 out of 10, which is maybe what they had in the group stage. Yeah. Maybe even they hit a 9 out of 10 in that game against Vasco, and find that 10 or 11.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, too, like what we were kind of talking about is the fact that they were able to start this tournament off really well. They were getting the 2-0, the 2-1, but again, it's just been like a big snowball effect, and it's just been getting worse and worse. But look, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, there is a case here where I think the firepower of this team, we've seen it in CFWL, it's great. But now you're at a different level. You're at a whole other competition, but now we have to see what the mindset's going to be for these guys. And we're going to have to see how much they're going to be able to bring to this, because if we see players kind of, you know, dip in like that, that is definitely going to be a problem.
Yeah, well, let's meet their opponents today. It will be Wolf Empire. Yeah, so on the other side of the coin, of course, we have Wolf Empire, and I think much of what we've said about 3BL can probably be mirrored for Wolf Empire in a lot of senses, that, you know, they've been decent at times, but they've also sort of let themselves down in a couple of instances. The loss against Pacific Magda in particular was one that sort of bounces out to me, but dropping a map against LCK, maybe not what they would have liked either. Still, you've got a very star-studded Vietnamese lineup here. Lucas Dola, Shady Rambo, Ice Cube as the core 5, of course, and you know, there's a depth of talent in the Vietnamese region that allows this team to be competitive on an international stage, that even if 1 or 2 of these players were to fall off, you could probably pull some members from that ranking roster and still have a really, really serviceable lineup. Ice Cube and Lucas have been the 2 that have led from the front at this event so far. Some little cameos in there as well from Rambo. And you can just see how this statistic board looks a little bit healthier, just a little bit healthier for Wolf Empire than it does for 3BL. So on an individual level, they're bringing a little bit more to the table at this event. They have got that extra win under their belt. In particular, obviously, a win against Imperial and a win against Baisha are 2 very impressive results to me. The only thing that's kind of a knock to them is, well, they didn't really get too much done in their game against All Gamers, but then again, no one has.
Yeah, exactly.
And lost to Pacific Magda, a bit surprising. I felt like Pacific Magda have probably performed better in this event than some of the previous ones that we've seen them at. So maybe that's on Pacific Magda, but Wolf Empire, they're a bit of a roller coaster kind of a team. I never really get a great idea of where they're sitting.
Yeah, no, and that's actually the perfect analogy, because, like, look, there's been a lot of ups and downs for these guys, but they really are kind of still showing that they are making some critical mistakes, right? But they are home turf. They do have the crowd here. They got a little bit of a buffer that way. So that might be enough. That might be the oomph they need to getting something done here. But again, if we still kind of see those critical decision-making, you know, lackluster choices against this team of 3BL, they might be able to punish it, right? I mean, I know they series versus AG. That's AG. We know these guys. Now they're on the top of the throne. They're just waiting to see who's going to be taking them out here for the grand final. But I mean, this is the thing where there was a lot of good moments where we saw big frags, some good clutches, but we also saw a lot of moments where, again, their positions were wrong. You could see the miscommunications. So these are still some of those big gaps that we're seeing from a team like Wolf Empire. 3BL kind of in the same boat. Like, we've definitely seen them in the group stage where they were making some plays or somebody would be overexposed on an angle. So they're both kind of similar that way, but I would definitely say 3BL to me is a better structured team, but the firepower is immense. You know, the firepower is way stronger here on Wolf Empire.
No, I would definitely agree with you on all points. I've reiterated it, said it so many times throughout this event that I believe personally that the way that the Vietnamese teams play the game is not as clean as it is from Brazil, as it is from the West League, and obviously the Chinese teams are kind of on a bit of a different level. I feel as though the Vietnamese teams do rely a lot more on their individuals, a lot more on their clutches, and when the individuals aren't firing, things can be a little bit more difficult, obviously. But at the end of the day, you know, that is enough when you've got guys like Ice Cube, for example, who have been having a pretty good event. I mean, on the other side of the coin, Snare's generally been quite solid, quite consistent here for the 3BL roster as well. So hoping that he's going to show up today. I'm actually quite interested to see how this map pool is going to end up playing out because, you know, when we look at how they match up, obviously we know that 3BL will want to be angling in towards Compound. For Wolf Empire, they would want to be angling into maybe something like a Black Widow. And those are maps that their respective opponents don't really lean towards all that heavily. Like 3BL aren't a team that's going to go towards Black Widow on a huge occasion. And for Wolf Empire, Compound is really not that much in the wheelhouse either. So, first of all, interested to see what the bans are going to be. I think that will dictate a lot. But then how this map pool plays out is a big question mark because obviously if we do see Black Widow come through here for Wolf Empire, that is a map that 3BL did lose against ranking. So I think that would be a bad start to the series, definitely for 3BL if it was the first map in the pool. But predictions are out. We've got a couple of smatterings of 3BL, but generally most people leaning towards Wolf Empire, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, it's hard not to ignore because I think the competition and, you know, the games that, you know, Wolf Empire has been able to play, that even the losses were still quite close despite yesterday, right? I mean, against AG, but let's just kind of remove that factor, right? But every other time it was a 2-1 loss, those kind of pieces. But again, I think, you know, in terms of history, I mean, Wolf Empire have been able to be on top. I mean, they've been pretty much flawless against them, but you have to take into consideration when you go back in the history books, and I know this is more of your expertise, is that 3BL have had many different rosters, and in my opinion, I would probably say actually weaker rosters. I would say this iteration of 3BL is probably the strongest we've had in quite some time. I think we have, you know, the addition of Snare is really good.
Right.
Tot can be a good lurk. He can be that guy that can be able to get some good timings if he's able to play. You know, Horus, he's been around for a long time, but he still can be that entry player. And I mean this with all respect, so I hope the 3BL fans don't, you know, get too mad, but I do think that, in my opinion, Snake is probably a better caller and a fragger than Penguin, I would argue, just because of what I've been able to see. But at the same time, like, even in the history, you know, Wolf Empire have been able to take them out back in, you know, 2022, 2023 championships. So there has never been a map where 3BL have been able to get away from these guys. So even if they can do that here, Elfish, I think that's going to be, you know, a bit of a mission successful kind of component for them right now.
Well, let's see. Eagle Eye is going to be the first ban here, but I'm really quite interested to see what it will be from 3BL. Mexico gone, and what that means is both Black Widow and Compound are in the mix today. It'll be Ankara, actually, the choice from Wolf Empire, and again, that's really not a bad shout either. So a map that they're super comfortable on. Again, we talk about it with a lot of reverence when it comes to Ice Cube in particular. But that double arm setup's going to come into play for sure. Compound, of course, no surprises there for 3BL. That'll be one, especially that Wolf Empire are just super prepared for, right? Like, it's been the pick from 3BL every game this event, more or less. that they could have taken it, and so it would be the expectation that it would be here as well. We get Black Widow through second for Wolf Empire. I think at least maps 1 and 3 actually look quite good on paper for Wolf Empire.
Yes.
Port, we've seen a little bit of shakiness from them on that one, so potentially could give the benefit of the doubt to 3BL there as well, and Subbase as the decider. The way it's panned out, I do think it's actually quite an even map veto just on paper, but with the front loading of both Ankara and Black Widow, that's where you're going to get the benefit, obviously, for Wolf Empire. Particularly if, for some reason, you know, we see Compound, it goes close, and it ends up being a win for Wolf Empire. I can see the 3-0 actually coming through there. But in my mind, the two sort of question mark maps on this one are going to be Ankara, if 3BL can do some work on Ankara, and if Compound can be picked up by Wolf Empire. If one of those goes the opposite way, we're in a bit of trouble for their respective team that drops that one. But for me, feels a little bit more likely that Wolf Empire is going to be able to get through this series just based on how that veto is played out.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Ankara is definitely, you know, the map was pretty obvious. That and Compound were kind of the bread and butter. That's like, you know, that's the comfort meal. That's what both these teams like. So I think for 3BL, again, in terms of the mental aspect of this game, is that Ankara, they're going to have to know it's going to be a very big, you know, difficult mission here, just because, I mean, what we saw in the group stage, it was 3-1 where, you know, Wolf Empire were able to get a win over LCK, or they lost to Imperial, my apologies. They were able to beat Pacific Mokta, and, I mean, probably the most noticeable was taking down Baisha. So, I mean, these guys clearly like to play this. They made it a decent competitive map against AG, but I mean, we'll have to see a little bit more what can come out of this. But, I mean, they got some good reps playing the best team right now in the tournament of AG. So I think that's just going to add a buffer for Wolf Empire. Whereas I think for 3BL, them kind of being on this downward trend is going to be the linchpin for these guys. I think that is going to be the problem. But you know what? I also was able to talk to them, like I said. They kind of made a comment, and I hope Neo's listening, because this is something he can relate to, is that they were saying they were experimenting with some food. They were like, we weren't really feeling that great. I'm like, oh.
Oh, this was 3BL?
Yeah, 3BL did say, like, some of the players weren't really feeling the greatest later in the tournament. So I was like, okay, I get it. Neo gets it. So, Neo, if you're listening, you know, it wasn't just you.
Well, I would say that's a noob move. You know, like,
I would agree.
I've done a lot of travel in my time. I work overseas quite frequently. And one thing that I've learned is that you just really got to take it easy with regard to the food.
Yes.
You know, just don't go for anything too outlandish. This whole event, literally this whole event, all I've pretty much been eating is some kind of meat and rice.
That's right.
Chicken and rice, beef and rice, pork and rice, that's it. Anything X and rice is usually pretty safe.
It is.
But once you start getting into like porridge or creamy dishes or fish.
You just don't know.
Fish, just don't touch dairy, don't touch seafood.
That's true.
That's kind of my rule when I'm overseas. And it's not as if even the food's bad necessarily. It's just that wherever you're from, you have a natural immunity to some of the bacteria that's in the food there for the most part. Whereas I'm in Vietnam. I've barely been to Vietnam. Maybe there's some stuff in the food that I'm not used to, and it's going to make me feel not good. So I'll just take the really, really safe food. And I think if you're traveling for work, which these guys are, let's be real, that's kind of your obligation. Your obligation is to play it safe so that you can be on the stage and performing at your best.
It's true.
Hopefully that's what they've got ready for us today. Let's see. We jump into map 1 of the lower bracket semi-final. Remember, this is an elimination match here at the CFS Summer Championship, and it will be 3BL to kick things off on the Blacklist side. We don't have the double orm just yet from either side. More than likely to be getting it from Wolf Empire, if anybody, in this series.
Yeah, no, definitely Wolf Empire. And actually, this is what they did in the very beginning, so it's a good thing you bring up, just because when they played AG, they definitely went pretty aggressive on that right away. Rambo was actually the one person with the OM that he was being aggressive. He was the one making the quick decision. He wanted to be able to find an opening duel, and actually he did quite well, considering he's not typically the guy that puts up the biggest numbers. He was still finding a lot of crucial frags. So right now they're going to play a lot different than against 3BL, but once again, AK's M4s on the composition for 3BL. And actually, funny enough, they're going to group up in mid. So I think they know that this A site is going to be a very, very tight site to get into. Not the easiest, because, I mean, you talk about AG, like, Jouet likes to play there, and even for 3BL, I mean, or for Wolf Ember, my apologies, I mean, they They have such a good system in there, so we'll see. But Ice Cube, whew, all right, making things happen.
Yeah. Good start already for Wolf Empire, and if Ice Cube's having a good day, Wolf Empire's having a good day. You can bet your bottom dollar there's another sharp shot in from Shady. It'll be quickly traded back down by 3BL, who are at least trying to put in a fight in this round. Tot for another, and we're back actually to the one-on-one on either side of this site. Wrap in from behind for Slayer, though. His position will be known. He was able to get a kill over there already, and Lucas is watching for that. And the isolated duels will both be won by Wolf Empire.
Wolf Empire coming up big, so not too bad of an attempt from 3BL, taking a little bit slow. They're being quite conservative on this, so not too bad of a decision. I'm glad that they're kind of figuring it out, just trying to get a feel what's going on from the Wolf pack. But I mean, this is the thing. Like, again, 3BL, they do like to play on the GR side, so for them, if they can get as many rounds as possible on this Blacklist side, that's going to be really important. But time will tell. Hotel control going to be up for grabs right now, and 3BL go pretty quickly on it. And now Wolf Empire with a really good read onto this. They've already put 3 players into the B site, so this is a bit of a nice tactic from them and a bit of anti-stratting, it looks like.
I'm not going to call it a success just yet. It's obviously very early days. You know, the format in CrossFire, the round timer is quite long, quite substantial, 2.5 minutes. I mean, for my personal opinion, I think it's actually too long, right? It doesn't punish the team on the BL side hard enough, I don't think, but it gives you options, that's for sure. And Wolf Empire now struggling maybe to defend this A bomb site, though Lucas bailing them out of trouble for a second there. It's not going to last. Tot and Slayer finding those entries, and Dola unable to do anything through this smoke at the moment. Got a bit of chip damage off the grenade, but that's about it. Full rotate coming in from the GR spawn side. Progression smoke out from Wolf Empire as they will look to make their way forward. But this is a tough retake to make work, though. They are starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Dola looking around that smoke, hasn't seen too much. It's costing a little bit of time now for Wolf Empire, but they're finding the mark, and they've got another round in the belt. 3BL, you know, had 2 winnable rounds to start this map off, but both of them have gone the way of Wolf Empire, and that is starting to already concern me, and we're only 2 rounds into the map.
Yeah, that seems to kind of be the storyline right now for 3BL, unfortunately, is that I feel like they're doing a lot of really good things, but it just seems like kind of in the later portion of the round, it really does start to crumble like a cookie, right? I mean, this is where they get in the site, they were able to do a good job of, you know, kind of doing a little bit of a maneuver here with some of the players, but again, we have to see a little bit more, and they've had some time to practice, but they're going to have to be able to figure out something quickly because, I mean, the way that Wolf Empire are playing, they're going to ride on this momentum. This is where we said this is the last Vietnamese team that's made it through, or the only, I should say, not the last, but, I mean, now, both these teams fighting for their life, like we talked about. It is a best-of-5, folks, in case you did not catch that memo, but we'll see. It's been a lot of 3-0s right now, but again, you have to remember, it's been AG just being flawless.
Yeah, 2-0 lead, obviously, for Wolf Empire. That may still yet come falling apart, given that that opening pick in the round has gone the way of 3BL. Need to find a way to make use of that one, but being a little tentative at the moment. They don't want to over-aggress. They've kind of set up a bit of a split across the map, waiting to see if anyone from Wolf Empire will re-aggress and see if they can isolate a duel somewhere and bring the numbers back. Not really getting that out of Wolf Empire right now. They seem to be more than happy to sit in their sights. Maybe over towards A is where things are starting to kick off for Wolf Empire, but even over at B, there's some movement happening. Rambo should die here 100% of the time, and he will. Shot in the back by Tot. So this round is being secured nicely by 3BL. Wolf Empire just weren't patient enough. They are, however, getting in over towards the A bomb site, losing members elsewhere, but still maintaining the numbers. And Dola, the Dola diff, or maybe the dollar bills is what he's thinking about as we look for a 3rd place for Wolf Empire. He's brought it back to the 1v1. Ice Cube can't swing in for the trade through the smoke. This is scary, though, for 3BL, because Wolf Empire, they shouldn't have been close to winning this round, and now they are.
Yeah, they had themselves in such a good position, but, I mean, luckily for Snare, he's going to go for a different plant spot, so it's going to be on the front side. So now he's going to try to clear up this fence. He's probably realizing, okay, look, he's not even here anymore, so he's going to get some good info. His post-plant position is going to be able to change immensely on this. So, Ice Cube, it's going to be the Om versus the Om, the snipers. Who's going to be able to hit this one shot to getting it done? 2 bullets in the chamber here for Snare, 3 for Ice Cube. But now the timer, it's definitely ticking, so Ice Cube, he has to get moving here.
It's a very good post-plant position. I don't think Ice Cube's going to find him in time. Snare has just mind-gamed this one. Unless for whatever reason he decided not to peek on this defuse, which of course you would at this point. Snare around the corner, locks it in. That was unlosable, really, at that point.
Really was. That was a good play from Snare. And again, you know, we highlighted a lot about him. He has had a really good performance here in the tournament. He's the only player with like a well-established number of that 1.0 KD.
Yep.
But even just the clutches alone, like he's been able to find multi-kills. Like he was the guy that was putting up some fantastic numbers against AG. So it's good to see him still performing this way. Like I said, everybody, I think we both agreed, like everybody from 3BL has to be at more than 100% today. I have to be at 110, and it's a bit of a slow start for a couple, but at least something's moving a little bit.
Wolf Empire going to try and do something a little bit different.
Ooh.
Aggression on the B side of the map.
It's cheeky.
You do have Slayer sort of watching for that for a second, but he's going to shift off. And honestly, timing here from Wolf Empire looks to be absolutely sublime. The only thing is going to be if 3BL accelerate quickly into the A site and get in and take control before this flank comes through. And it is looking like they're going to go. They're pulling the trigger pretty early on in the piece. 1.5 minutes left on the clock, though. They haven't got their way in. Lucas and Rambo finding one apiece, and this is curtains, surely, for 3BL in this round. Rambo keen for more. Drops down on top of one, and that will be a little bit too easy for Wolf Empire. Snake cannot hold on, and the cheers from the crowd are back once again as another round falls over to Wolf Empire. A quick one this time.
Yeah, definitely quick. And a really good play that was happening on the other side on the B doors, and the fact that they just did the player push like that. I mean, it was free territory, right? They were able to get so much information and this going for the big flank like that. 3BL luckily were able to kind of execute pretty fast. I think they might have realized that, you know, we got to make a play now, but that's really good work from Wolf Empire. This is what we were talking about with them kind of mixing up their playbook a lot. This is where they rely pretty heavily on their individual prowess, but so it's going to be a 3-1. And 3BL, I was thinking they don't want to go to this A site, but they're trying to prove us wrong here, Elfish. I guess they really want to make a point.
Well, it didn't work last round, but maybe they think they recognize what went wrong. Bit of chip damage off of that nade. Lucas on the timing. Only able to land the shots onto one. He's going to change his position up, but maybe should have been better off just backing off. Quick on the retake is not the right play for Wolf Empire. And this time around, it looks like 3BL should be successful in claiming the site. Great position for Horus as well. It's a tough one to check, and it's a huge crossfire. If they enter the site looking left to deal with Horus, someone is going to shoot them from the right. So pretty doomed looking round here for Wolf Empire, but see if Shady can activate.
Yeah, might as well go for it. I mean, good execute from 3BL, a lot more clean, a lot more swift on it, so they get the job done. They finally crack open the A site. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see that from them, but they make it look pretty easy. And honestly, I love the positioning that we're seeing from Horus. He's kind of dipping onto the right-hand side of the stairs, so what they're doing is a couple players on the left, a couple players on the right, just to be able to get that trade. So that's really, really good. It's just a small adjustment that we weren't seeing before. So you'll love to see it if you're 3BL. And now, once again, a one-round differential. Ice Cube just going for a bit of a pre-shot. Not going to make a connection this time, but underpass is going to be up for grabs of 3BL. This time, they're going to mix it up. They've been really just trying to experiment here with the executes, and they're going to do a 4-1 split once more. Ice Cube, he has to be able to get one of these duels off this. He has to be able to. Good God, that's a quick trade, though.
Yeah, well done from Snare. Again, continues to be impressive, but are they prepared for Shady from behind with a Norm? No answer, of course, as 3BL were silenced by it, but back into the 3-on-3 with Todd kind of lurking around in middle is a little bit of a problem here for Wolf Empire. They'll be wanting to clear that out before they go for the real retake. In the meanwhile, though, he's wrapped all the way around to Hotel, so this is looking quite good for 3BL. Can't imagine Shady's getting away with this aim duel, and certainly will not, but there's a decent trade in from Lucas. Down to the duos. Time ticking away from Wolf Empire. Lucas continues to be impressive, and it leaves it just onto Slayer. He's been spotted out now, and the trade not even required. Lucas will get it done before he loses Rambo, and that's another round for Wolf Empire. They are just edging ahead, and honestly, they're looking a little bit like the better team to me on the eye test as well.
Yeah. Definitely so, and I mean, that's okay, but that's what we were kind of talking about. The firepower is, in my opinion, probably the biggest difference maker here for Wolf Empire. I mean, this is where everybody, you know, statistically, when you kind of look on paper, they're able to pack a little bit more of a punch in comparison to 3BL. But I think overall the structure from 3BL, I would probably give the slightest advantage to. But, I mean, these executes have been looking good. You know, there seems to be a pretty good game plan. But it's kind of these mid-late round situations that are becoming the demise for them, or have been the demise since later in the tournament. But once again, now they're going to slow things off just a little bit more. Now they're going to pause. They're going to take a break. They're going to try to see if Wolf Empire want to get aggressive. They've done it before, so not a bad idea. Not at all. What do we see, though? 3-player stack here from Wolf Empire, committing Dola, Ice Cube, and even Lucas. So arguably your 3 strongest players in the most difficult, one of the most difficult sites, I'd say.
Right. Well, not going to be a factor in this round, at least. Rambo watching through Connector with that Orm. He's not quite going to be able to do much yet. A lot of it is actually going to come down to Shady, but no chance there at all. I spoke too soon. Shady will get himself one. I thought it was Rambo to grab that kill. Swing's going to come across, of course, from those rotators, but Lucas is checking the wrong angle. He's looking at the smoke for some reason. Dola will have to get one more. Honestly speaking, though, these retakes have generally looked quite good for Wolf Empire, so I feel like only one part of the job is done here for 3BL, and they have to work pretty hard to clean this round up. Anyway, Rambo gets his timing wrong, and Snake a double from mid. It might just be 3BL to hang on for one more. Time's ticking away from Ice Cube. He'll swap off to the M4. Bomb not planted for either of these players, though. Honestly, he could have sat that defuse, drawn out the peak, and he has done so, but now the round surely over. Snare will swing and will lock it down. Comfortable victory in the end.
Oh, man, but see, okay, that's what I was kind of talking about. In these kind of situations, like Snake, he heard the diffuse, he had to go for it. Like, I get it, but that's a pretty risky play because Snare was doing the whole wraparound. He was the one that was going for the big flank. That honestly was the saving grace for them, but man, oh man, that was way too close for comfort. But you know what? At the same token, 3BL are going to try to take it. Slayer now gets himself a little bit off the leash, so now he's able to find this opening engagement. That's what he needs to do. This is where he can be such a problem for so many teams when he's able to find these entries, but he does it beautifully. Now the question is, can 3BL take an advantage of this 5-on-4 in their favor? They still have Rambo close on by. Now he's going to tuck away behind the box. I think he spots one. He's able to find the head of one. Looking for more, but it is going to be Lucas. From above, he's trying his best. Does he want to fight or does he want to pull back? Looks like he's going to tuck a little bit. How does Ice Cube win that fight?
Well, that's a question that you might be asking yourself the rest of the day, honestly. Ice Cube is just one of those kinds of guys, and there's another one for Wolf Empire. I mean, honestly, the rounds that Wolf Empire are winning are pretty decisive, and the rounds that 3BL are winning are coming down a lot of the time to a 1v1. Yeah, a comfortable 1v1 in a couple of cases, but you're still having to work pretty hard to get through those rounds, so it's definitely looking like Wolf Empire's day today.
Yeah.
6-3 lead is what they'd be hoping to get out of this half. But I don't know, I'm not prepared to count 3BL out, not necessarily of this map. I think this map should be a pretty comfortable one for Wolf Empire personally, but Compound, I do think Wolf Empire might struggle a little there.
Yeah, and I mean, Wolf Empire, yeah, no, they're pretty well balanced on this map too. I mean, there's a slightest edge in terms of percentages here on the BL side, historically playing on Akara, but I mean, we'll see if that's going to be a bit of a factor. Where I said I think 3BL, they're a lot better on that defensive side. So the fact they put up 3, if they can find this 4th, would be huge. So instead of going back for this A commit, they are going to kind of re-aggress into this. A 2-2 setup here from the defense, and Dola trying his best to find some kind of an opener. Smoke going to block this off. Is Snare going to walk through? Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Dola's giving his back. Oh, and he's a dead man. Look at what they're able to do. And Snare finds activation here with the Alm. This might be 3BL to secure their 4th.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to back them now. 5-on-2. The retakes have been good from Wolf Empire, but this one leaves a little bit too much to the imagination, in my opinion, particularly now that it's just down to Lucas. So, got to continue to give credit to 3BL. I think they're a team that has really surprised a lot of people at this event. And they continue to do so, honestly, into the playoffs. Like, we talk about the match yesterday against Imperial. 13-12 loss on Compound, 10-8 loss on Eagle Eye. Those are 2 very close maps.
Yeah,
and that was with an Imperial that was looking really damn good. So, and you know, to say they can't beat 3BL today or that they're going to struggle against 3BL today, I think would be a bit of a lie.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. It really is depending on how we're going to see 3BL play. And then, like, look, that's even the other consideration, too, that individually we saw a lot of players that were dipping so low in their regular performances, right? Like, I know Horus, you know, he started off, you know, that 13-12 loss where he wasn't able to find any sort of success. He wasn't able to find any play that he could do. And then, unfortunately, it would like be an improvement from him on the second map. Somebody else would dip down. So it really just was like a bit of a, you know, carousel, and kind of who's going to be the one that's on the ride that just can't be able to kind of pull their own weight normally. But so far, so good, right? Nothing has really stuck out to me from 3BL or even Wolf Empire as like a deficit, if you want to call it that.
Sure, sure.
And I like to do that. I like to call things.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Wolf Empire moving over to the BL side. A lot of mid control in the first round for them, but not much presence on either extremity. Looks like a little bit of a float towards A, which is quite well defended by 3BL. It's a good read. If nothing else, 3BL do seem to be a team that does a lot of prep work, right? They come into each game with a pretty good understanding of what they're going to be going up against, and this would be a good call if indeed it has come from some previous research.
Oh, Slayer, he likes to play this position, so, and he's been doing pretty well with it against some of the, you know, the better teams they've been playing, but now there's only 40 seconds left, right? I mean, time is ticking a little bit here for Wolf Empire. They need to start to find something. Snake's doing a lot of good damage, but Taunt, he needs to stay alive. He needs to be able to just survive so that his teammates can get in time to help him out and to back him up, just like that for Slayer to get the drive-by flying down kill. So now just leaving it to Lucas and Rambo. 20 seconds. They got to get this plant down now, and they will.
Yeah, they will. And Taunt and Slayer are both quite low, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. It's a pretty split retake as well. You've got 3 isolated players right now. There is going to be a joint in forces between Snare and Slayer, but Tot at half HP might just give up his life. It really all depends on the timing. He has to go second, I feel, and instead he's gone first, and that will be the difference maker. If Tot would have just waited, it might have been enough. Now though, Rambo, oh man, don't even fight, just play the time. Wisely does so, drops back down the stairs, and he's won the round as a result. So 3BL get close, but in the end, it will be a 6th for Wolf Empire.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, you could see, you know, Tot was in a critical position there because he was kind of tucked just underneath vent. You could see that it was getting cleared from Wolf Empire. You could see the comms. They were saying, I don't think he's here, so they weren't even looking there at all. But unfortunately, his swing onto A main was a bit too premature, which didn't allow his teammates to kind of swing on a fence in the right moment. In that kind of a play, you're hoping to go for a trade, like an immediate trade, because you have to remember, you're going in a bit of a choke point. So this is, again, when I'm talking about these like millisecond decisions, or the amount of swinging you do, it can cost a round. And unfortunately, I think that's what the case was. And I think, you know, for Wolf Empire, again, showing their post-plant situations have been immenseful. They have really shown they can do quite well when things are getting pretty sticky.
Yep. Gotta hang in there.
Mm-hmm. You got to. It's tight though, man.
And I think that's really been the story of 3BL in these playoffs, is just hanging in there, really, in a lot of these series. But never really leading from the front, never really looking like they're going to win a map.
Yeah, that's a good point. It always does kind of feel like, I always think of Spider-Man, you know, when he's like holding on the, in front of the train, you know, when he's like trying to slow it down.
He's got to make the impossible choice?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a different scene.
No, that's a different scene.
The bridge scene is the impossible choice, isn't it?
That is. Oh, God, Tots. Oh, he's not able to find it. All right, Wolf Empire do a good job. Clawing their way in. And now, these last couple players on fence.
What?
How does Snake get away with that? Oh, no, but Slayer, he misses it. And just like that, one by one, these are the kind of plays that 3BL cannot afford. But look, Wolf Empire, they're going to take that any day of the week.
Big round indeed from Mr. Ice Cube. He is cool as a cucumber. cool as the ice cube you had in your coffee this morning.
That's right, I did. Yeah, it definitely had me a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. Thought it was going to turn into Neo.
I think you were safe. I think you were all good.
Yeah, I think so too. There were some holes in it. I was like, okay, we're good. Feels good.
Can't poke holes in that defense. Anyways, let's turn back to it because 3BL, there are some big old holes in their defense at the moment. They have gone aggressive out from the A side, and 3BL have decided to walk their way in mid. Ice Cube misses the shotgun AWP, but Rambo's going to get 2, and it's just so free. You never expect a player there.
Well, why would you?
It's going to be 8-4 for Wolf Empire, and as soon as they've gotten into the second half, things have really just accelerated, haven't they? It was looking like a competitive map until half number 2, and ever since then, it's just been round after round after round for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, and that's what we were kind of expecting, right? Like we were saying, you know, the BL side, I think for, you know, a team like Wolf Empire where these players are, you know, just their firepower is, you know, pretty crucial, pretty aggressive is definitely going to be something that 3BL historically have struggled with. So we're starting to see it now. They're going to throw the timeout. Yeah, I can see the person. I was like, I don't see this person, but yeah, 3BL, good time for it. I mean, they can't really afford any more after this. Otherwise, it's going to be map point. But look, we knew that coming into this, like this map was a heavy favorite for Wolf Empire. I mean, when you talk about 3BL historically, like they're like a 50% win rate in CFWL. So already that, it just kind of makes me go like, this isn't a map. This isn't your normal map. Not like Compound.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, have we seen enough right now from 3BL to make us think that if we go on a Compound, a map that they're a little bit more comfortable on, that they can actually take this battle to Wolf Empire? Or is Wolf Empire just running away with this Ankara a little bit more than you'd be comfortable with?
I think this map could be, I wouldn't be too surprised if this can be closed out pretty quickly because I really don't, like I think when we talk about Compound, I think that's definitely 3BL's playground. They definitely, you know, have a really good system on that. Even some of the losses they've had on Compound, it's been quite close. Like they've been like a 13-12 loss against them or like a 10-8 or something like that, like right down to the wire. So I would say Compound is a very favorable situation to be a 1-1. But look, I mean, Wolf Empire, like we said, they're kind of riding on the home crowd. They're riding on, you know, a map win potentially right in front of them. So that could just be that extra buffer, you know?
Yep. No, I mean, we'll see how the rest of this map plays out. But if this ends up being a pretty comfortable one, like this ends up 10-4, that's going to have me a little bit concerned.
Me too.
I mean, I know Compound's a decent map for 3BL. That does feel like if they're going to get anything anywhere against anyone, it's going to be there.
It is, yeah.
But even yesterday, you know, Horn's gone missing a little bit. There's some deficiencies on that map maybe that 3BL have to fix up for today. And going into it with poor mental off the back of a 10-4 loss on map 1 wouldn't necessarily help. Snare's playing a dangerous game.
Dangerous is his middle name.
So is Shady, apparently, who's down to 1 HP now.
Yeah, they're doing a little scrimmage here in mid. I don't mind it. They're trying something new. Man, if Lucas gets his timing against Slayer, though, oh god, that could just be terrible because Horus is supposed to be kind of throwing that utility, just kind of jiggling for him. Oh, he gets taken out, but at least the trade's back. Slayer, oh wow, he's even able to inflict more damage, but he gets taken out. He can't be costing his life like that. You hate to see it.
Good effort from 3BL. You know, they're trying to keep going. They're not really pulling any punches, but at the end of the day, feels like Wolf Empire are punching a little bit harder.
Yeah, that's the thing for Wolf Empire. It's this is such a, you know, great map for them. And like I said, the only time they lost it was quite a while ago. You know, well, again, let's take it away from AG yesterday. I'm not even going to really count that. But, I mean, they have been really, really good with it. The only loss was against Imperial, which was actually a bit shocking, but I do think Danimals had himself a really good game where he came in with a good anti-strat. And that's where we said Imperial is arguably probably one of the top 3 teams at this tournament, assuming they can keep themselves alive, but they've proven to be the Brazilian team.
Well, Snake, he's got a big role to play in this round. Todd there as well. Who is it going to be to take the first contact? Wolf Empire going to take it slow. They've still got 30 seconds left to play with here, and now the util getting tossed in. Flash catching Snake. And already a lot of space taken by Wolf Empire, but frags will go the other way. This is problematic now for Wolf Empire with Shady being so low. Ice Cube really needs to be the one to put in the work here, but it's an impossible crossfire to break. As soon as he tries to cross, he's going to be going down. No, never mind. Spoke too soon. Colt too powerful. They need to plan, and he's got it just in time. Shady covering off. It's all good. The plan goes down. Ice Cube now in the 1v1. 14-8, but that will not last. Snare saves the day for 3BL. One more round.
Oh, man, and this is the thing, man. It's been tooth and nail, and, I mean, it's the Snare factor, man. This guy... He's been a menace in the server. He's been able to be the, you know, the guy that's just the hero, the guy that's got the cape on. But,
yeah,
again, 3BL, they cannot rely on that.
It does feel like Snare is kind of the guy, right? Like, if he's not having a good game...
He is him.
3BL is struggling. Look at... I mean, he's 15-7. If he's not 15-7, this game's already over.
Yeah, that's... Well,
and he's picked up, like, what, 3 clutches for 3BL?
Yeah, I had it as 3 clutches so far for him, so... Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, if he wasn't playing the way he is, this game would have been done already. So that's what I've been worried about. That's, you know, when we were going into this, I was saying how much we have to make sure that everybody's able to play, but Snare definitely is. He really wants to get this W, but that's where his teammates, they got to be able to pick up the bootstraps.
It's a lot of responsibility.
Heck yeah, it is.
A baby.
Hey, that's cute. Cool haircut, too. Looking fresh.
I gotta say, Vietnamese haircuts actually are kind of fire.
Yeah, they are kind of fire. Yeah, they cook. Yeah, they're good. I like it.
That's one thing they do well.
Should get a haircut later.
I actually thought about it.
Good.
Got an extra couple of days here in Vietnam, maybe. Go for a haircut somewhere.
Yeah, you know, if anybody's got recommendations for Elfish, please throw him a message, okay? He would really appreciate that.
Bit of a slower approach in this round from both teams. No one getting too overeager for a fight this time around. So 1 minute left on the clock, and Wolf Empire haven't really made any inroads. It's always this mid presence, though, from them, isn't it? They love to set up through mid.
We're not against it. It's been pretty successful. It's a nice little take, and they usually get the one guy to jump into the left window here. That's just going to be able to cut off a rotator potentially. And Snake, okay, he's already given his position away. He's trying to just tap. He's trying to find something, maybe making some noise. And now 3BL. Oh God, Snare. Oh God, he's gone. And Wolf Empire, look at how fast they take the site. That's why they like to do it. This is why it is a money maker. But is it going to be a clutch scenario? That's the problem, right? It's a 5-on-3. Still the advantage for Wolf Empire.
I'm not buying it, not this time around. That nade looks like it'll do a bit of a number. Horus actually gets out in front of it, so never mind that. But first couple of kills go the way of 3BL. Hang on, they've just made this happen. Lucas, 1-on-1, but gets it done. Just one too many members alive for 3BL to deal with, and that's now map point in the second series for Wolf Empire. Hasn't been too hasty of a map, but it's been a solid enough one from 3BL that I'm sure they'll take it if it's a 10-5. Like, be feeling pretty good after that.
Yeah.
You got your key players online as well, Ice Cube and Lucas. So it's all kind of coming together.
No doubt. And yeah, Wolf Empire now on map point. Like we said, to get themselves a nice little bit of a kickstart here for the best of 5. I mean, of course, For people that don't know math, I am apparently a math magician. So you're gonna get 3 maps to win the whole thing. So
a mathgician.
Mathgician. Lazgician.
Laz.
Laz.
He's lazzing it up.
That's true. We like to do that. But look, I mean, Slay going down early, not great. Now even losing Tot. This is just falling apart quickly. I mean, now the cookie really does crumble here, Elfish. And I think, you know, for Wolf Empire, it's going to be a delicious one.
Yep. It's looking pretty yummy. Wouldn't mind a cookie myself. Nice choc chip cookie. That's what it looks like Wolf Empire are putting together right here. And Snake would be the only one that can snag it away. And, well, unfortunately, that final round of the map just doesn't really do it for me. And I don't think it really did it for 3BL either. That is a fairly anticlimactic win in the end for Wolf Empire. It felt like they were headed in that direction for a while. We all kind of knew it was coming. And so there's not a huge amount of celebration there. But 3BL, they've got to think about the future. They've got to look forward. With Compound coming up next, this series is definitely not over.
Well, Wolf Empire are able to start things off here for the best of 5 with a 1-0. But now we're going to be moving things over to Compound. But look, before we kind of get too deep into Compound, I mean, a couple good things that we saw is I felt like in the beginning 3BL, they had a good system. You know, they made the first half pretty close. That was a 5-4. That was the advantage for Wolf Empire. But it was a little bit of a carousel or a little bit of a teeter-totter. Things were going back and forth.
Right.
I didn't mind it. But honestly, as soon as we saw Wolf Empire be in the aggressive position or be in the blacklist side, it was a whole other ball game. Like, these guys were just able to, you know, get bloodthirsty and just kind of close this thing out pretty quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know. That was, I guess, kind of the way that I saw it going, right? Like, a little bit more on the individual side again from Wolf Empire. Strong stuff from Ice Cube, strong stuff from Lucas. A couple of nice clutch moments. Dola, if you remember, in that retake early on in the map as well, sort of setting the pace. And 3BL, it doesn't really seem at the moment that they really have the individuals to stand up to that, with the exception maybe being Snare. When he's set up for success, there is success for 3BL. You put him in a clutch, or you put him in a late round situation, and he's going to be able to get some work done for you on a pretty consistent basis. But if it's only the one guy that's doing that, and there's 2 or 3 of them on the other side of the field, like, it's just not quite going to be there, unfortunately, for 3BL. So I'll put Ankara in the back of my mind and sort of sweep it away here, because first of all, it's Wolf Empire's map pick. Second, it's not really a map that 3BL like really love to go to. It's definitely not one of their favorites. Compound, on the other hand, is. Like, Compound is, if it's going to happen anywhere, it will be there. So let's kind of think about Compound a little bit, and before we get into this second map, really set the stage, because I mean, at this point, I don't know that this series personally feels winnable for 3BL, but I definitely think they can take a map. I think, for me, they're a good enough team to be able to do that. They haven't shown it in that first map there, but I would give them at least a map in this series. So I'm hoping that it's going to go Compound. If it doesn't go Compound, that's 3-0 in my opinion.
Yeah, no, and look, I'm on the same wavelength as you. I think it's a lot going to be relying here for Compound. This is going to be, it has to be this, right? It really is the do or die, or like I said, or the make it break it map. It is what these guys like to eat. It's, we talked about them not exploring with meals here in Vietnam. I mean, this one is something they're familiar with. So if they're not able to find this map of Compound in their favor, I would definitely agree with you. I think this is going to have a 3-0 written onto it. But look, the reason we're saying that Compound is such a good map for them is even when they get a loss, it's very, very close. Like, they were able to still go to the full distance with a team like Imperial, like we said. The best Brazilian team, I would now argue. I was going to say Vasco was coming into this, but now Imperial, in my opinion, have clearly taken that over. And that was even, being down by one person. That was, one player essentially being pretty much non-existent in terms of frags. So they were kind of playing that, like 4.5 men, with all respect. So I'm kind of thinking if we see a little bit more from these guys, it could really change things around. I mean, even this map was still relatively competitive for the most part, but you could just tell that Wolf Empire, they were just, they had a really good game plan coming into this. Their retakes were just flawless, essentially. So Compound, this is going to be familiar territory where 3BL, they're going to have to get a good kickstart because we've seen them in a couple different maps where they go down by like 4, maybe 5 rounds, and then, like we said, it's kind of just trying to hold on and bring something back, and that's always a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, a couple of big moments there as well. That Rambo 2K. You could kind of get the sense that Wolf Empire was just a little bit more switched on this map than what 3BL were. Big clutch from Lucas again. He's been such a standout for his team in this event so far. We'll take a look at the stats page. And Lucas, once again, right up the top. Ice Cube right behind him. And not a bad shout from Shady and Dola as well. So pretty good little cameo performance from a few of the members on Wolf Empire, which is nice to see. But like I was saying, you know, Snare's getting it done. He's doing well for 3BL, but there isn't really anyone behind him in the same way that, you know, maybe you've got Shady and Dola helping out Ice Cube and Lucas. You know, I mean, Snake, decent number, Tot, decent numbers, but you need to be seeing someone ideally going like 1.0. A couple of players go 1.0, then have 1 or 2 players above 1.0. That's like your winning recipe.
Yeah.
And right now, only Snare. It's just not enough.
It's just not enough, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's been the consistent factor of Snare, like every single map, even just kind of going back to recent history of playing Imperial. He was the one guy that was well over like a 1.0 rating, but then it was kind of the big question mark or the head scratcher of who on 3BL is going to try to join him, who is going to be able to help him out, kind of lift the backpack so he doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting. And unfortunately, that was a very big mixed bag. So the fact that someone like Snare has been, you know, performing quite well, it's now the question about these other 4. We need to be able to figure out, you know, the right way for this to kind of blossom. So we didn't see it here. We really didn't. I think it was definitely better. Like the stats were an improvement on a map that I really didn't have for them at all. But I think this one, it has to happen. Like it can't just be Snare. Otherwise, this thing could be over pretty quickly.
Most definitely, but it is Compound. It's time for Compound. I can see the teams down on the stage getting ready and set up. All of 3BL are back, and by the looks of things, so are Wolf Empire. So I hope that, you know, in that little brief time, 3BL have been able to figure things out, and they would be coming into Compound with a pretty substantial game plan, I'm sure. They know that their hopes in this series would ride or die on Compound. So this will be the map where they really should show up a little bit more than Ankara. I have the faith, I have the belief that if this is not necessarily even going to be a win for 3BL, it will definitely be a closer map. I mean, they showed us enough yesterday against Imperial to imagine that they can push Wolf Empire on this one as well. But obviously some keys to success are going to be not having it be a 4v5, because yesterday it kind of felt a little bit like a 4v5. And if it wasn't, that would have been a map win for 3BL. So
yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, I mean, that's the biggest thing. Like, you know, again, just kind of briefly going back to the last map, like I said, there was improvements that we saw from some of these players. Like, I think Tot was able to play his role, you know, pretty well. Like, he was able to kind of be the lurk. He's the guy that likes to catch people off guard. He really is about timing. And I think even just on that first map, he was doing it better. So, like I said, I'm hoping that this will be a good little bit of a boost for them, just because you're going into a map, you know, when you play on car, you know it's all the odds are against you, but now you're on Compound, so this is where they go, okay, look, we know how to play this. We've been dominant. You know, we took over the league. We lost one single time, and if I'm not mistaken by memory, I'm pretty sure that was against like LCK by like a gruesome game, but they've proven to be like probably the best Compound team, or one of the best Compound teams here, just because they played it so many times and they've been able to get some pretty big victories against Vasco and Ranking, and even, you know, a really close game against Imperial. But we'll find out. The crowd's starting to cheer a little bit, so that means we might be going to the server.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen Wolf Empire play this map at this event so far. They did, however, leave it open in the series against Baisha, which I think is pretty telling.
Yes.
If you're going to leave Compound open against Baisha, well, you have some degree of confidence on that map. They also left it open against All Gamers. So you leave the map open against the 2 Chinese teams, a region which is generally pretty good on Compound, then there has to be something there for Wolf Empire, but it's definitely not a map that they have been angling towards. It's not one that they're choosing into. So you have to think maybe 3BL. This is where it's going to have to happen. I mean, come together.
I mean, but if you go like for CFBL, I mean, again, I know that's a very different stat than it is here. This is their lowest win percentage. Like for Wolf Empire, I should say. Like they're sitting at a 77 win % rate on this map in comparison to 3BL, where it's well into the 90s. Like this is a map where they're like 94, 93%. So very big difference. So that's where we were kind of saying this is a lifeline. This is where, you know, 3BL, if they want to get something moving, it has to be this map if we're going to push something into the distance.
Right, yeah. Well, we'll see.
Oh, yeah, we will.
Again, pretty standard setup from 3BL. Clear out the pillars. They've just left Tot over there. And then the rest of the lads are now starting to look to clear out mid. But it's a nice crossfire setup between Dollar and Lucas. And those are two guys that I wouldn't be too keen to challenge right now. Lucas in particular. But Dollar's definitely had his moments at this event as well.
Yeah, he definitely has. Yeah, he definitely has. I mean, honestly, you know, if I'm looking at Wolf Empire, in terms of impact, Lucas and Dola, for me, are probably, I would say they're better players. I know people are going to be like, no, Laz, but Ice Cube, he's so sick. He hits all these shots with the arm. Yes, he does. But, look, he's also been in positions where I don't think he's been able to play his role to what he should. So I would say that those two guys, as riflers, as the attackers, and that little bit of support, they've done a very good job. So we'll see now. Rambo, once again, he's going to equip the Omb. That's what he did before against AG. He was the guy that starts things off. He wants to be able to find some kind of an opening duel, but at least for 3BL's sake, they can make a bit of a bounce back. And you can now see, instead of committing to this long A, they're actually going to pull back. They just wanted to test the waters. It looks like it's a bit too warm, so they're just going to say, you know what? We're going to go to a different pool now.
All I'll say is that Bro wasn't there when Ice Cube hard carried ranking into the top 4 of the CFS Grand Finals. Well, he wouldn't say such things. That was a different beast, man. Anyway, here's Ice Cube. See if he can wind the clock back a little bit. He'll be run down by Tot, though, before it gets too exciting. That's actually going to amount to a bomb plant for 3BL. Not a bad start to the map. 3v3 post plant on B. You'll say that's a pretty good position to be in at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? We all talk about it, but arguably one of the hardest sites to retake back on. And look at how fast that 3BL are able to close the door on it. So if they, honestly, if they can get into this B site, I mean, despite how well we've seen Wolf Empire playing their, you know, retakes from, you know, just from previous games and even now with Ankara, I mean, I still, like I said, I think is arguably the hardest map to retake on.
At least that bomb site is, yeah.
It has to be. Like, I feel like that B site must be, like, the hardest. Oh, God, Todd. He's able to get a jumping shot. Now they're just trying to go for a little bit more of a scrappy approach. I like it. This is where Snake, again, calling, trying to mix things up a little bit. Lucas has already taken half of his HP. Oh, man, but Lucas! He just mows them down in the worst position in the world. I thought he was a den man in Wolf Empire. They bring it back to an advantage.
Yeah, you cannot bet against Lucas at the moment. The man does not miss. C4's been dropped over there as well, so Dollar's going to call for the rotation of Rambo, and they are just going to two-man hold this room, which is going to be a tough nut to crack. Rambo's obviously a little bit more interested in seeing whether or not that wrap is going to come in from middle, so they do have to split their attention a little bit, but now with the util being tossed from pillars, there's a pretty good understanding that that is where Slayer is going to end up being. Smoke as well, make his life much more difficult, but he'll opt to just go straight through it and take the challenge against Rambo. This is an almost impossible crossfire to break. Unless Wolf Empire makes some mistakes, Slayer should not get through this round.
Oh man, this flash actually might be helpful. I was thinking he was going to maybe try to utilize it just to be able to get across. But Rambo, what are you doing? Oh no, it was a misread. So now he's created a 1v1, but Dola luckily can bait him and they'll get it around right back into it. It was looking pretty dicey for me though.
You cannot bet against Dola in the clutch, my bro. He is just a little bit too good.
That's true. Does pack some meat, man. He's able to take everybody out. So, just like Ice Cubes with Neo, takes him out.
Hey, yeah. Well, Shady looking to get aggressive into pillars. He might have actually bitten off more than he can chew right now because Horus is causing problems. Luckily, Ice Cube is there to help him out, but trade does come through. So we're back to the 4-on-4. Are they aware of Lucas just yet, though? He's tucked in the corner, and they are not. They have not checked it. Lucas turning around again. He's got to be good for 2 here to equal the numbers, and he is! Lucas can do no wrong. Tot was far too progressed to find a trade. And Lucas is once again holding onto the C4. This man is having an absolute tear of an event. There's another kill for him. And Slayer is watching his teammates just disappear in front of his eyes.
Yeah, and it all comes down to just the fact of not, checking behind the box. I mean, I get it. I mean, that was a lot of chaos going through there. There's a lot of noise, but what a good play from Lucas. Just a quick, a little bit of an adjustment on his positioning has just essentially saved them this round and putting himself in the triple kill, maybe even to get this quad now. And just on the other side, Slayer, a bit of time, but yeah, he's going to be gone. But boy, oh boy, what a great play from Wolf Empire. Just one player to shine bright. And that's what we were talking about, right? I mean, this is where we said so much about just overall stats and firepower, but these individuals, man, when they get an opening, they're just going to pry it open.
100%, 2-1. Started well for 3BL, but these last couple of rounds have not looked too good at all. Horus is going to get aggressive up towards container in middle, but Wolf Empire aren't sticking around long enough to give him much of a chance. So back to square one. What's the next part of this plan? Again, taking Pillars control is what they're going to be looking for. Ice Cube, of course, floating around, has been an ever-present threat there.
Yeah, and this might be getting in the heads for 3BL. I mean, it's still early on, but again, like, this is where, look at, they can't even find the opening duel. This has been, I'm pretty sure, 3 for 3 in the attempts here when 3BL go for the aggression. It's Wolf Empire that are able to get that 5-on-4 advantage right away. But it's been kind of a mixer who's going to get taken out. And this time it's Snare, so already now we said so much about 3BL. Putting, Snare on a bit of a pedestal. So now we have to see who's going to be able to climb on top of that as well to be able to save them in this round.
Horus leading the charge, but it's not really much of a charge in the end, actually. 3BL do substantially slow down, and that's given Wolf Empire some time to reset and prepare. And Dola, it's a sharp headshot. Everyone's looking really crisp at the moment on Wolf Empire. Lucas, no less than anybody else. Are they thinking about Rambo on long? This is a bit of an unorthodox position for him to be in. He actually doesn't quite fully clear the site out, but enough was done on the defense by Wolf Empire to give them the numbers advantage. They don't want to get too over-eager in clearing this part of the map out, and Shady with the swing will put it all down to Snake, who is not up to the challenge.
Oh boy. Okay, Wolf Empire, they've done some homework, man. They're just popping off, taking heads, chewing some bubble gum. And 3BL not going to call a timeout yet. They're going to wait things out just a little bit more. That lead is slowly and surely leaning here for the home crowd, the Vietnamese team of Wolf Empire. But a little bit of aggression here from the defensive side. Double pillars and Shady just playing behind it. So this is, again, where they're just going to manipulate, just kind of hoping for the trigger discipline. And Ice Cube's going to be that one guy, or Shady, sorry, is going to be that one guy that's just going to go for a bit of a swing after the shot's made from his teammate. So, but nobody's there. So 3BL just kind of waiting things out slowly and surely in mid.
Yeah, 3BL, I think if they lose another round here, it might just be tack timeout time.
It's got to be.
Oh. And they might be on their way to losing that one. This is not filling with a huge amount of confidence. They're just kind of on his own trying to work middle. Where's the second player? Where's the trade? Where's anyone to help him out? It's really a 50-50 duel, that one. And honestly, if you're going for a 50-50 duel against Wolf Empire that are hitting their shots as well as they are today, it ain't a 50-50 duel anymore.
That's true. You're spilling a lot of wisdom here, Elfish. It's good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I am an old man now, so...
That is true.
I have a lot of wisdom in these bones.
You definitely do. I got to learn a thing or two from you. How do we get so wise, just like you?
Do a lot of dumb stuff in your life.
Well, I've done that before, so... Oh, dear.
Well...
Well, it's Ice Cube.
I don't know what to say about this, but it is not looking like a contest right now, which is honestly a little bit sad because really, I mean, what we were saying was this was the map where it had to be. It needed to be for 3BL, right? This is their best map, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword in that 3BL have been playing it all event long. They played it all season long in the CFWL. There's no shortage of material for Wolf Empire to look at, and they know what to expect out of this matchup. So maybe Wolf Empire have seen enough from 3BL, and 3BL have bled themselves dry of strategic change-ups and adaptations on this map. They just don't have anything new. Certainly nothing that's surprising Wolf Empire at the moment. No tack timeout, though. So maybe they've still got some ideas in the noggins.
Oh, man, snare. Oh, but look at this. Now they're just going to re-aggress on mid. This is what 3BL likes to do, but, oh, again, finally we see the man advantage.
It's not over, Rambo.
It's costly, and Rambo, he's from above.
And look at this push as well from Shady. Like, Wolf Empire know no chill. As soon as 3BL think they've won control of mid, they're going to be recontested for it. And Shady, on this timing, he did not check the window. Unreal. He looked everywhere but where Tot was. And now Rambo's going to get timed by Snare as well. That is a lucky break for 3BL.
Ooh, it really is. I was going to say, like, I think for Wolf Empire, I thought they were going to be able to have this one. I thought they were looking really, really good to get themselves a half guaranteed. But, you know, like you said, a lucky break right now. They're cracking the ice a little bit here from Wolf Empire. But still a long road ahead. 4-2. The advantage still for Wolf Empire. Double player going to go into the defense, into pillars. Once again, this is where I said Shady just waits it out. Ice Cube's going to go for a swing. He falls back. And then just leaving it for Lucas by himself, close with Dola. So they're going to try to play a little bit of a crossfire. That little bit of a pinch and a choke point here. And they're not even going to wait. They're just going to go for a fight. Why not? They've been able to win these gunfights left, right, and center.
Yep. Nades over the top haven't actually done too much damage to 3BL in the end. So Snake will kind of get away with his life. And 3BL, I guess at this point you sort of take a 1-for-1, right? Like, it's about as good as you can hope for given how this matchup has played out so far.
Mm-hmm. You got to take anything right now if you're 3BL. I mean, Wolf Empire, they, like, honestly, they just need one more round, and I feel like for them that's just going to be a good cushion for them. Just getting the lead, feeling good in the first half. But
yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I do still have some faith in 3BL on this map, so I wouldn't necessarily count my chickens before they hatch in this one.
All right.
I think if you're Wolf Empire, don't, you know, settle for less. Don't sit there on 5 and say, oh, that's going to be enough.
No, agreed. But I just think for Wolf Empire, it can be a nice way to convert into the second, I would say. But you never know. Maybe 3BL make a comeback. Maybe on the BL side, they're able to get a little bit more scrappy, but it's not a good start here as now the Alms making some connections from both sides. And oh, Shady, how does he get away with this? And now Tot, a 1-on-2 with 35 seconds. And I can't even finish my sentence without Wolf Empire just pouncing on them.
Love to see the kids in the crowd having a bit of a cheer along as well. Hyping up. Surprised that there's no timeout still from 3BL, but I mean, we're getting pretty late in the half at this point, I suppose. So you'd be thinking, okay, well, let's try and hold it in the back pocket, maybe try and win one more round in this half just to give us some leeway, but they are really, really running out of opportunities here if Wolf Empire continue to look as good as they have. Heavy stack on the B side of the map from Wolf Empire, but hasn't really prompted a whole lot from 3BL. And again, 3BL pillars to mid. It's their standard default setup.
Yeah, this is a move they like to do. This is something they've done lots of times. They like to get this mid control, get this brackets, and now they're just going to have to make a decision which way they want to go. And now they're just burning a ton of utility. Horus has to be able to lead this charge, but Shady can't get the better of him. But Dola, luckily, can be a little bit of a secondary hit. Now we can see 3BL finally getting themselves some duels, but it's not going to be too long-lived here. It's still an advantage for 3BL. Now just leaving it to Rambo by himself. He's got the but they know where he is. The plant's going to come through. Is he really going to commit this? Is he really going to just be that determined he wants to keep pressing onto this long A? I guess so here, Elfish, and he's just going to let things happen. He's down to, what, like 5 HP? I don't even know why he's still doing this. And finally, 3BL respond back.
That'll restore a little bit of confidence. You know, getting 3 rounds, I feel like 3's kind of like that tipping point where it's like, we've got something to work with in the second half. Like, the second half can't just be blitzed. We can afford to maybe lose one in the second half and then call attack timeout. So now 3BL will just push for 4, and you were speaking about that 5-4 lead that Wolf Empire might be looking for. I'm sure at this point, 6 feels even better. And Ice Cube again is going to land another shot. So he's got no chill. I've used that joke a couple of times.
Yeah,
now.
you got it, man. No, there's so many good like puns you can use with his name. I love it.
He's still hot.
He's
everybody's hot here in Hanoi.
That's true, even me.
Yeah,
I'm not made.
Extremely.
Yeah, I'm from
that
Canada,
new
man.
suit of yours.
Look, I'm like gold-blooded, man. I'm used to the Great White North here. Not I can't handle this heat. It's a whole other thing.
Surely you can't break this setup. Oh, but apparently you can. 3BL, that was a beautiful flash. Bit of a little bit of a whiff by Wolf Empire in that one. They had the perfect setup, but sometimes 3BL just go one better, and this should surely be their 4th, which would put them in a competitive position for the map.
No, it definitely would. I mean, and now they're going to go for the plant here onto the B side. I mean, Rambo already down 41 HP with, you know, he's still got utility. I mean, Tim the Toolman here, he's got everything he needs, but I don't know if he's going to be able to build this fence to get himself kind of over this little bit of a choke point. Snare does go for a swing and a miss on the shot. Timer is now about halfway through. All that 3BL have to do, they just have to be able to keep their players alive, and they do. So a 5-4 half is going to be done. We're going to be switching things over. So the advantage right now for Wolf Empire, but let's not forget, I mean, this was a pretty big lead. If I'm not mistaken, I actually think it was like a 3-1 at one point, and then it was kind of, they grabbed, you know, their 4th, and then it was really 3BL to really persevere and get things a little bit more tight-knit.
Ain't over till it's over.
That's true.
That's what 3BL have to keep telling themselves, and honestly, they're not even that far away in regards to this map now. It was looking pretty dire. It was a 5-2 deficit at one point. But those extra couple of rounds that 3BL bring back towards the back end of the map just rebuild a little bit of that confidence. Have a look at this from Tot, though. Oh, his timing is wild. Ooh. Shady spotted him out, though, and so that should probably be the end of that from Tot. He'll back up. But honestly, that's kind of awkward for Wolf Empire. They have no pillars control at all. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they just want to go mid. They loved mid on Ankara. They're going to love it again, apparently, on Compound.
Yeah, and they're going to do a little bit of what 3BL likes to do. So now the executes into this. Dola's made his way into the site, but Tot is successful. 3BL getting some immediate trades. That's definitely going to make a huge difference here for the GR side, but they have to keep that moving. Back to a 3-3. Rambo's taking some big damage. Ice Cube. Another little bit of a miss from him. Snake, my God, you got to land this shot, my boy. But Rambo is still surviving with this. Shady trying everything in his abilities to find something in A. And now you can see Rambo. He might be able to get the timing. This is a big play. Look at the position he's in. But is Snake going to read him? He will. He eats him alive here, Elfish. Ooh. But look at the damage being inflicted. This is close.
Yeah, it is going to be enough to get one, but Shady has got barely any HP, and these duels are taken together by 3BL, so that's an equalizing round. Wonder if it's falling apart at the seams for Wolf Empire. In fact, you know, there was very much a position where we were like, man, well, 3BL, they need to call their attack timeout, and they're not looking good here. And now they're back. They're 5-5, and they've actually put on a string of rounds, and certainly the pressure's back on Wolf Empire now.
Yeah, it is. And that's where we were kind of saying, look, like 3BL, I mean, they never like to make it easy for themselves, right? I mean, this is where a lot of games, even CFWL, like, they can be in a deficit and then they just they claw their way back into games. But they done it here. Like, this is where Wolf Empire had a really good start in the beginning. But all of a sudden, we're talking about a tie game. And now the question can be if 3BL have enough in them. enough energy, enough gas in the tank? Can they be able to get a map win in a long time? It's been 7 maps that they haven't been able to find a win on since the opening of groups, so this would be a nice little bit of boost of energy, a boost of confidence, I'll say.
Sure. Well, Wolf Empire looking to explore pillars. Still definitely got some time in the back pocket to do so. They don't see much. Might just be another mid push. Smoke's on right side. Snake has looked to clear it out. He's got Snare there to assist as well. But Rambo already striking for 1. Snake, Snare, 1 apiece as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Shady's in deep though, and that is Snare now under a lot of pressure. He's going to wait for his teammates. They should swing him together. Window position won't come into play just yet, but Slayer rotates across quickly enough to find at least 1 trade. And Wolf Empire, at this point in time, are kind of desperate to just win a round, man. So this is getting a little bit out of hand, actually. 3BL are looking better and better as they put 1 or 2 more rounds together. Tot will drop. Ice Cube. Maybe he can be the difference maker here for Wolf Empire in the one-on-one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but again, his HP's low, right? So he's got 20 HP in comparison to 75. But so Ice Cube has to hit this shot, otherwise he's a dead man.
That's all it comes down to.
That's all it comes down to. But there's only 15 seconds remaining. So Slayer, he's just got to bait this time as much as possible.
Hasn't seen him on the cross. Ice Cube is going for the fight. He can't win this round anymore.
No, that's it. Wow, he just big-brained himself.
Oh, no.
Oh, Slayer, what are you doing? Oh, man, he went for a swing at the last second. I have no idea why, but okay, it's still going to work out for him, but holy moly guacamole.
Couple of wild choices in the end of that round, but
they want to make me stress, man. Like, they want me to be bald or something. Like, I don't get it. Like, even in CFWL, there's times where I'm like, are they doing this on purpose? Like, do they actually want me to be this stressed when I watch?
They want you to lose a little bit of hair.
Apparently, look, I don't have a whole lot left, so I can't afford it. So
fair. Well, timeout has been called, funnily enough, actually by Wolf Empire, and honestly, I gotta say, like, kudos to 3BL because they were down pretty drastically, 5-2. They must have had a lot of self-confidence to not call the tack timeout right there, and that actually may well pay off now that they've gone on a big string of rounds here, and they'll be looking to push it through to. Quite a deep map actually. In which case, if Wolf Empire come back with another couple of rounds right here, well, you've still got that timeout in the back pocket for 3VL instead of having wasted it earlier on in the map. So it's a risky choice, high risk, but the reward also seems quite high.
That is true. Yeah, and I mean, it always amazes me too, right? And I mean, I shouldn't be because we're so far deep in the playoffs, but a minute and a half is a long time. Like, that is a long time to have a conversation at a timeout. But I mean, you could argue it both ways, but I mean, it's really just making sure the next plan you're going to go for is super clear. Like, there should be minimal errors that are going to occur. So. And a lot of times I think, I wish we had this statistic in front of us, but I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, off memory here, is that a lot of teams that have been able to find that timeout, there has been a lot of rounds converted successfully, right? More than I would say kind of backfiring against them. But maybe I'm wrong.
Ooh. Killer's crunch from Wolf Empire, but 3BL will not fall into the trap. C4's over on the other side of the map on its own. The rest of Wolf Empire, what is going on there? That was a bit interesting. Just sort of trying to contact play their way in, and they have been obliterated by 3BL. So whatever happened in that tack timeout, whatever they spoke about, honestly, hasn't worked out.
No. But that's where we kind of talk about, and we said for a map like this of Compound, like Wolf Empire, they haven't played it yet. They haven't even shown us, any sort of abilities on this yet. We only know what we know from them playing in their domestic league. So Whereas like 3BL, they've gotten a lot of reps on it, right? But still close. We'll have to see if they can make it a bit even closer. And Shady with a nice little bit of a bounce back against Slayer. But that man advantage is still very high right now. Snake, hold on. Talt's going to be able to hate the shot. He will. So at least he's got his back. And that's going to be the C4 drop. So this couldn't have gone any worse right now for Wolf Empire.
I mean, on the contrary, it might draw a bit more attention towards middle and open something up for Rambo. Like, if he wins a 1v1 here on A, there's no one actually there to trade it. And Ice Cube's also found a duel, and all of a sudden, you see the holes in the defense. Like, Snare's still over towards B. I'm not too sure about that one. But you're right, C4 in middle now. That's going to be the objective for Wolf Empire. They need to retrieve. It's on to Ice Cube, and luckily for him, he's going to be able to do it. If he chooses to go in rather than exit, I think Wolf Empire might win this round. Rambo spotted out Snake. They've got to go and they've got to swing it together. Ice Cube gets across. In fact, they decide they don't want to fight. They just want to get the plant. But now Rambo's got multiple angles to watch. He'll do a pretty good job of that. This is a bad round to lose if you're 3BL. Things were looking so good. But it's going to build that confidence and that momentum back up for Wolf Empire in the blink of an eye. Assuming they do win it, but look who it is in the clutch. It's Snare, and he's seen Rambo jumping. So he knows at least where Rambo is, but Ice Cube will not miss. And that is a huge round for Wolf Empire to get them right back on track.
Oh man, everything was just lined up for these guys. Like, bases were loaded, but they just struck out. I mean, you saw the C4 was dropped in mid, and they just didn't let it go through. I just can't believe it. These are those, you know, again, where I talked about it before, I'll talk about it again, is these, you know, mid-late round decisions from 3BL has really, really bit them behind. So now we see it again, where it was looking like they should have been able to put up the 7th. And now Wolf Empire right back into a tie game on a map that we haven't been able to see them on. So, and 3BL are going to kind of lean a little bit more on the 3-1-1 right now in terms of their setup. They're just going to have Taut just kind of, again, poking and prodding a little bit on pillars, just a little bit more passive. But oddly enough, Snare, he's playing a very, you know, passive angle on the B door just to spot that mid bracket. They have some kind of inkling that it is going to be a mid control, but it kind of seems like that is Wolf Empire's, you know, play to make.
Horus on the off angle. You'd need 2 here to make it worth it. The trade should come through from Wolf Empire, though. He's done a lot of damage. It's pretty well done in the end. I think you can say that that was, in the end, actually worth it. Even though he didn't get the 2-for-1, he's done about enough damage to make it worth it. And it will send Wolf Empire packing. They're going to go back in towards middle, which seems to be their sort of modus operandi. But I'm not super convinced about this BL side from Wolf Empire. I'm not really feeling that they have the legs to carry this one through to 10.
It's not feeling like it, right? I mean, it definitely doesn't seem like it at all. And like you said, the momentum's been, you know, a good shift here for Wolf Empire just to be able to find that round, you know, after the timeout. So, and I mean, the pressure has really been against 3BL. Like I said, they're down by 7 maps. They haven't been able to find really much at all. They've had close games, but it's still finding, you know, the L's, unfortunately, and, you know, not a good thing. And now that smoke's going to block things off. So Snare is calming that possibly they are. They should be aware of this. Oh, but they might get the reposition. They might be able to catch these guys off guard.
Oh, Rambo is coming furiously. I'm not sure what he's saying, but he's certainly trying to get some kind of message across to the team. The shots, though, are just not anywhere for Wolf Empire. Like, where are the frags right now? Finally, they're about to find them. Shady's got 2, but Slayer's in there for a couple immediately in response, and that's the round done and dusted. Time too far gone. Lucas can't win it. I don't know what that one was from Wolf Empire. Why do they leave it so long?
I don't know, and this is the thing. Like, again, God, I need my own like talk show or something. Like, I don't know how many times I got to tell these teams, like, you cannot run the clock that low. Like,
you know what? The cool kids call it a podcast these days.
Well, I'm gonna have to make one because this is just driving me insane. Like, it just makes no sense. Like, you just saw it there. Like, time management was against them. So if they would add that extra 10, 15 seconds, that got to open things up, right?
You're not wrong. I'm happy with that.
Thank you, King.
So 3BL get one step ahead again. And it's Wolf Empire's turn to try to hang in there on the map. I just think Wolf Empire are kind of out of ideas. That's why it's taking them so long in these rounds. They're trying to figure it out as they go, and inherently that's going to take a little bit longer. Maybe there's some counter-calling going on. I don't know, but it's really not looking too impressive on this BL side. Shady almost gets them an opening, but if that's what you're relying on to get you a round win, just a swing in pillars to try and win a fight, like that's not really being put together cleanly enough from Wolf Empire. The cohesion's not quite there. And you're really relying on winning aim duels, which Wolf Empire is good at doing, I will grant, but this is the point at which their playstyle kind of falls apart a little bit.
Well, and I mean, we saw in the first map as well. I mean, Wolf Empire, they were the ones that were, or early in the first half, I should say, sorry, they were the ones that were able to get the opening duels. Like, I think I had them for 4-4. So, not too bad at all. I mean, they were finding those engagements that allowed them to get that big lead like I talked about. Now, not so much the case. So, 3BL have been able to kind of adjust their game plan a little bit so that doesn't happen so early. And I mean, I think it was Snare a few times that was getting taken out early. So, it's good that he's kind of playing a little bit more conservative. He has to be. But, I mean, Todd, he's the one that's soft fragging. Horus now getting the taste of blood, maybe. Yes, indeed he will. He's going to be able to find a double. Finally gets put to sleep on this, but Wolf Empire, 25 seconds here, Elfish, once again.
Yeah, Shady would have to come up with a miracle to even get a single kill there. Now it's just down to Ice Cube again and again. You look at this BL side and you think, what is this from Wolf Empire? Like, there's just nothing to it. He's going to try and get the plant down, but Snake should be able to deny, if not deny, at least get the free kill. And that'll be another one for 3BL. Bit of a fist pump in there from Snake. He knows that they're close now. 8-6 the lead. It's not over yet, though. You got to go back to that series against Imperial and sort of remember that they had another close map on Compound that ended up actually going 13-12 the way of Imperial. So now they have to lock it in. Don't leave that door open for Wolf Empire. The opportunity's there.
And mid-aggression, a little bit here from Slayer. Oh no, but he's not able to do anything. He does some good damage. You know, he's able to take down Dola half HP, Shady quite low as well. But very interesting little bit of a tactic here from 3BL. They tried to put this in a different gear, but unfortunately, they go right into a wall here. Now they're going to lose that opening fight. Smoking to block off Horus. Might be able to get the timing of that. Ooh, good nade from Snake. And
what is that?
Like I said, what are they doing?
Is that?
Why are they peeking like this?
With the C4.
Again, they keep dropping the C4 in this position. Why, oh why do they keep doing this to themselves?
I can't believe what I've just seen. I actually am at a loss for words. I have no idea what they're hoping to achieve with that kind of a peak, but that is just horrible. Ice Cube brings it back to the 1-on-2, but man, he should not have to be in this situation. This is crazy. This is madness from Wolf Empire. I mean, 3BL, granted, they're setting up nicely and dealing with it comfortably, but I think Wolf Empire have kind of lost the plot here on Compound.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see, like, okay, look, I mean, I know I probably lost a lot of Vietnamese fans if I had any at all, and I was kind of giving...
I didn't have any.
Yeah.
I didn't have any after the last event.
And I mean, look, and I was saying before, like, a team like this for Wolf Empire, they're just making these big technical mistakes that just shouldn't be happening at this level. I mean, this is where we said arguably they are the best Vietnamese team. They were the super team. But we still kind of keep these moments, you know, where they just kind of make the fumbling looking really, really bad. And it's just such an ordeal for them, right? And that's where they, like, we've seen now, I think, in this game alone, like, if I'm not mistaken, it's got to be at least 3 or 4 times that C4 has been literally planted in the middle of the map and in favor for the defense.
It's a massive fumble, honestly, from Wolf Empire, but I guess at the end of the day, it's not over yet. I'm liking these timing pushes, though, from 3BL. They were a real thorn in the side of Imperial yesterday. It's not quite going to get the better of Wolf Empire this time around, but when you're down 5-on-3, you've got to take that risk, and it was okay. Almost worked out.
Yeah, and that, again, like, I got to go back to it because I think we talked about this. I know we're really just beating a dead horse, but we said for this team of 3BL, tactically probably a better team. Their firepower and their like numbers and statistics are definitely lower. Like we just saw it there where Slayer, honestly, 9 times out of 10 should have been able to find that fight. But something happened where he wasn't able to, but you got to give it to Ice Cube where he's able to react perfectly well, right? I mean, this is where he is that bit of a beast on this team. So I don't know, can they unleash the beast now with 2 more rounds to push OT? Yes, they can. They've done it before. Surely. They've done it against a team like Imperial. Maybe they can even do it against 3BL. This is where 3BL have to put everything on the board. They have to be able to just roll the perfect 6 right now so that they can just get this thing done.
I don't know if pushing Horus through a smoke is going to be a great idea, particularly if Slayer's there to help him out as well. In the end, this would actually be the round to pull out the mid push that they've been so keen for.
I mean, what we've seen in the past with 3BL, I don't think they've been actually doing it very often, surprisingly, is that we do see them doing the double player into A main like that. They like to push, they like to go for the spam on box, but they're playing a lot more conservative. They're definitely playing more reserved than we normally have seen them. They're just going to hold it. They just want to be able to kind of see if they can catch something off guard. Ice Cube now getting a little bit of intel that there's a player there. But 3BL, they're going to keep the composure. They're just going to hold the position on this. Good nade. That's going to land perfectly onto Dola. So he's already lost half his HP.
But Ice Cube has managed to find the opener onto Horus. And 3BL honestly were lacking a lot of opening picks in the rounds that they were losing. Still, it might not be enough. Couple of quick frags come through for 3BL, and they are now 2 kills away from securing the map. Rambo goes down, make it 1. It's just Ice Cube left alive. And this is looking kind of doomed for Wolf Empire. Slayer will drop. Ice Cube, good for 1 more, but not another, and that is that. 3BL will secure map number 2, the 10-7 scoreline. It leaves a little bit to be desired, honestly, for Wolf Empire, and I think you can see what I'm talking about when I'm being so critical of the Vietnamese team sometimes.
All right. Well, we said it before. We'll say it again. Compound seems to be the saving grace. It is the map that keeps 3BL in the conversation. They finally have been able to remove the goose egg of the 0-7 maps. They get themselves something back. Now things get a little bit more interesting as we're going to be moving into the 3rd map.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say about that one for 3BL. It looked pretty good on GR side. Like, they were decently competitive there, but man, this team on BL side of Compound, they just got to go back to the drawing board because it didn't look pretty at all, right? Like, none of the setups that they were keen on really worked out at all. You got to give some credit, obviously, to 3BL as well. They kind of fired up in that second half, and I talked about them sort of taking the strategic approach of not actually calling for the tack timeout in that first half when things were looking pretty dire. They backed themselves on this map, so, you know, credit to them for that, but I don't know where Wolf Empire expects to get around on the T side without someone popping off. If that's what they're going to be bringing. Like, it was fairly uncoordinated. The pushes through mid, man, like, that round where Lucas was holding onto the C4 and just crouch walks out the window while there's a smoke in mid and no one else is pushing through that smoke.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what you're hoping to achieve with that apart from dropping the C4.
Yeah.
Well, I'll throw my hands up in the air.
Yeah, no. And look, I'm with you. Like, I mean, that's where I made a lot of criticism in the very beginning of this, where even for Wolf Empire when they were playing Pacific Mokta, and they actually lost that series, right? Like let's not forget, that was a 2-1 that went against them. But I remember just going like, how is this team the #1 team? How has this team been so amped up to be this, like, you know, #1 Vietnamese powerhouse? And it was just a sloppy fest, right? And this is kind of an example of that again. So I was making a lot of criticism about this team because they kind of make these plays where they're like, you know what, just go around frag. Just do something, you know, find some duels, whatever. But you can't always do that. You can't always rely on that. That's never just going to be the success point. So that's where I was kind of saying 3BL to me is that tactical better team, but there was a lot of rounds where just some good individual plays just like this, that clip right there really saved a team like Wolf Empire.
Yeah, a couple of moments definitely for 3BL though that certainly made the difference as well. I mean, first half, like they were up 5-2, and then they end up losing the map 10-7. Like, wow, that's quite disappointing for Wolf Empire. Horus definitely had his moments in that second half. A much better map from him than yesterday. I think we were quite critical, obviously, of what he was able to bring to the table on this map against Imperial, and obviously we've got to give a bit of a shout out to him for having a much better performance today.
And honestly, the same's going to go for Tot too. Like, I mean, this was, again, like, I don't love, you know, pinpointing onto players when they don't have good games, but he was one of those guys, you know, when we were looking at the series with Imperial, he was absent. Like, he was, like, just for context, like, he had a 0.07 KD against Imperial. But in this one, in this game here, he dropped 20. Like, he was actually able to get his stride. He was able to be, you know, on the right waves. It was smooth sailing for him. So that's what you need when you talk about, you know, players stepping up, because I said Snare needs somebody. He needs a bit of a partner in crime, and finally Tot, he said, you know what, enough's enough, Snare. I want to be able to double you. I want to put it at a 2.22 with a 1.18 kills the ratio. Like that we haven't seen that in so long, so I absolutely love to see this.
So we've seen one map on the board now for 3BL. Do we start getting into the conversation about their chances and likelihood of winning this map, right? Not map even, I mean series, but like, I guess map, Black Widow coming up next. That's probably the first port of call. Can 3BL be a competitive enough team to win on Black Widow? I know that's a pretty good one generally for Wolf Empire, so yep. Tough call to make.
It is, and you know, I think the reason it's also a tough call for Black Widow is because when we talk about the maps that, you know, Wolf Empire have been able to play on this and who they played against, the standout for me, like, I mean, they won against LCK, they lost in overtime to Pacific Mokta, but look, let's not forget who they beat. They beat Baisha. They took them out with a pretty big win of a 10-6. Like, it wasn't even like a close game. Like, they honestly had full control of that. They looked like they were fully prepared. Everything just, you know, lined up. The T's were crossed, I's were dotted. So, and then on the other side of the coin here for 3BL, they've played it one time and they lost a ranking a 10-8. So again, you kind of wonder, like, what is actually going to happen here for this map. I'm more excited, but you know what? We're going to have to put that excitement a little bit on hold. We're going to take a little bit of a break just for these players to cool off, and apparently me too. So, bye. And welcome back. We're here for the CFS Summer Championship 2024. Wow, I almost forgot what year it was.
Right.
Okay, we're ready to go. There's my brain is kind of in mush because I'm still kind of digesting what we saw from both 3BL and also from Wolf Empire. And I mean, they only had a 5-minute break, but dear goodness, I hope Wolf Empire is going to clean some things up here.
I mean, look, they're having more than a 5-minute break, I can tell you that. They're taking their time coming back into the chairs. I think they're taking a little bit of the mickey out of it. But what I will say is, you're right, that a bit of extra time, hopefully for, I mean, honestly for both teams, right? Like, at the end of the day, it was a much better game from 3BL there on map 2, but this series is going to be quite a big one. It's going to be a difficult one still to get over the line. Wolf Empire very much still the favorites in this matchup. We sort of identified in the veto that Compound was going to be a map that could potentially go the way of 3BL, and if it did go the way of 3BL, then we've got game on. But still kind of said, well, Ankara and Black Widow both look like they lean pretty heavily toward the side of Wolf Empire, so that's something to kind of consider. Obviously, going even deeper into the map pool, that'll be a conversation point now as well. And we'll get there when we get there, but for Wolf Empire, a bit of a bounce back is required.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean the good thing for, you know, Wolf Empire is the fact about they have been able to play this map quite a bit. It is probably one of their best maps as well. Like, I mean, it's, you know, normally they've shown that they can be pretty good on it. They have 11-0 that they were in for the CFVL. They definitely had some different results here overall for the tournament, but you still can't really be too disappointed. Like I said, it was a 2-1 overall against some different teams, but I mean, look, I still can't get away from the fact of that Basho win. Like, I mean, that's any time that you can take down one of the Chinese teams, and honestly, in a pretty decent scoreline, I would argue that I think it gives you, you know, like a +5 buffer here. So we'll see if that's going to matter. I mean, maybe it's going to be a moot point because for 3BL, they've only been able to play this once. They did play the rivals of ranking, but that was a very close game. But it's been some time that we've seen 3BL play this, so I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing.
Neither do I, honestly. I mean, I think it's illegal to ask us for predictions when it's Vietnamese teams playing.
Yeah.
Because they are the hardest teams to call, honestly.
They are.
But they've got the crowd support. There's still quite a contingent out here to watch, even though there's some thunderstorms around now.
There is outside?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Then we're on to Black Widow, so see how this one kicks off. Wolf Empire looking like they want to start decisively. Lucas is pushing out on the B side of the map, and there's a push down on long as well from Wolf Empire, which is actually going to end up getting a little bit too eager. But Dola still has it locked in. So numbers advantage is there for Wolf Empire off of a very aggressive start to the map.
Yeah, it really is. But, I mean, I think for Wolf Empire, they really did need to kind of, you know, find their way a little bit of making a statement here and kind of realizing that, you know what, 3BL, you were lucky to get that map. So they're trying to prove a little bit more of a point. Good nade that's going to get thrown. Actually, that does land, so that's going to be an open B site here. So now the smoke's going to be able to be thrown for connector, so Ice Cube's not going to be able to have a sight on this. But, look, once again, it is going to be Wolf Empire on a retake, but I don't know how Snare is able to find that shot through the smoke. I guess he was just able to find him on the edge. Dola now down to some critical HP. 3BL, they haven't been too good on these, but, hey, they definitely make it look good.
Well, that's a little bit more something, isn't it? Right, 3BL, get them around under their belt to start things off, and I don't know, I can definitely see them picking up Black Widow, and if they do, Port next. They've had some pretty close games of Port against a couple of teams in this event so far. So, oh man, we'll see.
Oh no. No. I mean, this is where, okay, look, good work from Wolf Empire. They locked down that long A control. So now 3BL, what they could be doing is they could be picking up the pace a little bit here because they know that there's going to be at least 2 players that have committed into this long A. But now that they've kind of, you know, taken a slow approach, the turtle approach, it might be a problem because Ice Cube now, he's ready to go. He gets a first shot off, maybe finds a little bit more. He's getting tapped away, but oh, dear God. This is ice cold with the
That's a little bit more like it from Ice Cube. 3BL beware. GR side for Ice Cube is where he's going to play. Again, fast down long for Wolf Empire, and those nades have done an absolute number. Snare does not get to take part in this round. Slayer as well. And very quickly, the floor is just being wiped with 3BL in this one. That's how Wolf Empire would have liked to have seen that first round going as well. And
yeah.
Surely at this point, nobody should be challenging Ice Cube anymore.
Nope, they really shouldn't. And I mean, the fact that they're even able to get a flawless round, now they're starting to feel, it looks like they were able to recharge with that little bit of a break. They're playing a lot better. Ice Cube, I mean, look, I'm going to keep criticizing this guy apparently until the cows come home, because, I mean, I said before when he played AG, look, it's AG, I get it, but he also, again, was making some, nervous calls, and his positioning was a bit off. Not the case right now. He's been actually able to play that green box very effectively. He's been able to get his shots. He's not kind of second-guessing. He seems a lot more determined on what he wants to do. So even with that determination means that 3BL are going to call the tack timeout right away. I mean, we're only a couple of rounds in here, Alfish, so we could argue this forever as well. We can put this on our podcast if you want, but we could talk about this.
What do we call our podcast?
Ooh, that's a good name. I would say, need some wordplay with our names. Feelin' Elfish.
Feelin' Elfish. That's.
I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I was like,
it's got some interesting.
Your name's just
complications.
It's just got a nice. It's got a nice little ring to it. Mine's so boring. Laz.
Surely there's some sort of CrossFire reference you can make.
Ah, true.
With Laz. Laz Fire.
Oh goodness. Maybe we'll come up with it later. If anybody's got any ideas, throw us a DM. Don't mind. At Laz_TV, and of course, Elfish Guy, if you guys want a little quick plug in.
Oh, yeah?
Gotta do it. I haven't been promoted once on my socials here,
Sure.
I feel like, you usually get to.
Fair.
Yeah, I gotta get more followers,
Gotta pump those numbers up.
I gotta pump those damn numbers up.
The only numbers that really matter right now are the rounds. And that's looking pretty good for Wolf Empire so far.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'll be curious what this timeout was really just trying to, be able to find and capitalize on, just because I feel like a lot of these rounds were just getting worse and worse and worse here. So Wolf Empire are just winning a lot of gunfights. And once again, they're going to do the double player, if not triple player, long control. And in conjunction with that, they are going to try to go for a bit more B control, but realizing that 3BL have actually put a lot of forces onto this. So things have hit a bit of a bound.
That's a big setup outside of B from 3BL. But they're smoked off. I don't know if they're the kind of team to go through this one. Generally pretty patient.
Yeah, they don't really do a lot of, gimmicky things like that.
They're not the kind of team that would crouch walk out of the window in middle with the C4 on compound.
But I'll tell you who would do that.
Wolf Empire would.
Oh, yeah, they would.
Anyway, flash through. And that might be why you don't see them doing that all that often, because it has just absolutely not worked.
Oh, boy. Kind of going the way I was unfortunately predicting a little bit here. I mean, and I say unfortunately just because for 3BL fans, I mean, there was a lot more of excitement getting themselves back in a conversation, but we said, there's been a lot of close games that Wolf Empire has been able to have in this map. They've been able to be decently competitive. Some good competition, so they've really gotten the reps. Let's not forget, they got 6 rounds against AG, so... And those 6 rounds, or even the score, I should just say, that game entirely, it was actually quite close. There was a lot of situations where it came down to a 1v1, or even a 2v2, even man advantage situations for Wolf Empire, so... But, once again, you are talking about a titan of AG, so that's already a thing.
Yeah, this is already getting a bit out of hand, though, for 3BL, isn't it? It was an early timeout call. They're down 3-1. They're down 4-on-5 in this round. Worked hard to try to get that map win on compound, but if they just get blasted here on Black Widow, it might be kind of irrelevant.
Yeah,
I feel Port is winnable for 3BL, to be honest, but I don't know. Wolf Empire have been getting their reps in on that map. They haven't won it at this event so far, but they have been playing it a bit.
That's true. Ooh, okay. Actually, that's a good read from 3BL because there's been a lot of plays where Wolf Empire like to play a player right in there. I always call it sewer, but I mean, but now even with this, they go backwards again. But Dola's already put himself in such a good position on this long A. So once again, the defense is looking pretty fierce because even if Dola can find one, it's going to give just enough time here for Ice Cube to go for that fight. And he doesn't even have to worry about anybody on cap. This is going to be a firefight on long right now.
A bit of an isolated duel, isn't it? I mean, you do have Ice Cube that can swing and try and help out, but Dola's already got 2, and that provides enough time for Ice Cube to easily nab the trade. So it's just gone from bad to worse for 3BL, and it seems to be getting even worse, as this will be another clean win. Wolf Empire 4-1. They are steamrolling their way through this map right now. Where do you turn to as 3BL? Already called your tack timeout.
Yeah, you know, I really don't know. And I mean, this is the other thing too, is like that's kind of been the problem with 3BL is it's, you know, one of my favorite references is Katy Perry. You're hot and you're cold. And right now, unfortunately, they were a little bit hot on compound. Now things are getting a bit cold, but at least they can get something started with an opening duel. They get the long A control, so okay. I talk about hot and cold. A little bit of a warming up, right? A little nuke warm idea. So that does allow Tot to now play his role where he can just, be, again, lurk, maybe get the timing just right. But Horus is by himself. He has no trade. Nobody is here to help him. Snare is all the way in the back with the sniper. But again, you're hoping that Snare is going to be able to hit that shot. Okay, I guess he will. Look, he's going to make me eat my own words here, Elfish. And I think 3BL, they found something out of nothing.
They did. I don't know if that's just maybe a little bit of aggression from Wolf Empire that's kind of gone wrong, though. Like, you have 2 players pushing out past kind of like the battle lines, if that makes sense. And I'm not going to say never. I'll never say never when Ice Cube's alive. He's only got half HP, and this is a pretty difficult one to clutch out, but he seems to be able to make some magic happen. Not this time, though. Right underneath Tot, easy kill in the end, and a second round for 3BL to try to settle some of the nerves. How successful it will be will remain to be seen.
Stay tuned. We'll find out soon enough. Okay. 3BL will be able to get themselves something back into this, but can they keep doing it? No, they're going to lose that first man engagement. Snake, the IGL, he's going to be done. He's removed. He's got nothing. He's got no sight. So now I can see him actually just kind of looking at the strap book. He is trying to be creative. He wants to figure out a new idea. I got the bird's eye view. The guy is staring at the notebook, trying to dig deep here in terms of strategy. So it's a good thing to see. They've done a lot of homework, but it's going to be a question if they're going to be able to ace this test. Good shots coming in, and look at that! 3BL, again, they have some kind of a bounce back and putting it all just down to one lonely man. It's Rambo, and Rambo's known to just go guns blazing.
They're a grindy team. They're a tenacious team. That's what you got to love about 3BL. Even when you start to lose a little bit of faith, they're not a team that will lose that faith, and 2 great rounds get pulled out when it's kind of looking pretty dire for 3BL. So evident they've still got the chops, whoever's making those calls. It's a good adaptation, but a long way to go to win this map for either team. And now we're going to get a timeout, an early timeout as well from Wolf Empire. So early timeout from 3BL and an early timeout from Wolf Empire as well. So both teams wanting to have a bit of a chat early on in the piece. This is not a happy looking conversation.
I never know. Like, yeah, it's so funny. Like, if your coach was getting that close and like pointing at something, and I don't know, man. Like, it's it could be nothing. It could be like a friendly conversation, like, oh man, like, hey, fix that. Your monitor setting's wrong or something. Like, I don't know, but he doesn't look too impressed. But you know what? Look, I mean, at the same time though, like, it hasn't been impressive. We saw that 3BL made the timeout earlier, like you said. They weren't able to get really much moving. It was actually Wolf Empire, and then, I don't know, maybe nodding off at the wheel. Maybe they're falling asleep a little bit here, but this will be a good way to regroup a little bit, maybe. But it's weird. I never would have really seen it kind of flow out this way, but we're only talking about 1 round differential here too. Let's not forget.
Yep. Serious business looking combo though. I do appreciate the drip from the Wolf Empire coach.
Yeah, like, it's hot in here, man. Good for him, though. Committed. You got a lot of respect for that.
I think if you're from Vietnam, you're probably used to it though. It's a little bit easier to get it done.
Yeah.
Rather than for someone like you.
Yeah, I mean, if they came to Canada, they'd probably be like, wow, this is really cold. And
If
they'd
they
be like,
came to Canada, they'd be like, wow, it is cold here.
Yeah.
Just like everybody else.
Nah. It's a lot of t-shirt weather, don't worry.
For sure, mate. Well, back into it, and there'll be no more pauses, hopefully, for the rest of the map.
There won't be. Well, unless it's a
tech pause.
True. Yeah, well, I didn't want to curse it, but... Well, a player made it across. It is Dola this time, and I think Shady actually gets himself tucked in nicely here into Terrace, but hang on, 3BL, they're like, yeah, you can have along. We're going to just take mid control. We're just going to try to overwhelm Rambo. Tucked behind the box, but do they clear him? Do they actually check this? This is something they've been bad for. Snake, a perfect read right in the grass. Just one bites him. So now, once again, 3BL, oh my God. That was a nice attempt here from Snare, but just a bit of a swing and a miss, unfortunately. Is it a little too late?
I think this is an almost impossible retake for Wolf Empire with the positioning that 3BL have got. Like, even if Ice Cube gets that kill, it costs him so much time. And you've still got 4 more members to find. This is a game of hide and seek right now that 3BL are winning. Slayer under the window gets an easy kill. Todd another one. And yeah, I mean, that one was gone by the wayside a long time ago. So good lock-in from 3BL. And they'll continue to progress forward.
Well, the one thing I wanted to note is that I do like what we're seeing from 3BL in the sense of they're going a bit quicker on the mid control. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to go right down smack in the middle. They're going to cut this thing in half. So it's been impressive to see that. That was a quicker round from them. That's where I was saying before in the OG way of 3BL. From Penguin, it was kind of like, no, we need to set up, we need to exec, we need to do this, we're going to burn the time. Whereas I think Snake is kind of mixed things up a little bit. He's added a bit more variety to this group. So that, you know, even when you kind of think they're just going to play stagnant, they're just going to be playing the same thing, slow, methodical. That's not the case. So it's good that 3BL, you know, they're, you know, instead of going for a jog, they're going for a bit of a run right now.
Right. Smokes and flashes over the top into B. There's actually only a couple of defenders here. If there's a clean entry from 3BL, they'll be able to make it happen. Rambo facing. Will duck behind the box. Wait for his teammates to come sliding in to assist, and it just wasn't quite clean enough on the entry for 3BL. That's the danger of the B side sometimes. You don't get that opening kill. You do tend to get locked out pretty quickly. And that was the case. So Wolf Empire will more than likely maintain the lead going into the second half.
Yeah, unless we see these mistakes that come back from Wolf Empire, right? We were talking about that before where they kind of go for these over peaks. They try to get a little bit of an ego fight. Snare actually does have himself in a really nice position. He's already dropped from Cat. He might be able to catch these guys off guard. Oh, but Ice Cube has such a better angle. Tot was just trying to hope that he could be able to find it. So Tot, honestly, the chances of this are low. I mean, this is, it's like the chances of getting a snake eye, right? I mean, this is not going to be good. He's just waiting things out as much as possible. 29 seconds, 2 players in the window. Oh, he's trying to boost up, trying to go for a fight. It was the right idea, but the HP against him, the numbers against him. So we'll see Wolf Empire. They will be able to get themselves in the half win once again with a 5-4. So let's not forget, Elfish. I'll bring you back. I'm a little bit of a historian myself.
Okay.
Every single map has been a 5-4 in favor for Wolf Empire. Fun fact.
There you go.
Not too shabby, eh?
Well, 50% conversion rate on the advantage at the halftime. It's not a huge number. Slayer, it's a big spray with a second shot. Much, much cleaner. And util coverage must have just been amazing from 3BL because no one was looking at him. Wolf Empire could not see diddly squat.
Yeah, good utility work, and that actually was something we saw a little bit from 3BL a bit earlier as well on Compound, where there was some really good pop flashes. We get to see it a little bit there, so that lands influential kills. Have taken down Lucas and Dola, so not too shabby here for 3BL, but and even Snake, I was thinking he's being pretty aggressive on this. I didn't mind this with Horus kind of being there with him because then they could at least find a trade, but now Horus is kind of posted up by himself, so there's a lot of pressure for him. He has to be able to get this kill. It's going to be one though, but Wolf Empire, they still got some time if they want to get out of this.
One's good enough. In a circumstance like that, you're up 5v3, you'll take a 1-for-1. That means you're going to win the round if you keep going in that capacity. So Ice Cube and Rambo waiting for a mistake from 3BL, and they are going to get it. There's no need to be swinging for info at this point. 3BL, you have the numbers. You just got to play the trades.
Yeah, and those are some of the decisions that, again, like 3BL, like you made a good point before. It's like, yeah, Horus being in that position when they were up 5-on-2, it's like you can't afford that one player, but that unfortunately Slayer kind of just gets a little bit antsy and he just gives his life away. And now it's just, it makes it so much tougher. And this is something 3BL has done. But, oh my God, Todd is kind of, again, poking around, and this might not be the right idea. Snake, oh my, he's able to be swift on the duel. So now Ice Cube, 30 HP in a dream. He's got 3 players to go against with 30 seconds. Snake just jiggling, just toying with the idea of this. Will he be able to find this opening? He will not. And 3BL, they bounce back again here.
Yeah, another very back and forth map. I'm honestly kind of starting to believe that 3BL can win this series.
You're becoming a believer.
Which I didn't think I would say.
Oh, damn.
But if they do win Black Widow, Port, I don't know, man. That's been a pretty shocking map for Wolf Empire at this event. 0 for 3 at Port, so...
Could you imagine? Like, it just, yeah, like, again, this map is very critical. Oh my God, finally!
Yeah, and the individuals are firing as well.
They are.
That's a crazy angle to be coming from, so don't really blame Top for that one.
What is Snake doing?
I don't know. He's worried about...
How does he not know?
He's worried about box room. He's dropped the C4 carrier. I think he might have had to fight a battle on 2 fronts there. And Snare in from behind is waiting for the perfect timing to catch Shady here. If he does, won't take long to finish him off, but in the end, Wolf Empire will sneak away around. That's a very strange round how that played out.
Oh, it just, again, like, it just kind of makes you wonder, like, the comms are just, they seem to be disconnected. Like, I know, for anybody that's not aware as well, like, there's the feature that they have here for the players, like, if you get taken out, your screen essentially is going to go to the logo within 2 seconds, but you still have time to calm that. Like, so I don't understand how Snake was just overextending his peak, and he was kind of just giving up his back. So these are the things that we've seen from actually even Wolf Empire as well. So look, this isn't just a one-team thing, but right down to a technicality, but Wolf Empire will get themselves back into a lead, and that's pretty crazy to think they took it that way.
Yeah. Again, Wolf Empire, they play a little bit more of this chaotic style, so if they can bring 3BL down to that level, then maybe that is their key to success in these close maps at least. Because, you know, pound for pound, it doesn't really feel like they've got the individual advantage at the moment. Like, the firepower seems to be pretty even.
Things are getting loud here in the stadium, so again, this is the Vietnamese team, the only one to keep themselves in this tournament. Loser of the series is going to be going home. 4th place will be marked on their name. And now 3BL get a bit of a start. Slayer does get 1 trade back, but again, it's just not enough. And now leaving it down to Snare by himself. He has to do something magical here, Elfish.
Yeah, that's a rough round, a rough way to lose it as well. Momentum is shifting again. Was very much hanging in the balance, maybe even leaning 3BL for a moment, but Wolf Empire off of that previous round and now presumably this one as well. Put themselves 2 rounds in the lead and start thinking about the map victory here on Black Widow. It's a tough one to win for Snare. Again, he has been very good in the clutch for his team at this event, but the crossfire that he would have to break, I mean, you can't afford to miss that shot.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to hit though too, right? So I mean, it's...
Oh yeah, no blaming him,
yeah.
but if you want to win that clutch, you can't miss that shot. In fact, that shot probably has to come through 10 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
To even give him a chance.
Yeah, tough situation though, but again, a good one here for Wolf Empire. They've been able to find themselves in 2 rounds in a row now, and Ice Cube's going to be able to win that Alm exchange, so Snare's going to be done. He's going to be removed. So no sniper available here for the defense of 3BL, but Wolf Empire once again putting themselves at a big advantage. Slayer, there's a player on your top right, and I think Rambo might have been able to spot you. Oh, they both know though. Oh, that nade surprisingly actually just missing. Rambo readjusts his position just at the right time. Not going to take a speckle of damage. So 3BL tried to get a little bit more aggressive. They tried to make a quick little bit of a bounce back on this. I like the idea, just no cigar though, unfortunately.
Yeah. If you lose this round, I think it might just be over. This is the last couple of nails in the coffin, really, for 3BL on the map. It's been a pretty good effort. Snake's going to come across and grab himself at least one, but that still puts the onus on Slayer to come up with the goods. It is a nice kill, but it's still not enough.
But he just got another one.
Not sure about that, though. Again, Wolf Empire, slight mistakes creeping into their gameplay. The over-aggression in this actually brings it back to the 2-on-2, which is suddenly a winnable round for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, right now, the situation for 3BL, they're just kind of burning the time a little bit. So Wolf Empire are now going to start to get a little bit hesitant. They're starting to think, okay, so they're going to come through long. They have to be able to get this timing right because Ice Cube is playing the green box. If they can be able to cross, this is going to be big. But Ice Cube lands the first shot, gets the second one as well. He has been able to make an improvement from this position. So now Wolf Empire, despite, going for some weird unorthodox fights that don't work out for them, they are still able to get the round, and that's the most important part at the end of the day.
Yeah. Could need a big round win here for 3BL, and it's not started off the way they would have wanted it to. Ice Cube at his best on this map, 15-5. There's a push out through mid from Slayer. So he's doing a pretty good job of at least taking some space, but again, down 4-on-5, and for the most part, these advantageous scenarios from Wolf Empire have been converted. It has me very worried for the health of 3BL on this map.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It just seems like it was looking so well for 3BL, and then all of a sudden it just it just feels like everything kicks back, and they just can't really seem to find really anything. So it's just so interesting. But at the same time, a little bit of rejuvenation from Wolf Empire and getting closer to find themselves the second map, which would mean they only need one more to get things done. And losing Snare again early on, this is becoming, again, the Achilles heel of 3BL. Horus in a really bad position. This is not the position you want to be in because now they know where you are, and Rambo with the lurk. Oh my god, Horus has to do something big, but it's just not enough. The gloves just don't fit, and now it's all down to the IGL here to keep them alive. You can't get the planter, you can't get the kill, and now we see 9 on the board.
Yeah. Man, this has just slipped away, hasn't it?
Really has.
It was looking so exciting.
It was looking like there was a very much a big, bit of a conversation here that 3BL were going to be able to bring things back, but something's really just pulled under them. They just haven't been able to walk nicely on this one later in the game. Finally a little bit of something maybe, but oh, Lucas once again, a menace with the AK, a bounce back. The cost of Ice Cube, he's able to find 2. That's what you need. And even now, Snare again with a swing and a miss.
I feel like this whole map has really been a swing and a miss, actually, from 3BL. They were poised potentially to make something happen, but Wolf Empire have just gone absolutely crazy in the second half, and it's just not even felt close in the end. Poor old Snake stuck in the 1v4. Not sure that there's going to be too much from him, and that's 10-5. And it is now going to be series point going forward for Wolf Empire. That map feels like it's gone in the blink of an eye, really. Like, that was a very, very quick one, and so it's not going to give 3BL much to sort of think about. You know, they're going to have to very quickly kind of get themselves ready for Port. We don't have that extra 5 minutes in the middle here for this break, so see what they can come up with, but man, not a good place to be, unfortunately.
Well, now we get to see a lead coming back for the home territory of Wolf Empire, and like you were mentioning, it just seemed like something fell apart here for 3BL. It was looking like they were going to be able to do it, but just things came a little bit too short here for Black Widow, and yeah, it's going to be a bit of a poisonous fight against them where they made it a 5-4 first half, but that later part of the second half was good, and then I don't know what happened.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, what this does for me is it raises more questions about Compound than anything else, because the two maps that we've seen be won by Wolf Empire have been super clean, 10-5, 10-5.
Yeah.
They've looked really good on both of them. And then Compound, it was like, that Blacklist side just looked like there was absolutely nothing there. So, I don't know, man. Like, that's weird, but whatever. Not the end of the world. You're still doing okay in this series and going on to Port. It's time to break the curse as far as Wolf Empire is concerned. Because 0 for 3 in this event on that map, it's not a great statistic, but when you look at how close some of those maps were, it's obvious that they at least have some presence on the map that just hasn't quite 100% come together. Either way, for 3BL, disappointing stuff in the end. You know, they were going tit for tat. First half was looking pretty competitive, and in fact, they were looking maybe a little bit better on this map. But GR side, it didn't feel like they were super solid at all. I think Wolf Empire just switched it on. You know, everyone all of a sudden just hitting their shots, and that is the Wolf Empire way, right? When they're all at 100%, when they're all hitting, when they're all peaking.
Yeah.
There's very few teams in the world that can actually deal with that.
Yeah, that's true. And I think actually, I'm glad you bring that up too, because I was kind of thinking about what was really the biggest change. And I think you actually just put the nail, or hit the nail on the head, is the fact that Wolf Empire just kind of went back to what they know. They were able to just get that gunfights. They were able to run in. They were able to win those exchanges, which 3BL, I've talked about this before, they just can't handle pressure. They can't handle this, you know, aggressive plays. And I mean, the GR side for Wolf Empire was close. Like I said, it was a 5-4 in favor for Wolf Empire, but as soon as we got to see Wolf Empire back on the BL side, it just seems to be the kryptonite here for 3BL. They were doing a good job in the beginning, but I think as soon as, you know, those duels are able to find, you know, maybe they lose one teammate, but then someone's able to get a trade for the cost of 2 extra people, it's just, you can't afford that for 3BL. So I think that's something you definitely got to tip the hat here for on Wolf Empire.
Most definitely. And they can only hope that they keep it going forward. I don't know, man. At this point, it's kind of like you can start thinking about who is an MVP for this series, potentially, on the cards. Lucas was definitely good on the first map. Ice Cube's generally been pretty consistent here as well. Maybe those are the two that are front running. I think it's probably Ice Cube for me at the moment, but
okay,
see if that changes up. Obviously, Port, again, going to be a map that the snipers are going to be really effective on, so there is a chance that he sneaks away with a pretty good map there as well. And man, yeah, 3BL, they'll be kicking themselves. But I do still think Port is a map that they can go into with some degree of confidence, right? They've got to be aware. It hasn't exactly been the greatest for Wolf Empire, and it's certainly a map that we see a lot from 3BL. They probably don't get the GR side start, given that they were the ones to choose the map. So it'll be Wolf Empire that do get to choose GR side if they want it, which I assume they would.
Yeah, and I mean, this, you can see this, the stats here, right? And I think, you know, again, it comes back to the beginning of this conversation is where we said we needed, you know, Snare to be at his full form. We need to be able to see some other players that were able to kind of help out and, you know, contribute to the meal. And unfortunately for Snare, that's, you know, that's kind of the thing. When you don't have your impactful player playing the way he can, it really does cost you a game. Like we said that about, you know, even on the other side of the coin for Wolf Empire, where I was making a lot of comments about, you know, Ice Cube. He was still putting up okay numbers, but it still wasn't kind of the the same, you know, masterclass that maybe he can do. Whereas here, look at him there. You almost put him.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I know what you're saying, and it's reasonable and fair, but at the end of the day, like, Snare can't carry every map here for 3BL.
That is true, yeah, absolutely.
Right? It's going to have to be a team effort, and you're right in saying that if he's not online, then it doesn't look good for 3BL, but it's like, well, in that case, if you're a team that's going to go deep in the playoffs, if you're going to, you know, do well and maybe win this event, you can't just be relying on a single individual. Like, look at the best teams in the world. Look at your all gamers.
Yes.
You know, it's not all just do, right? In fact, at this event, it generally hasn't even really been do. It's been actually the Riflers that have been maybe doing a little bit more work. Imperial, they're not just relying on GDSC, even though he's had a couple of good maps, right? He's really got some good, solid assistance coming through from actually all 5 members of the roster as well. And we just don't quite have that here from 3BL. There's a few usual suspects popping up towards the bottom of the scoreboard, and even when the guy at the top goes down to the bottom, no one is stepping up and having that same impact. So that's kind of where things are lacking a little bit here as well for 3BL. And I don't blame them, you know, like, again, it's a West League team. It's tough to come onto this stage and compete with the best teams in the world, and they've already done more than what we expected of them. So let's just get that out of the way, right? But the fact of the matter is that we are now in the playoffs, and we have to talk about them as if they're a playoffs team. And right now, they're not competitive enough. It doesn't feel like they're competitive enough with any of the other 3 teams in this playoffs to really make an argument that they're going to go the distance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, because again, it is about, you need the team to be well balanced. You need the team to be able to contribute equally. And I mean, AG is the pinnacle of that. These guys are the definition of a true team. So that is no doubt at all. But I mean, for a team like 3BL, I feel like it's the opposite, right? I mean, that's where I do agree with you, is saying Snare can't carry every game. That is no doubt, no question. But that's where I'm just saying, when you lose your sniper and he can't really pull up decent numbers, it does make a change. And a map like Black Widow, I would argue it's a decent, like, Paradise, you know, in conjunction with some other maps. So
saw it for Ice Cube.
Yeah, he was able to just run around and do what he does best, right? So, I mean, that's where we're going to have to see. I mean, and I felt like 3BL were a team that I think everything was against them in terms of taking this series, but I think there's definitely a world where they could have been able to find at least 2 maps from my perspective. And I did think it was actually going to be Compound, and I thought it was going to be Black Widow. But, hey, look, I mean, maybe Port could be something different. They've had a few minutes to figure things out. But we'll just have to wait and see now, because I think Wolf Empire, they are really riding on the crowd. You can see how excited these guys are when they're playing.
I would say I think this map is going to be a little bit more competitive than the last one. For me personally.
Okay. All right, Allfish.
I'll
Prediction
see.
on the table. Let's.
Yep.
I like it. Okay, we're going to test it again.
Not to say that my predictions have been very good at this event.
Well, you know what? Maybe it'll be opposite of last year, where you did so good in the group stage, but your playoffs sucked, but now maybe you're...
I'm 100% in the playoffs so far.
I know, so maybe
I'm a new man.
You're a new man, you know?
Since Friday, turned 30.
Now you're just...
That's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Older and wiser.
That's what they say. You know, us boomers, we become older and wiser, so maybe things are a turning point here. We're turning a new leaf here, Elfish.
Oh, man, I tell you what, I would be keen for some cake. It's been a while.
Oh, we got to get you a cake. That's a great idea.
I mean, it's a bit late.
Well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll get you a cake tomorrow.
Not to sound like I'm ungrateful, you know?
He's like subtly telling us, hey, man, why don't you guys get me a cake? Like, we tried to do something, but I didn't even think of cake. I didn't even think you liked cake. So now I know.
That's the problem. That's my biggest problem. My biggest vice is, like, sweet food, sugar.
Oh, okay.
I like cake a lot.
Okay, good to know. I never would have known that.
I got baited by Sneaky in the hotel yesterday night to go upstairs and grab some, like, chocolate wafer sticks. You know those choc wafer things? They're really yummy.
Okay. I know what I'm doing when I'm getting back.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
And I had, like, a lot of them. So that was my birthday cake, more or less.
Oh.
Anyways, well, that's a start to the map. How about that?
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, and actually, I thought it was Ice Cube, but no, it was Snare, actually. So he's like, he was a little miffed about what happened on the previous one. But we'll see.
Yeah, Ice Cube's still in the mix. He's going to be the danger man. He's actually pushing a connector. This could be a mid-crunch. I think it's going to be a mid-crunch from Wolf Empire. They've got 3 players here, and they want to take the fight on that timing. Hey, it's worked out okay, 2 for 2, but Probably not as clean as it needed to be to swing this round back in the favor of Wolf Empire. There's Ice Cube though. Man he just keeps going. He just doesn't want to stop. And he hasn't stopped all series.
Maybe he understands English and he's getting mad at me. Maybe he's trying to prove a point here.
Maybe.
He's
I'll be honest though, I'm not sure that he's going to be checking in on the VODs after, just to check out what Laz is saying on the English broadcast.
Maybe, you know, maybe a
even
fan's
if
like,
he speaks English.
Look, maybe a fan was like, look, man, I heard this like Laz guy, he's been kind of, you know, really criticizing you. You got to do something about it. You got to put this Canadian back in place. And I mean, look, he's definitely doing it. He's definitely doing it. I'll give you that. But till it's over, you know? But Taunt and also Horus, they are going to use the C4. They will get a free plant, so that's fine. They know that's going to be time, so they're actually going to clear things up. They're going to actually do this properly. But Lucas, being very active, he's gotten a ton of information. So now what he's going to be able to do, he's going to go for the big flank. He should be able to go into B main. But this is going to split the defense. They're going to be able, one on top, one on the bottom. So this is not the best position in the world. Just because if we see 3BL try to put a bit more of a, you know, focused fight, they might be able to find a one-on-one engagement.
That's the name of the game. Tot, though, he's kind of giving away his position, but the swing in there from Horus was honestly really well timed. You can't really fault 3BL for that, but Wolf Empire just hitting their shots, and so we'll give it the credit where it's due.
Okay. Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, I think 3BL have to rely on going for like the double players to go for a fight. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to win these 1v1s, in my opinion. So we'll see. Double stack here from Wolf Empire onto Long A. That's going to allow Ice Cube to get into this short control. So not too bad. That's going to be one of the OMs, the only OM here used from the defense. So instead of it being in a tower, it is going to be in a very aggressive position. So a little bit different than normal, I would say. But it allows him to at least maybe find a quick duel. Then he can just kind of pull back. Shady to just kind of hold his back. Oh, God, they're about to run into this trap potentially here, too. Everybody from 3BL is right below Ice Cube.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the second round in a row that Wolf Empire would pull out something like that. But it's not necessarily a standard strategy. It's not something that 3BL will be prepared for. Ice Cube coming from round the back. But it's Rambo that's doing the damage, a double over the bridge. Ice Cube still not yet showing his face. He's been very patient, and eventually that patience is rewarded. Slayer on the backside of Long is hoping that Ice Cube's going to try to exit, but there's no reason to right now. He knows that he's safe from his back. All he has to do is watch his front. There's no way that Slayer can kill him unless he comes up the ladder.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only way he'd be able to do it. I mean, and actually interesting from Wolf Empire, they're playing very passive. They're just actually going to allow the C4 control. So it's not too bad. They're going to play the retake, and honestly, that's, you know, I've really been judgmental about the discipline from them, but this is a good play from them. And the M4 is going to be picked up here for the AK. Oh, interesting. Slayer, he is still... Oh, no. Oh, he's going to go all the way around. No way. Okay, no, he's just going to clear Long. He's just making sure nobody's over a big flank. And all right, allows Ice Cube to get a reposition, and Ice Cube doing what Ice Cube does, just hitting arm shots all day of the week.
Hopes and dreams of 3BL are slowly starting to dwindle.
That they are.
Not over yet. It's only 2 rounds, but these 2 rounds have kind of looked pretty threatening. And one of them was a round where 3BL started really well in as well, so that's going to add fuel to the fire. It's not a good start, though, from 3BL. This time it's Horus.
Yeah, I like that idea, because what they were doing is a 4-1. They were just trying to fake it out. Oh, God. Activation from Ice Cube. He's getting aggressive. Him and Shady. It's a real Slim Shady. Yeah. Oh, look at that combination. A jab and a cross. Puts him back in an advantage. Oh, and even Horus. I don't know how he gets away with that kill, but you know what? He can count his lucky stars. He's trying everything possible. He does some damage Allfish, but it ain't enough. Now it's just down to Snare and Taunt.
They're just a little bit sharper, aren't they? They're just a little bit better individually, and that's kind of what's getting them through these early rounds of Port, at least. that re-aggression from Wolf Empire, it wasn't a huge surprise for 3BL. They were ready. They had 2 players set up to watch that, but they go 2 for 0 or 0 for 2 in that trade, and that's just not good enough. So 3BL really suffering at the hands of the individual talent of Wolf Empire right now. Haven't yet called for that timeout, but it will be coming soon if things don't improve.
A little bit of a different setup here from both these teams, actually. So double up into B main, kind of actually even having Dola close on by in mid connector. So they're putting a little bit more emphasis that 3BL were maybe going to try to slip away into mid like this, but they're going to go back for a 4-1 split. They're going to try to swing onto Shady. Oh, they're doing a lot of good damage. They just have to get a nade, but look at that. They're just a bit too slow in the draw. He's already been able to reposition on this. Do they want to commit? No, they do not. They want to pull back on it. They realize they missed an opportunity. Oh, and they're just going to feed him again, and Ice Cube's just finding these.
Yep. I mean, what can you say? Like, it is Port, it is GR side, it is Ice Cube. You're the math teacher, right? Do the math, you know? 1 + 1 + 1 is 3.
That's true.
Times 2 is 6, and that's how many kills Ice Cube has got in the first 3 rounds. He's gone at 2 kills a round at the moment, and he hasn't even died yet. So, grim. It's looking grim for 3BL right now.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. But, yeah, they don't run until it's over, and if they can put together maybe another maybe 2 or 3 rounds here, at least give themselves something to work with in the second half. I know they're a pretty strong team on this map traditionally, but they'll need at least a couple of rounds. Snake might be trying to gift them one here with that opening kill that he's managed to pick up against Shady, and Rambo ducking his head down, doesn't want a bar of it. There's Lucas trying to do something a little bit silly straight into mid. He'll give up the player advantage, but Rambo pegs one back as the 3BL lads try to exit A long. With 27 seconds left on the clock, they're going to reroute their way over toward B. Dola is waiting. Hasn't had much to do on this map so far, but that's a cheeky angle, and he doesn't quite land the headshot, which is what he needed. Still, another trade in from Rambo. The round is not over yet.
No, it definitely isn't. And look, the HP is low here from Snake, so he's already taken a lot of the brunt of damage here. So the full HP pretty much, except for 95 here for Ice Cube. But lots of time to work with. These players are close. 3BL needing to get this kill. That's going to help. Todd able to find us, and now they know exactly where he is. But now it's a question if they over peak, but Ice Cube.
Snake's dead.
You just can't stop this guy, and look at what he's able to do.
There's nowhere for Snake to be but behind the box, and Ice Cube has the M4. He's just going to spam through it. Oh, what a shot. It was the shot downtown that really won that round. Great clutch from Ice Cube, and yeah. It's another nail in the coffin for 3BL. Unfortunately, they've been pretty good at this event. You know, they've worked hard, they've had their crack, but it seems like it's coming to an end tonight, just one round at a time. They cannot get anything over the line right now against Wolf Empire on Port. Had some high hopes.
Yeah, they really have, but seems like it just kind of crashes and burns, right? I mean, that's kind of just been, unfortunately, the MO a little bit here for 3BL. Flash is landing nicely, but Dola, he's been able to slip away. He's been able to slip away. They haven't even cleared him. Oh my God, Dola, he's in a power position right now. He's going to be able to assist his teammates. Look at that, it's a free duel. 3BL making so many mistakes when they can't afford to ensnare somebody trying everything in his power, but Wolf Empire, they want to be able to keep themselves alive in this tournament.
Yeah, the playoff stream is turning into a nightmare right now for 3BL. 0 and 5, and of course the timeout had to come out eventually. About halfway through this first half, so they are wanting to at least try and get themselves, I mean, ideally 4, but like, I don't know, what would be workable? I think 3, if you could get 3 out of the last 4 rounds of this half, you could go into that second half and at least still say, yeah, we can challenge this, we can get it done. Snare maybe pops off on the GR side with the Orm. there's an argument to be made, but any less than that, and I'm starting to get a bit concerned for sure. Some pretty hefty conversations going down on the 3BL side of the stage.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, it's good that they're calling it now. I mean, this makes a lot of sense considering that this is really just, like I said, crashing and burning feels like that's what it is. And like even where it was a really nice execute to get that B main control, they threw the perfect pop flashes. Well, I would not say perfect, but they threw good pop flashes to get in there. But, you know, Wolf Empire really do seem to be riding on a nice boat ride here. But
well, a nice boat ride sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
Remember the first day we were here in Hanoi and we saw the swan boats on the lake?
We did.
We could have been on a nice boat ride too.
We could have, and we never got to.
But we're not.
I know. I'm a little sad about that, actually. You know?
Yeah.
Well, 6 seconds left here for the timeout of 3BL, and man, maybe if they're not going to get their act up, they maybe are going to go on a swan boat ride together.
Still, it'd be a very good performance from 3BL, even if they were to exit here in the playoffs. 4th place for a Western League team. I just would have never predicted it.
Me neither. History has been made.
And I did not, also, to be fair. Put my money where my mouth is. Ice Cube, once again, looking to try to push the issue here on the GR side. He's got Shady to watch long for him. This is just a very aggressive hold from Wolf Empire in general. They are not allowing 3BL to take much map control for free at all. Which is sort of prompting this very scared kind of style from 3BL. I mean, that is unreasonable. That Ice Cube should even predict Snare in that position, and that even if he does, that he should win that duel. I think that just kind of goes to show you how this map is going right now for 3BL.
It really is. It's so gut-wrenching, right? Like, I mean, that really is just the way to look at this, is that no matter what 3BL's trying, it just seems like Ice Cube is really, really trying hard to see how much of a stat pad he's able to have. Like for goodness sakes, the guy's sitting at 9-0. He hasn't even been taken out yet. He's been running around, just being the director of the map. He's the one that's just calling all the shots. And those shots are going to be with the Om. So now he's just posted up in tower, down Snare, so they can't even rely here for the Om. What are 3BL going to be able to do? Shady holding a nice little bit of an off angle too. Oh, and actually he does reposition, so back to a standard, but 3BL, they burned a lot of time here, Elfish, but not a whole lot to talk about.
Well, Shady's found 2 as well. Now Rambo has a bit of a crack in middle there. It's not going to work out for him, but this is still not really convincing me that 3BL is going to win a round right now. 4-on-2 with 30 seconds left to go. C4 still in middle. They don't have any control of either bomb site. That is kind of doomed. Todd's going to have to hit a banger couple of entries right here. And honestly, I'm not sure that anyone on 3BL is up to the challenge right now. Dola to take the first contact. He'll win his initial duel, and then Lucas grabs the other. It's the perfect setup for Wolf Empire, and they get themselves another one right off the back of the timeout coming through from 3BL as well. So I don't know what to say. I don't think that there's any needle in the haystack here for 3BL that they can find to win this map anymore. It just seems too far gone now. Slayer's 0-6. Everyone's negative. They're barely getting opening kills, and even when they do, Wolf Empire are clutching those rounds out anyway.
Yeah, it kind of feels like when 3BL, even if they do get an opening duel, it's like Wolf Empire finds 2 right back in it, right? Like they just say, oh, okay, like we're going to lose Shady. We're going to be able to find 2. So again, it's just, yeah, I just, it feels like it's kind of conceding defeat a little bit here. Like, I know they're not. They're definitely trying everything they can, but it kind of feels like it's just, the writing is looking like it could be on the wall here in terms of a deficit like this with a 6-0. You know, they've already done a good job to put themselves in a great lead going into the second half. But this is not the way that 3BL would want to go. This will, you know, if they can't find anything on this map, it's going to leave a terrible mark for them as they're going to be done with their tournament lives.
Yeah. This would have to be one of the most monumental comebacks I've ever seen in CrossFire history to even give 3BL a map, let alone a series. I mean, we saw some pretty magical stuff last year at the Summer Championship. There was a reverse sweep in the grand final from All Gamers against Baisha, so let's not count out the possibility, but I don't know, 3BL, are they going to be able to dig deep, or is it just going to keep falling like a landslide? Lucas here, very low on HP. Has the orb in hand, though, so he's still a gun in the game. And that is still going to be able to have some kind of an impact. You've got Dola over there as well to try and help things out, just to try to anchor the site. The trade's coming in from Ice Cube, but he's a little bit too far forward. And so maybe 3BL can have a bit of success. Slayer, low, dealt with. Rambo needs to get it done now. He's through the smoke, but it won't work out. Finally, 3BL have a round.
Oh boy, that was a tough one too, because they were very, very low, those guys. Even Slayer, I thought that nade was going to be able to take him out. It landed right on him, it looked like, but well, he will be able to keep their hands a little bit warm on this. They get themselves first round back in a long, long time. Slayer, unfortunately, has been a little bit quiet for this one and running on a bit of a steam, but maybe now things can cook a little bit. Maybe, just maybe. Like I said, gotta be an optimist, you know? Gotta feel positive about it. But it'll be a long road. This would be the comeback of the tournament.
Probably would be the comeback of the tournament,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
I think it would be.
Like, there hasn't been very many one-sided maps, honestly, for a comeback to even be a thing. It's been very, like, close for the most part.
Well, the only one-sided map I can think of was when EP played 3BL, and that was a 10-1.
Right.
That was probably the only time I've seen like a one-sided affair. But yes, for the most part, you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, you missed out on years and years and years of 10-1 scorelines at events like this. And first time you rock up, it's just close map after close map. This one, though, might end up being a little bit more akin to what we're used to seeing in the past, because Wolf Empire are demolishing 3BL. The fans are happy to see it because it means Wolf Empire will be back tomorrow if they win this map.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, and you know what sucks? Like, I mean, we'll probably talk a lot about this after when we find out the determination, but I mean, tomorrow is going to be a grueling day. Like, let's not forget, because that's going to be the lower bracket finals. You have to play as a best of 5, then you have to play another best of 5. But you know what? Before I get too deep into that, things are looking a little bit grueling right now for Shady. I mean, 3BL will get a nice little bit of an opener, but this is, again, this is where we've seen a lot of things kind of falling apart right away. You use the term landslide. Yeah, it seems like it. But look at even Ice Cube. Look at the position he's in.
Oh, but he does not care, does he?
No, he's just a shotgun arm. Why does he care?
I mean, he's 12-1.
Go off, King.
He's like, man, I'm going to lock in this MVP one way or the other. And it's going to be off the back of my own arm. Like this call, though, from 3BL. This is the perfect round from them. Rambo goes down easily. That's A-side taken. There's been not a lot of success in this half for Wolf Empire, for 3BL. But Wolf Empire might be about to give up their second round. Although the kill on a tot makes it a little bit more achievable for the retake, particularly if Lucas can get up long. And Dola's found himself a kill as well, so hang on a minute. 3BL might have just found a way to lose a round from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, and all the work from Snare, too. And now Horus has to do something big. He will at least get one, so it's not like he just sacrifices his body for nothing, but Snare losing his teammate now. Now he has to do something big. A great quick shot. Can he be able to do something big? He needs to be able to find a clutch. It's another shot. It's a quick scope. Not able to find it. He's on the lower ground. He's just trying everything impossible to get it, but it is going to be a stick. Dola's going to stick it. He has to swing this, and finally Snare, the guy that's able to be the MVP of that round, will be successful.
Yeah. Snare's just so cool and calm in those clutches, though, isn't he? Like, you know, you're building the hype with that defuse. I can hear it in your voice. Like, you're trying to hype that up, but, like, there's literally no way that he loses that one if he plays it correctly. And he knows that, right? That's the beauty. He's not panicking. He's not getting overexcited. He's not over-peaking that. He's just waiting the timer out. And he knows, okay, well, I'll swing halfway through this defuse, and if he gets off and kills me, I still win the round.
That's true.
So that's probably the, fourth or fifth time that has actually been the interaction for Snare as well for him in this series. So he has got that timing down to a T, and it's not even really about the timing. Like, all these players know that, but it's about being able to do it consistently and not feel the pressure in a situation like that. So he's a real positive shining light for this team at the moment. It's great to see. Like, you know, it's nice to have something positive to say about the West League teams that doesn't just come down to, yeah, they had one good map or something like that.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, I mean, and that's, you don't want to be like known as the like one map wonder, right? I mean, that's always something you wanted to be able to take something a little bit away of, and oh my gosh, how are they being able
to... what?
Yes! He's fully blind and he still just gets a perfect aim on it. He just locks in.
That'll be the go signal for the A site here. Wolf Empire, they're not going to be slowing down. Of course, the rotation's coming across from 3BL, but they have to defend 3 on 5. And, well, so far not too bad, but there's always going to be another member there. And Ice Cube, boy, he's on... I'm lost for words. He's made a bit of a meal of that one. Slayer.
Oh, no.
Could potentially grab this one. That nade just not quite sailing deep enough. C4's on the A site, though, and Slayer will be aware of it. So Ice Cube's got a bit of a job to do here. He's going to go for a very long rotate. He's taking the scenic route.
Yeah, that C4 is in tower. So again, like good work on Ice Cube as well to clear things out, but as well as from Slayer. So he's been able to kind of review, and his reposition is going to be important. Oh man, that's a tough angle. That's not the best angle, but he's going to count his lucky stars. Ice Cube not looking like he wants to go for that. Oh god, I think he might be. Now he's going to come for the other side. Slayer still waiting. 20 seconds now. I don't think he can be spotted on this angle. And the Slayer's going to be able to hear the timer go off. Look at Ice Cube. He is just clearing every single angle. Now Slayer realizing, okay, he's in the site. I should be able to get this kill. Should be quick and easy. And yes, indeed it is. Okay.
All right. Another 1v1 clutch for 3BL, keeping them in there. Got to be saying to each other, just one round at a time, boys. Let's not let this get too far out of hand, but as long as we can keep them at 7 and we keep winning our clutches, maybe there's something in this map. You know, we're on the GR side. Like, we should be able to make this kind of a comeback on this side of the map, if anywhere. So there are a few things pointing in our direction at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It really, really is. And I mean, when you have this many rounds as a buffer, ooh, they can definitely add a lot more, you know, just not the extra stress right now, because like we said, Wolf Empire are very, very close potentially to closing this thing off, but you know, you can never wait until it ends. You gotta get to that end point first. But single OM here for 3BL. Snare repositions himself nicely onto CAD control, so now he's gonna be able to find it. But now this is going to be a full execute. Now Wolf Empire looking like they want to go for this full bit of a blitz. That nade lands right on top of Dola and Rambo. So even with that nade, that's actually kind of pulled back the idea. They've actually kind of, you know, admitted this may not be the right idea.
I mean, it's harder to make that call when you're down 4 on 5. And early days, yeah, but we do have to remember that 3BL were able to make a pretty nice comeback out of Compound as well. So they have that ability in them. With a nice kill in through middle. Looking to lock this round down for 3BL. Just one kill at a time. Bit of an explosion onto the B-bomb site might be the only way that Wolf Empire can get back into this round. Oh. You have Rambo watching the backside, which kind of concerns me. I think if you're gonna go for this take on B, you might as well have Rambo there as well, because there's every possibility he just dies to someone on the rotate, and then that's the round over even if you do get into B. So I think you just have to take that risk. Instead, he's going to try and go into mid, and, well, look, the B hit didn't really work out, but nor did the mid hit, so I guess it's a moot point.
Oh, okay. Oof. Ooh, I think there was a play right there for the knife, too. I was like, I don't know if I'd be going for that right now, boys. Like, we're not really in a good position for it. But, okay, timeout going to be called, and Wolf Empire, wow, I can't even say words anymore. They are realizing, look, they need a timeout. Apparently, I need a timeout. But you know what? I don't blame them, because they were going red hot. And, I mean, now they're off the cooker a little bit. They haven't been able to find some success in some of these rounds. So now the coach, being the chef, saying, no, you need to make that, you know, steak a little bit more a little bit more well done apparently, because this ain't working for me.
He really gets in there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. Like he's right in there. He's in your face.
Letting them know.
Letting them know. Yes, chef.
He looks angry.
I mean, I'd be a little
looks
angry.
like a disappointed dad.
That's kind of the coach, though, right? Like, I mean, that is kind of their role. Like, I mean, it's like you are overseeing everything. You're in that position of power where you can just call it as it is. You got to say, like, look, clean it up. This is bad. This is not what we do. Why are you guys slacking? Did you do your homework? Apparently not, because you're letting them come back into this game. So, but yeah, he looks determined. He's got a few words. Are they nice words? I have no idea.
Well, I mean, I don't think you can be thoroughly disappointed with the performance of Wolf Empire in this map. It's just it's kind of slowed down a little bit at a pretty inopportune time. Like, this is when it really could have been locked in, honestly. But now the jury's out. It's not necessarily hanging in the balance just yet. Like, 3BL haven't done enough to kind of get it back to that point, but they're doing enough to make it a doubt in the back of your mind. And that's not what Wolf Empire will be wanting. 7-4. Next round, a big one here for both teams. Wolf Empire have used their timeout now, so they want to get it done right here, right now. It's going to be a faster play, back to the basics, and they're just going to try and storm their way into B. Flashes over the top. Lucas able to win that initial duel, and that's the B site taken. 3BL, they want to swarm their way in for the retake. Nice and quick, but they are not getting past Lucas. 3 for him in the round, and it might be enough to seal the 8th for Wolf Empire, but Snake's around the back quick.
Oh, but he needs to get something done, but he's the one that's taking all the damage, and there's his life. So now Snare, once again, the guy that's been, he's been the one that's able to push through. He's the one that's been able to find rounds. He's the one that's been able to get himself some stat pats and K. He's going to get the Colt in action. Now he's going to be able to pick up the M4. He doesn't even want the AWP. He wants to try to get the rifle in action. Ain't no thing.
That's 8. 2 to go.
Quick math. Love that.
But 3BL, they might still fancy their chances yet. It is not done. The West League dream is not over.
It is not over, Elfish. I think Neil used the expression, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. I haven't heard that in a long time. I thought he would have been too young to know that expression, but not the case, because, you know, it looks like Wolf Empire, they know that expression.
Yeah. Tots sort of hanging around in middle there, hoping that he can maybe equalize the numbers somewhere with a push coming through from Wolf Empire, but they've been pretty happy to just slow it down. It's over the top. They've landed pretty nicely. A little couple of tags there on display, but nothing too substantial.
Looked a lot worse on the minimap. I was like, wow, I think he might be dead. But yeah, you're right. Just a little tickle, you know? Boy. And Slayer might be the one that actually will have a test here. Oh, wow, he's peeking. Wow, he's peeking. Why are we swinging this? Look at what he does. And again,
he's the only player on his side of the map, right? And you're down 4 on 5, so he needs to try to get some info or show some presence maybe to force Wolf Empire to go over to A. Like,
I guess so.
You know, it is. There's no winning, right? It's a risk. But honestly, I thought for a second it might have worked out. I thought he might have actually convinced Wolf Empire to go back over to A. Doesn't look like that's been the case just yet. As they do start to filter their way into Warehouse, though. C4's not committed to anything right now.
Yeah, and again, he's by himself. So, like now with him, you know, losing half his HP, he has to be able to hit the best shots. He has to be able to find a double. He has to be able to do something big here to making an equalized situation. He's playing a bit of an off angle. That's not bad, Slayer! What? He's able to find the double tap, but he finally gets flanked. He's done his job, but now who on 3BL is going to be able to do theirs? Totson comes in for a nice swing. He's able to hit a dinger, and now this plant will be commenced.
They are going to be flashed off the line for a second. That'll buy a little bit more time for Wolf Empire, but honestly, they haven't set themselves up with the greatest post-plant positions here. They're both stuck on the site still. Ice Cube will spot a couple coming in through from the warehouse and slow them down as well, but 3BL, they feel they still have the time to make this one work. Flashes over the top, both of the defenders caught by them, but Ice Cube pops up for one, and it starts to fall apart now for 3BL. Ice Cube couldn't get it done. Rambo ducking his head down, escaping into the warehouse, and that's that. The crowd knows it. The round is over. Tot cannot win it, even if he stuck that defuse. And so it's 9 for Wolf Empire, and they are 1 round away from knocking 3BL out of the competition and securing themselves a position in the lower bracket final tomorrow against Imperial for a potential chance at all gamers in the grand final of the CFS Summer Championship. You got to think they're going to get it done here. I mean, 9-4, that feels too much to come back from for 3BL.
It does seem like it, but I mean, 3BL, they're again one of those teams that they've been able to do some pretty amazing things back in the CFWL, but now you're here on the big stage. You're here with the big boys. You're here with the big dogs, and then the question can be
the wolves.
The wolves, yeah. That's
what is a wolf if not a big dog?
That's true. They are the bigger dogs. So I mean, a lot to ask. This would be 5 rounds in a row for 3BL, and now Slayer, maybe, just maybe Slayer. Oh my God! Again, he finds 2.
How does he get 2? How does he get 2 every time? Is it going to be enough to save the game for 3BL?
Just Slayer things, man. Just Slayer things.
It looks like Wolf Empire just going to give Lucas some time to work here and maybe see if he can get a pick in middle. Bring it back to the 3-on-3. Doesn't want to get over greedy because, look, this is not a favorable duel, and even if it was one, there should be the trade through from either Horus or from Snare or from Snake, regardless. So no chance really in this round in the end for Wolf Empire. They'll be left wanting at least one more. Rambo's position known, so the rotation is going to come across from 3BL. They know he's got the C4 as well, and need a 1v3. Be unreasonable, but he gets given the first, and Snake looking for the trade, but it's not going to matter. The wrap in from behind was too much, and 3BL survive for now.
Yeah, they're holding on. They're definitely holding on. No sweat off the brow yet, maybe, but boy, oh boy. 4 rounds needed for pushing overtime. 3BL have been in overtimes before, same with Wolf Empire, so both these teams have gone the distance if they need to, but now we talked about maximum effort. This is needed for 3BL to bring things back, and the same thing can be said here for Wolf Empire. They just need 1 more round to getting this thing done, but you know, this is where teams have crumbled under pressure in all the history books, but surely not here, surely not now, but that's going to be a good kickstart. 3BL with a nice opener to start it. Can they be able to find a little bit more? The utility being thrown, a player in tower, trying everything. And they're just going to hold on to this Selfish. They're actually, Wolf Empire, surprisingly, again, they're not fully deciding of this commit thing they want to do.
Well, Lucas brings back 1, but Horus is trying to set up the wall on the A side. Apparently, it's not a very strong one, and Lucas has a battering ram in his hands. It's called an M4. There's another kill for him. 16 and 8 on the map. The man is not stopping. This has been his series. 3BL have had no answer, not a consistent one at least. They do still have 2 players on this A bomb side, and Wolf Empire look pretty consistent towards it, so they are going to get to fight it out. That's the C4 drop. Snake won't save the day today, and that is 10, and that is it. It is Wolf Empire that will go through to face Imperial on day 3 of the playoffs here at the CFS Summer Championship.
in case you missed it, now you get to see it, and now it's Wolf Empire keeping themselves alive in this tournament, meaning that they take down 3BL with a 3-1, meaning that the tournament lives are still going to be made through, but they do have now to play Imperial. But boy, oh boy,
Yeah.
what a way for the home crowd of Wolf Empire to keep themselves in this tournament.
It's a pretty tantalizing rematch, isn't it? Wolf Empire versus Imperial. I think both teams have kind of got a score to settle with one another. I mean, 13-12, 13-12 on Mexico and Port. And obviously Ankara went the way of Imperial 10-6. So I think Imperial really recognized that they have a good shot in this matchup against Wolf Empire. And Wolf Empire, for their own right, probably recognize we're going to have to come up with something better than what we had in the group stage to defeat Imperial, because I would argue that Imperial, from that moment, have actually gone strength to strength and looked better as they've gone on in the event. And so I have no doubt that in playoffs they're going to be a difficult team to put away for Wolf Empire. But either way, that's a matchup for tomorrow that we have to think about. For now, first and most important thing is to say goodbye to 3BL. They had a pretty good run here at the CFS Summer Championship, and honestly, even though they go out in the playoffs in 4th place, I think that's a massive win overall for 3BL. So to wrap that storyline up, maybe the best West League team we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, definitely a long time. And I mean, again, if anybody's not familiar about the story about 3BL, it is the team that they tried to build the Egyptian super team. They're the team that like live in a LAN house together. They're playing together all the time. They're trying to build that environment of coming to these big tournaments like this. And look, it's been a long time since we've had a team made it to the big stage like this, but I still gotta say, like, it's a good thing to see. And removing my biasness is that the fact they did take down the #1 ranked Brazilian team coming into this tournament. They took down Ranking, which was arguably the second best team in for Vietnamese, and they were able to do some decent damage against some of these other teams as well, all things considered. So they definitely made a little bit of a landmark here for the West, and I think the good thing for them is that they're going to be able to get the reps, they're going to be able to get the practice, and it's only going to make them better. So honestly, I'm more than excited to see what they're going to be able to do internationally, because I said the history of 3BL, this is probably the best iteration we've had in years. So I think it's only going to get better.
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously, there's still a big year ahead for them. We would assume that they're going to make their way through to the CFS Grand Finals, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do there. Again, are they going to make top 4 at that event? I would argue that's going to be more difficult probably than what it is at this event. But even still, there'll be a contest, right? And that'll be what we want to see from 3BL. But either way, enough about 3BL. They're now out of the competition in 4th place. Again, good run from them. But it's time to think about what we've got moving forward. We've got all gamers in the grand final tomorrow, that much guaranteed. They haven't lost a single map so far at the event, so no doubt they come in heavy favorites regardless of who makes it through from that lower bracket final. But Imperial and Wolf Empire in the lower bracket final off the basis of, Imperial losing today and Wolf Empire winning today. So maybe a little bit more momentum in there for Wolf Empire going into tomorrow, but either way, I think Imperial are one of those seasoned teams that that's not really going to be a massive factor for.
I couldn't agree more. Look, like, I mean, when we talk about the AG versus Wolf Empire game that happened earlier on, I mean, I felt like AG, they looked pretty good. Like, they really didn't look like they were breaking too much of a sweat. Whereas I kind of feel like the opposite here a little bit when they played Imperial. I mean, yes, the scoreline was a 10-4, a 10-5, a 10-8. These guys haven't been pushed to OT. They haven't lost a map yet, AG. But I think Imperial, to me, have really stepped things up since the early part of the group stage. And it just kind of felt like, whether it was nerves or maybe just some kind of adjustments they needed to do and some practice happened, they've been just getting better and better. And honestly, Imperial have really shown that they are a dominant force to reckon with. So I would say in this matchup against Wolf Empire, I would personally make my prediction, which will be tomorrow anyways, but I would say Imperial should be able to have this one in the bag.
I agree.
And like you said, there's a chip on the shoulder because they did lose to Wolf Empire, but I really don't think Wolf Empire played better. I think they were just hitting the shots, and that was kind of going right back to what you were saying about that Vietnamese style, about these guys are definitely fraggers, but I think Imperial have such a better system.
I agree 100%. I think Wolf Empire have a much more solid, stable system is a great word for it, but setup as well. They just seem like they understand the game on a bit of a better level, in my opinion, than what Wolf Empire do. But Wolf Empire get wins, I mean, you can't fault them for playing the way that they do if it works out for the most part. We'll see how things go tomorrow. But either way, whichever team makes it through from that one up against AG, that is a tough ask. And not only because it's AG, but also because that means then playing 2 BO5s in a day. And playing 2 BO5s in a day is not an easy task, right? We're talking about how long the days are for us as casters. Well, this is going to be the first time that the players actually have to deal with that as well, because up to this point, every team has only had to play 1 game a day.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, now you're having to play 2 best-of-5s a day, and that is a long day.
That is,
especially if you go deep in the series.
Yes.
Which I would definitely be betting that Wolf Empire and Imperial are going to at least go to 4, maybe 5 maps.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of crossfire that you're going to have to play, and to go into that grand final in that mental headspace where you're like, I'm ready for this after having played a whole best of 5. Oof.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about your opinion about this, because, I mean, I'll tell you my thought after, but I'll ask you initially, is that you make a really good point about, AG, the buffer you get when you're playing in the upper bracket, and if you can win it, you get to just sit there and wait. You get to be the one that's, like, overwatching everything. You get to watch the game and say, okay, what are we going to be playing? Who are we going to be playing against? You can make some quick notes. You can figure out some ideas. But I'm going to ask you this, is the fact of, do we think that playing in the lower bracket, and if, let's just say, theoretically, it goes to a 3-4 map series,
right?
Do we really think that's an advantage or a disadvantage for the lower bracket team?
I think if it's a clean 3-0, you could really make an argument that it could be an advantage. But in any other case, I would say it's a disadvantage. And the reason is that, obviously, it's going to make for a very long day if it's anything but a 3-0. But on top of that, obviously, it gives the opportunity for AG to have a look at what you're doing. Presumably, there's going to be 1 or 2 of those maps that you played in that grand final as well. You can only ban 2 of the maps. So 5 out of the 7 are going to come through in the pool anyway. And are you going to really have a lot of time to sort of change things up between the first series and the second series? Granted, there will probably be a bit of a longer break in between, just for that team, rather than the 15 minutes that we're used to.
Yeah.
Usually it'll be about an hour for that team to kind of have some food and get ready for the grand final. But it doesn't really give you enough time to do all of the things that you need to do. You need to recover from the last series. You need to have some food. You need to chill out a little bit, and you also need to prepare for the grand final. So I think in most cases, it's probably a no. The only way it would be really a positive is if you win 3-0, you have this wave of momentum, and it was a clean 3-0, and you didn't have to put too much effort into the first series. You were able to maybe just run through it, without investing too many strats. Everyone's just hitting their shots, whatever. I don't know the story, but yeah, it's very likely to be a big deficit going into that grand final.
Yeah, and I think actually you took the words out of my mouth, because that was going to be my thought too. Is because I think there can always be an argument as like a player where you, like you said, if you have a really swift 3-0 and you play really well and it wasn't too labored, yes, I think you're going to be able to ride on that. It's not going to be too draining. Everybody's going to be feeling okay. But look, before we go a bit more, obviously the MVP was Ice Cube. That was I don't even think that was a debate. The guy was able to put up almost like a 3.0 KD in that last map on its own. I think there was one point he was like 12-1 or something. He died once. But anyways, it's I just don't know if we're going to see this kind of performance against a team like Imperial. But look, maybe just maybe, because again, that's where we said individually they were able to get themselves those overtime golden round wins. But look, they're going to have to rely on just the old Ice Cube to wrap their way through another win.
Yeah, there's no surprises that Ice Cube's the MVP here. He had a bunch of stellar maps, but is he going to be able to so easily do this tomorrow? Especially considering that Imperial is a team that likes to lean into the double Orm. 3BL have never really been that team. So he's going to have a much more of a handful in the Orm v Orm matchup, because there's just going to be 2 of them. And of course, Imperial a little bit of a stronger team just in general over 3BL as well. Will, I would imagine, find a way to pressure him a bit more than what 3BL have been able to today. I don't know that Ice Cube's going to get away with quite as much. It's not going to make it for as easy of an MVP performance from him tomorrow. But yeah, he's always going to be a linchpin for this roster. There's no two ways about that. We sort of identified that at the Summer Championship last year when he was playing on ranking, and then when he went into the grand finals as well and put up another good performance there. So see what he can do tomorrow, but this is how the bracket has played out. It's Imperial and Wolf Empire down in the lower bracket finals, and the winner of that goes on to face all gamers in that grand final. And will we get to see Brazil versus China matchup. That's always a big one in CrossFire. Or for the first time, we get to see a Vietnamese team go through to a grand final of an international event.
Yeah, and you never know how this tournament's been going through, and like we said, like getting the path from the beginning to the end here, like anything is possible. I think it's just going to be how everybody's going to be feeling tomorrow, obviously, because I think, like I said, Wolf Empire have been able to do it once against Imperial. Maybe they can do it again, but at the same time, I feel like Danimals is probably going to be, really prepared for this. He probably was expecting that it was going to be Wolf Empire, so should be no kind of surprise. But look, we're getting ready to go. It seems like the interview is about to happen. You're kind of blocking it, but people can't see. But
oh, I've gone the wrong way.
Oh, you gone the wrong way. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, no, see. Yeah. But it looks like we are going to have the interview. That's going to be it for us here on the stream here. So we're going to appreciate you all for tuning in. We'll make sure to check in tomorrow because we will be back for 2 best of 5s. We'll see you later.
Chúng ta đã cùng quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu vừa rồi. Trận đấu giữa Group Empire và GBL. Thưa quý vị, phải nói đó là một trận đấu vô cùng mãn nhãn và đầy kịch tính. Chúng ta đã cùng có những cảm xúc rất là vỡ òa và hiện tại thì ở tại nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ, những sói con của chúng ta đang rất là nhiều những cảm xúc vỡ òa rồi. Và Huyền Trang cũng tin rằng sau màn ảnh nhỏ, quý vị khán giả cũng có những cảm xúc như vậy. Và ngay lúc này thì Huyền Trang cũng đang rất nóng lòng muốn lắng nghe những chia sẻ đến từ Group Empire rồi. Vâng, xin chào IQ. Đầu tiên thì bạn có thể gửi một lời chào, lời cảm ơn tới tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay cũng như quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi qua màn ảnh nhỏ được không?
Alo. Lời đầu tiên em xin cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã tới cổ vũ World bài nhá.
Rất đáng yêu, rất khí thế phải không ạ? Và câu hỏi đầu tiên thì không biết là ngay lúc này đây thì IQ thân mến, bạn đang có cảm xúc như thế nào?
Cảm xúc của em hiện tại rất là vui bởi vì bọn em phải cố thắng cái trận này để làm tiền đề để ngày mai cố gắng hơn nữa để chiến thắng Imperial.
Và đây thì cũng là lần thứ 2 mà Huyền Trang được chung sân khấu với IQ rồi. Không biết là bạn có tự tin là bạn sẽ có lần thứ 3 với Huyền Trang không?
Bọn em rất tự tin.
Và một câu hỏi ngoài lề một chút đi. Thì không biết là chúng ta đã cùng đồng hành với nhau xuyên suốt mùa giải năm nay rồi. Thì không biết là những lúc mà các bạn trên team này, các bạn sinh hoạt cùng nhau này, thì không biết là bạn có thể bóc phốt một tật xấu nho nhỏ nào đó, đáng yêu nào đó của một thành viên trong team được không?
Dạ, nếu mà bóc phốt thì chắc em nghĩ là anh sẽ đi. Bởi vì cứ chen xong 5 map thì anh sẽ đi nói là làm tí lúa mạch em hề. Em cũng chịu.
Rất là đáng yêu đúng không ạ? Và lúc này đây thì các bạn có thể gửi tới tất cả quý vị khán giả một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó cho trận đấu ngày mai được không ạ?
Dạ, xin cảm ơn tất cả mọi người hôm nay đã tới cổ vũ World Empire. Ngày mai em mong là sẽ tới đông hơn nữa để cho sân khấu của mình nó thật sự là cháy nhá.
Vâng ạ, xin được một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Group Empire và xin được cảm ơn những chia sẻ hết sức đáng yêu đến từ IQ. Một lần nữa cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn tới quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay cũng như quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tuyến của CrossFire. Và ngay lúc này đây thì kỳ nghỉ lễ mùng 2 tháng 9 cũng đã bắt đầu rồi. Và nếu quý vị chúng ta không có dịp đi đâu chơi thì hãy ghé tới nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ để có thể đón chờ những trận đấu kịch tính. Còn bây giờ xin chào và hẹn gặp lại.